Dreamscape presents Fearless Duke by Scarlett Scott, narrated by Justine Eyre. Chapter 1. London, January 1885.
I beg your pardon, Your Grace, but there is a Miss Isabella Hillgrove demanding an audience.
Benedict looked up from the reports of Scotland Yard's Criminal Investigation Department he had been poring over. According to investigators, it would appear the only good thing about the attempt to bomb London Bridge was that the dynamitards responsible had unintentionally detonated their infernal machine too soon. They had blown themselves to bits in the process. Some 3 weeks thereafter, another band of dynamitards had thrown an infernal machine from a carriage near the Gower Street station. The resulting clouds of billowing smoke and screams of terrified passengers emerging from the twisted wreckage had caused pandemonium. Worse, intelligence gathered by Special League double agents back in New York suggested more outrages were being planned. He frowned at his butler, the grim prospect of additional bombings infecting him like an ailment.
I am not at home.
Young's countenance was implacable as ever.
I informed Miss Hillgrove as much. However, she claims she has been sent by the ladies' typewriting school.
Not another one, he grumbled. 3 typists had been sent to him by the school. Since he had undertaken the duty of managing the Special League, he required a seemingly endless amount of reports for the Home Office. Hiring a typist had seemed an excellent decision, especially since the Home Secretary himself had suggested it and recommended the school. The decision had proved a dreadful error of judgment on Benedict's part. The first had hummed to herself as she completed a task. When he had pointed out how disturbing such a habit was, she burst into tears and fled. The second had been dreadfully slow, her fingers hunting about the keys in plodding fashion, so that she had accomplished frightfully little in the course of 3 hours. He had told her to leave and not return. The third had been sniffling and coughing. He had taken one look at her red nose and watery eyes and sent her on her merry way. Illness aggrieved him mightily. Indeed, he could not afford to contract something catching in his current position. There was far too much at stake. But he became aware that Young still lingered at the threshold of Benedict's study, looming like a wraith.
"What is it?"
he snapped at the butler.
"I'm afraid the lady in question has informed me she will not be denied an audience with Your Grace. She has indicated she will remain all day, if necessary."
Devil take it. He had no doubt the 4th offering from the school would not be any better than her 3 predecessors had been.
"Tell the lady in question her services are no longer required, if you please," he informed his butler.
His butler's countenance had never been more aggrieved.
"I will try, Your Grace."
"Try?" he asked, for Young was ordinarily an exemplary domestic. Benedict had expectations of his staff. Obeying his edicts and performing their tasks well and promptly were strict requirements, in addition to not being an irritant or a walking ailment, of course. He was not too stern, he felt certain. He merely expected from all those in his employ the same standards to which he held himself, namely, excellence. Young cleared his throat, apparently seeing his mistake.
"I will explain it as you require, Your Grace. Thank you."
He bowed and then took his leave. Benedict exhaled slowly as the door clicked closed. He listened for the staccato of the butler's shoes on the marble hall. Solitude pleased him. Disruption irked him. He was a beast of habit, it was certain. But upon his shoulders he bore a great weight of responsibility. He bowed his head and resumed reading the reports awaiting him, assured Young would dismiss the creature at the front door and he would be done with the ladies' typewriting school for eternity. He had scarcely read 2 sentences when the indignant squawking began. Truly, there was no other means of describing the sound reaching his ears. It was feminine and outraged, followed by 2 sets of footsteps echoing down the marble hall.
"Madam, I beg you," said Young.
"Beg as you wish," responded the angry hen who had caused the initial squawking and unrest. "But I shall see the Duke of Westmoreland, and I shall see him now." What cheek! What daring, the effrontery of the baggage. Why, it was unprecedented. The fourth would not last any longer than the prior three, it was certain. Nettled, he rose from his desk before skirting it and stalking toward the door. The door opened, and there stood a female. The female. Behind her hovered an anxious-looking young, eyebrows raised. A waterfall of protestations rained down upon the moment.
Miss Hillgrove, I must insist you go. This is quite improper. You cannot disrupt his grace.
The last assertion appeared to spur the creature hovering on the threshold into action. She swept forward, small of stature and yet all womanly curves. She was golden-haired, pale of visage and delectable of form. Her gown was dour, ebony and grey, conservative silk bereft of ornamentation. But beneath it all hid the lush body of a woman. Her breasts were large and full. Her curves were plentiful, the sort that could not be hidden by plain dress. She was, all of her, from head to toe, woman. And his cock sprang to life. Feminine curves were his sole weakness, and he knew it. "Your Grace," she greeted him. Though to call her address a greeting was perhaps granting too much. She spoke with icy formality, dipping into a puritanical curtsy, as if she were lowering herself to be in his presence. Intriguing.
Miss Orangegrove, was it?
He asked, deliberately baiting her as he stood and swept into a mocking bow. Twin spots of pink flared to life in her cheeks. "It is Miss Hillgrove, Your Grace." He glanced to his perturbed butler, who was glaring at their unexpected interloper.
"Thank you, young. That will be all."
When he needed to toss out this brazen woman on her rump, he would see her to the door himself. But first he intended to amuse himself. Why not? He was already having a devil of a day.
"Of course, Your Grace."
The servant bowed elegantly and then discreetly closed the door behind him. Linking his hands behind his back, Benedict strolled toward the latest offering sent to him by the ladies' typewriting school. She was not conventionally beautiful, this woman, but there was something about her prim bearing and tightly laced conservative dress that intrigued him. She had the body of a Venus and a face that was interesting. That was the word for it. Her eyes were too wide, and as he drew nearer, he discovered they were an astounding blue, fringed with thick lashes a shade darker than the almost wintry gold of her hair. Her lips were a full, puckered pout, her nose charmingly retroussé. But for all the softness of her face and figure, her mien was prickly as a rosebush. She held herself stiffly, rather in the fashion of an effigy at Madame Tussaud's waxwork exhibition. Her nostrils flared. "Have you finished, Your Grace?" She referred to his unabashed perusal of her. She was bold, by God. He liked it.
"No, I have not."
He raised a brow at her and paused, with a scant few paces separating them.
"Turn."
"I beg your pardon," she demanded with all the ice of a queen. He wondered if she had ever been a governess, with that rigid spine and perfect tone of disapproval. Toying with her was proving amusing, just the distraction he was in need of, making him forget, momentarily, about the plague that was menacing London. A plague he was expected to purge. At least some of the fellows responsible had hopefully beaten him to the task by rendering themselves nothing more than flotsam in the Thames.
"Turn,"
he repeated, not wanting to think about the dynamitards and the Fenian menace. Perhaps for 10 minutes he could entertain himself by nettling this unique and thorny woman, at least until he sent her on her way like he had her predecessors. "I do not understand, Your Grace." Her hauteur was more defined than ever. She drew herself up, as if she could make herself seem larger or menacing. The colour in her cheeks had deepened, and he found himself staring at the high collar of her gown, the place where silk and creamy feminine skin met. Setting his lips there suddenly seemed like the most delicious prospect in the world. But he knew Miss Hillgrove had no intention of allowing herself to be seduced. Moreover, he hardly had the time to spare for a frantic fuck with his seasoned mistress, let alone a slow and protracted wooing with a virginal miss, such as the woman before him. When had he ever had any interest in virginal misses anyway? Never, he was sure. Nor would he begin now. He shook himself free of the brief, lustful urge.
Spin about, Miss Killjoy. I need to make certain your attire is appropriate, given your attempt to represent the office of the Special League as my typist.
My name is Miss Hillgrove, Your Grace, she snapped, standing perfectly still and denying him the joy of watching her turn for him. Pity. He would not have minded admiring her from the rear as well. There was something positively erotic about the curve of a woman's neck, the secret hollow behind her ear. Good God, he obviously needed to pay a visit to Roberta. What was he doing, slavering over a frigid lady typewriter who was not nearly as beautiful? He would put an end to this here and now.
If you will not spin for me, you cannot remain in my study, he told her pointedly. And if you will not heed me as your employer, then I cannot, in good conscience, retain you in my employ. Nor can I send you away with a reference. Indeed, I cannot imagine why the ladies' typewriting school would hope to employ such a dour, disagreeable creature as yourself.
The ladies' typewriting school does not employ me, Your Grace. Her full lips flattened into a grim line as the weight of her disgust for him attempted to emerge. Nor do you. Indeed, I would not subject myself to labouring for a tyrant, nor will I subject any of my typists to it. Her words gave him pause. Dimly, he recalled having read an article in the Times about a society for promoting the employment of women. A Miss Hillgrove had been mentioned within it, he felt certain. At the time, he had envisioned a woman every bit as dour, but thrice the age of the woman currently looking at him, as if he were vermin she had just discovered running across the floor.
Your typists,
he said, casting another glance over her.
Explain, madam.
I am the proprietress of the Ladies' Typewriting School, Your Grace, she bit out. And I have come to discuss your unacceptable treatment of the typists my school has provided you. After having just witnessed myself your smug arrogance, I shudder to think what my poor ladies were forced to endure. His smug arrogance, was it? Oh, ho. Things had just gotten decidedly more interesting. The Duke of Westmoreland was an arrogant, autocratic arse. Isabella had known it prior to her arrival at his Grosvenor Square residence, and she knew it now more than ever. He was the sort of gentleman she despised, wealthy, powerful, and expecting everyone about him to bend to suit his whims. He was a handsome devil, sauntering about his study in the fashion of a man who was all too aware of his looks. Fortunately for her, she was as unaffected by an attractive face as she was of ducal airs.
Ah,
he said, seeming to mock her announcement, both with his raised brows and the tone of his voice.
You are the proprietress of the establishment which purports to provide highly trained typists.
He was definitely mocking her, the bounder. She had come prepared for battle, however, and she was not about to let him win. We do not purport to provide highly trained typists. We do provide them. I oversee the training courses of all my typists, ensuring each is rigorously inured to the new system of typing with all 10 digits. I personally guarantee each of my typists is the most proficient and accurate of any typist in all England.
How enlightening.
Once again, his pleasant baritone contained an edge of derision she could not help but note. He was worse than poor Mary had described, she thought grimly. More wretched than Eloise had suggested. Every bit as insufferable as Clementina had warned, in between bouts of tears. But he was an important part of the Home Office, she reminded herself, and opportunities to place her typists within various branches of government were hard won, not to be dismissed. She had dozens of women relying upon her to find them respectable positions, women who were intelligent and hard-working, women who could become independent and live their lives without needing to subject themselves to the tyranny of marriages with pompous men such as the one before her. Your Grace, she began with care, attempting to keep her disdain for him from her voice and expression both. Perhaps we may get to the reason for my call to you this afternoon. He gave her a long, slow perusal, beginning at her head, then raking down her form.
No.
Was it her imagination, or had the blighter lingered upon her bosom? Why were her cheeks so bloody hot? Oh, now he had her cursing, devil take him, when she'd been doing so well to purge all such unworthy thoughts from her mind. But she must keep her mind settled upon the task at hand. "No," she repeated as she found her tongue, incredulous. "I beg your pardon, Your Grace. Why would you deny me the opportunity to discuss the necessity behind my audience with you today?"
"Because there is no necessity in your audience with me,"
he said curtly, cocking his head to one side, as if to offer her a challenge.
"I can discern already that you are aquiver with incredulity, Miss Killjoy."
Briefly, she entertained the fantasy of closing the distance between them and boxing his elegant airs. "It is Miss Hillgrove," she gritted through clenched teeth. "As you well know, Your Grace."
"But Miss Killjoy seems so much more apt."
He turned away from her then and sauntered casually, hands clasped behind his back as if he were a man at leisure, to his big, ornately carved desk. "There is no need to be disrespectful," she snapped at him, irked beyond her ability to hold her tongue now. Everything about the Duke of Westmoreland set her on edge. She could not fathom by what means the Home Office had chosen to venerate him with a position so closely tied to domestic safety. The Fenians were laying bombs all over London, and it seemed horribly absurd that such an arrogant cad could be supposed to save them all from the looming menace.
"I intend no disrespect, madam."
He stood behind his desk now, as if he were a king upon his throne. His shockingly blue eyes seemed to sear her as they met her gaze.
"Indeed, it is you who has paid me an insult by barging into my study when I am in the midst of important work, and this after providing me with inexperienced, unacceptable, supposed typists. I understand that you claim to offer them training, Miss Killjoy. Truly, I do. However, I must regretfully inform you that your training is woefully insufficient."
He still refused to call her by her true name, and he was being dismissive now, to say nothing of the rude fashion in which he dismissed her careful, rigorous studies for her typists, all created by Isabella herself, and the excellent typists she had sent him, each of whom he had dismissed within hours of their initial placement with him. She marched toward his desk, for he had thrown down the gauntlet, and she was picking it up. Her temper, ever one of her weaknesses, controlled her now, along with her senses of justice and pride. "How dare you suggest my training is insufficient, or that any of the 3 incredibly proficient typists allocated to you were inexperienced? I will have you know that each of them engaged in arduous training specifically designed by myself." His expression was bland, imperturbable.
"Miss Killjoy, the first typist you sent hummed to herself as she completed a task. When I suggested to her how distracting I found her habit, she burst into tears and fled. The second had all the torpor of a lame horse and as much dedication to her task as a corpse. The third was ill. I will not countenance a pestilence-ridden typist, you understand. My work is far too important, and I cannot afford to have a contagion in my midst."
He was still referring to her as Miss Killjoy, the knave. It was as if he enjoyed being the source of her irritation. "Miss Shanley is one of the fastest typists in my employ," she defended poor Mary. "Her mother is a celebrated opera singer, and her voice is quite pleasing. There was no call to be so cutting with her."
"I do not find humming pleasing," he countered, his voice grim. "Show me the man who wants to listen to warbling whilst he is attempting to concentrate, I beg you."
"Mrs. Camberley is a slower typist than Miss Shanley, I will own, but she is dedicated and persistent," she continued, ignoring his biting remarks as she defended Eloise this time. "Her work is error-free." He changed his stance now, placing his hands on the back of his chair, strumming his long fingers upon the surface, as if he were bored.
"It had damned well better be error-free when it takes her nearly an entire day to type one bloody page of reports."
"And Miss Long's devotion was so strong that she reported for duty although she was not feeling her best," she concluded, championing Clementina now. "All 3 typists sent to you are incredibly competent, and some of the best our school has to offer,
and yet you have bullied, threatened, and otherwise mistreated them. Indeed, Your Grace, had I been aware I was sending my ladies to suffer such ill treatment, I would have declined your request for aid."
Now, madam."
His fingers stilled, and his mouth, a thoroughly sensual mouth she had noted against her will, thinned.
"I neither bullied, threatened, nor mistreated any of the meagre offerings your school provided."
Meagre offerings? Next, he would suggest something thoroughly wrong-headed, such as the supposition a man would be better suited to the role. "You most certainly did," she countered, thinking of Mary's torrent of tears upon her return. "I greatly regret sending 3 of my typists to you, as now I am in the untenable position of having to reassure my ladies I am capable of finding them agreeable situations." The tenseness fled from his countenance, and once more he was all self-assured arrogance. He smiled then.
"Ah, I begin to see the problem."
"Yes." Still, she would not falter or drag her gaze from his, even if he incited a riot of unwanted sensation roiling through her. Most certainly she was not attracted to him. Men of his ilk held no allure for her. "The problem is you."
"I am the problem,"
he repeated, as if she had spoken to him in a foreign language, as if he could not comprehend a lady failing to fawn all over him. Undoubtedly, most women of his acquaintance did. He was unusually handsome. Not even his arrogance could diminish that undeniable fact. Her dislike of him did not render him any less attractive. But that was not the reason for her pounding pulse, she told herself firmly. That was all down to her ire. "Yes, Your Grace, you are the problem." On a deep breath, she warmed to her cause. "No other establishment or individual to whom I have provided a typist has ever reacted in such fashion. Therefore, the sole conclusion I can draw is that you are an heir. Meanwhile, it is the reputation of my school which is being jeopardized by your hasty actions. I demand a written apology from you to each of the typists you chased away, along with a formal recommendation of my school to be printed in the Times." His bright blue gaze narrowed upon her.
"Shall I also offer my firstborn child as sacrifice? Perhaps I should kneel before you in Trafalgar Square and vow my eternal fealty."
He was making light of her request, mocking her once more. "I will not box his ears," she reminded herself. "I will not box this arrogant, vexing, beautiful scoundrel's ears." Of course, I should not have expected a reasonable response from an autocrat who refuses to call me by proper surname, but instead chooses to belittle me and make a mockery of my typists and school both. She kept her voice cold, trying not to allow him to see the depths of her irritation.
"Madam, my response to you is the direct product of your unexpected interruption of my day, coupled with the graceless accusations you've hurled at me."
He skirted the desk once more, stalking toward her. She held her ground, refusing to move as he approached, bringing with him a sense of electric energy she could not help but to feel. Something in her belly unfurled. She ruthlessly quashed it. "And my response to you is likewise the product of your actions, Sirrah." He stopped before her, towering over her. He was insufferably tall, the Duke of Westmoreland. His shoulders were quite broad, his chest a veritable wall. With her petite stature, she felt quite small, a mouse before a lion. His scent reached her then, and much to her dismay it was a very pleasant, spicy blend of cologne.
"I believe we are at an impasse, Miss Hillgrove,"
he announced, using her true name for the first time. "You do recall it, after all," she muttered to herself.
"Madam."
His voice was sharp, much like his rigid jaw. "My name," she elucidated. "I was persuaded you had forgotten." He made a sound low in his throat, part growl.
"I propose an armistice. I will not apologise to your hen-witted typists. However, I will endorse your school, provided that you can prove to me you are competent."
His suggestion took her by surprise. "I have nothing to prove to you, and neither are my typists hen-witted."
"I require a demonstration,"
he insisted coolly, his gaze once more flicking over her, assessing. That iced blue stare seemed to sear her. She told herself to remain calm. She told herself the endorsement of the Duke of Westmoreland would be a boon to her school, that it would aid in her plans to grow and open more schools throughout the country. She was building an empire, after all, one which helped her and all her ladies. "What manner of demonstration?" she allowed reluctantly. A predatory smile spread over his well-sculpted lips. "I require you to act as my typist for the next week, Miss Hillgrove. If you can prove your skills are satisfactory, I will endorse your school in the Times. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will need to inform the Home Office of the lack of skilled typists at the ladies' typewriting school." He was attempting to blackmail her. Of course, she should have expected nothing less from such a cad. But it would seem she had no choice. If she wanted her school's reputation to remain pristine, she would have to report for duty herself. After all the effort and hard work she'd put into building her school, she could ill afford to allow this man to ruin it. One negative word from him to the Home Office, and all the bricks would come tumbling down. In her ire, she had taken a misstep. She had warned herself not to raise her voice, but to be calm and composed, to be gentle yet firm, to take him to task and also appeal to his common sense. But it was apparent she had failed abysmally. Likely he thought to chase her away. However, he had never met a lady with her determination before, she was certain. "I look forward to seeing the notice in the Times," she told him calmly. "I will report for duty tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning." "8:30, he returned, a small, satisfied smile curving those beautiful lips. It had been a long time since she had noticed a man's mouth. That she was taking note of the Duke of Westmoreland's now was most displeasing to her. His looks should mean nothing to her. It was his position, and his ability to either help or hinder her school, which must matter. "The previous 3 typists began at 9 o'clock, she pointed out to him, maintaining her composure by the intense assertion of her self-possession. His smile remained firmly in place. Those eyes of his burned into hers. "Indeed, madam, but I am terribly behind thanks to the 3 unacceptable typists you have already provided me. I have reports that require preparation, and neither the Home Office nor the dynamitards will wait upon snivelling typists with lung infections and predilections for humming." Oh, he was rotten to the core. What a pity that such a black-hearted scoundrel should have such a gorgeous exterior. It seemed a sin. But that was life, was it not? Angels married devils and paid the price. The most glorious hothouse flowers had no scent. The most delicious fruit hid within the ugliest exteriors. "I shall see you at 8:30, she agreed, maintaining her calm by clenching her fists until her fingernails dug into the tender flesh of her palms. He offered her a deep, elegant bow, one to rival a swain in any ballroom. His stare never strayed from her. "Until then, Miss Hillgrove." She curtsied, irritated by the prickle of awareness that skittered over her flesh beneath his regard. "Until tomorrow, Your Grace." Isabella turned on her heel, intent upon quitting the chamber, needing a respite from the intensity of his gaze and the unwanted impact he had upon her. She was nearly to the door of his study and freedom when his deep voice cut through the silence, giving her pause. "Do not wear widow's weeds tomorrow, Miss Hillgrove. Black and grey displeases me. Don a cheerful colour." How dare he? The unconscionable cheek of the man. She ground her molars with painful force, not bothering to cast a backward glance in his direction. "Good day, Your Grace." "Good day," he called after her, his tone cheerful. He was enjoying this, the villain. But she would have the last laugh, and she would see his endorsement in the Times. This she vowed. Chapter 2. Benedict's carriage came to a halt well before they had reached Westmoreland House. He peered out the window of the conveyance, confirming by the light of the street lamps that they were currently halted before the Earl of Pendrake's home instead of his own. Frowning, he scratched the back of his neck. He was returning home from a meeting at the Home Office, involving the London Bridge bombing and the Gower Street station explosion both. in a city which had already been rocked by the grip of panic in the wake of the attempt on the bridge. An attack on the underground had made a bad situation far worse. Witnesses to the London Bridge explosion reported seeing the mangled wreckage of the boat and bodies of the dynamitards sailing down the Thames through evening fog. However, others had stepped forward to claim the men responsible for the outrage had been seen alive in the days following the bomb. Rumours abounded, including some suggesting they'd made their way to France. Others still claimed the same men were responsible for Gower Street Station explosion. All evidence gathered previously suggested the London Bridge dynamitards had been killed, but Scotland Yard was now searching all London for any sign of them out of necessity. Worse, tonight there had been reports from Philadelphia double agents that a new group of Fenian sympathisers were emerging in the wake of the death of Drummond McKenna, a death that lay squarely on his hands. Benedict had taken no joy in dispatching the formidable Fenian leader, Drummond McKenna, a few months before. Though he'd been left with no choice but to kill the man, the echo of the shot he had fired and the bloody aftermath still haunted his dreams. Shaking himself free of the heavy mire of his thoughts, he knocked on the carriage roof, irritated and seeking an explanation as to why they'd stopped at the wrong home. His head ached, he was tired, and all he wanted to do was have his dinner and go to bed. But it would seem the fates were conspiring against him to keep him from gaining his wish. The carriage swayed, indicating his driver was leaving the box. In less than a minute, the door opened to reveal the frowning Jacobs. He tugged on his hat.
"Your Grace, I cannot seem to get nearer to Westmoreland House than this, unless you wish me to travel back and approach through the mews. But what with the crush of carriages, I'm afraid it may take us an hour or more."
The crush of the carriages? Was someone having a fete he was unaware of this evening? Perhaps he had not been invited. Or he had, and he had simply forgotten. Lord knew he was not the most social of creatures.
"Who is having a party this time, Jacobs?" he asked wearily.
Jacobs eyed him as if he had gone mad.
"You are, Your Grace."
Hell and damnation. This could only be the work of one woman, Callie.
"I am not hosting a party this evening, Jacobs," he said, struggling to keep calm. "Begging your pardon, Your Grace."
Jacobs paused, looking genuinely perplexed.
"Well, there is a party at Westmoreland House this evening. A big affair, from the looks of it."
Fuck. All he had wanted was a quiet supper, a soup course, nothing more, a drink of whiskey, perhaps two, and then a hot soak in his newly appointed bathing room before he went to his bed, taking himself in hand to thoughts of the prickly Miss Killjoy.
"I will exit here, Jacobs," he decided. "You may circle round the mews, as you please."
Jacobs tugged at his hat again.
"As you wish, Your Grace."
Of course, it was not what he damn well wished, but it would seem he had no choice. His house was being overrun, without his prior knowledge and not for the first time. He waited for his coachman to depart before rising from the bench and following. The January night was cold and blustery. As he landed on the pavements, a wind whipped up and nearly stole his hat. Icy drizzle fell steadily overhead. With each lashing gust, a fresh burst of frigid raindrops pelted him. Ahead, his townhome loomed. Christ, it still felt strange indeed to think of that ancestral pile of bricks he had visited so much in his youth as his. Jacobs had not been exaggerating the crush of carriages ahead. Bloody hell, the entire street looked as if it were a stable. And from the looks of it, everyone disembarking from their carriages was creating a fashionable line as they flooded his front door. He stalked on, his irritation mounting. There was only one reason why his house would be overrun with guests and blazing with lights. Blast her! He was going to have a talk with Callie once and for all. This was his home, by God. And though it was hers as well, she could not simply thrust societal engagements upon him. She could not host parties on a whim. On he marched, growing more irate by the moment. Men and women descended from their carriages, flitting onward, into his sanctuary. He had a great deal of patience for Callie because he loved her, but she had tested his patience one too many times. And this fate, ball, whatever the hell it was, when he was bollocks deep in danger, treachery, termagant typing school proprietresses, dynamite tards, and Lord knew what else, was the outside of enough. As he made his way up the walk to the portico, he skirted the guests awaiting entree. He would be damned before he would wait in line to enter his own abode. Grimly, he slipped inside, his ire growing with each step. He fumed as he handed off his outerwear. By the time he reached Young, who was making announcements in the grand ballroom, he was furious. He took his butler aside.
"Why the devil was I not informed there was a ball being held here this evening?" he growled.
Young looked as if he had swallowed a toad.
"Lady Calliope expressed a desire to surprise your Grace."
Of course she did. He was going to lock Callie in her chamber for the next se'nnight.
"Damn it, Young, who is your employer?" he demanded. "My sister or me?"
The retainer, whose marked devotion to Callie had not gone unnoted by Benedict, swallowed.
"You are my employer, your Grace. It is merely that Lady Calliope asked that this ball remain a secret."
This was not the first time his hellion of a sister had thrown a ball without his knowledge or approval, nor, he suspected, would it be the last. Callie had a way about her that lured in the most hardened of hearts. He wondered at how he had failed to note the preparations earlier, but he supposed he'd been buried in his study first, and then so distracted by Miss Hillgrove's visit that he had simply departed for his meeting.
"No more secrets, Young,"
he ordered, his gaze sweeping the crowd for his sister.
"Shall I announce you, your Grace?" asked his butler. "No, you shall not."
Grimly, Benedict joined the crush. She was holding court on the opposite end of the massive ballroom, easy enough to spot both by the number of gentlemen surrounding her and the bold brilliance of her blood-red gown. He could not very well tear a strip off her before an audience, and that was no doubt part of her plan. "Your Grace." At the familiar voice, Benedict stopped in his determined pursuit of his sister and turned to find Roberta, the Countess of Entwistle. She greeted him with a slow, seductive smile. She was dressed beautifully this evening, her silk ball gown hugging her figure like a lover. Her brilliant red hair had been coiled atop her head, and she wore the Entwistle diamonds at her creamy throat. Her bodice was cut daringly low, revealing her most famous assets.
"Roberta,"
he returned, bowing, as he wondered what the devil she was doing in attendance. It was decidedly de trop for one's sister and one's mistress to be bosom beaux, but Callie made an art form of flouting propriety at every opportunity. Then again, he was not entirely certain Callie was aware of his arrangement with Roberta. He liked to hope he was discreet enough for her to remain ignorant. Roberta moved nearer, and he caught the sweet scent of her perfume. Her proximity should have affected him, yet he could summon no more than a polite smile of appreciation. She was a beautiful woman, and relentlessly clever as well. She tapped his arm with her closed fan. "You were hardly dressed for the occasion, darling. Was this another of Lady Calliope's surprises?" He considered denying it to save face, but Roberta was too intelligent to be fooled.
"Of course it is. What the devil is her cause tonight?"
"Artists, I believe." Roberta's smile turned flirtatious as her gaze dipped to his mouth. "Monsieur Bisset and Monsieur Moreau are in attendance." Christ! Moreau had painted Callie in Paris. The gossip-mongers had gleefully seized upon the suggestive nature of the portrait after it had been shown in exhibition in London. Benedict himself had been tempted to plant the Frenchman a facer.
"Why would she invite the opportunity for further scorn and ridicule?" he muttered, half to himself.
He and his sister were opposite in appearance as in temperament. He was fair-haired and science-minded. She was raven-haired and an unabashed lover of the arts. He preferred calm and quiet. Callie was like a storm. "Monsieur Moreau's work is celebrated," Roberta said, sliding her fan down his forearm as if it were a caress. "He is a friend." Friend? Rumours certainly suggested Moreau was far more to Callie. Benedict did his part to make certain eyes were upon her at all times, keeping her from trouble as much as he could, now that she'd returned to London from abroad. But she was still Callie, and no one could tame her.
"She should not have invited him,"
he growled, his irritation with his sister deepening.
"But you invited him, darling," Roberta countered.
Her fan trailed over his wrist, just the slightest of touches over his skin.
"Of course I did not invite him, and you know it."
He cast a glance back toward his sister, who was sipping champagne and laughing, standing far too near to a tall, dark-haired gentleman.
"This was all Callie's doing, as usual."
"She makes an excellent hostess."
Roberta cast him a heated look from beneath lowered lashes.
"But that is not the reason I am attending, I confess. The true reason is you. I have missed you in my bed."
Roberta knew how to tantalize, knew what he liked. She made no claims upon him, asked him for nothing but pleasure, and gave him everything he wanted in return. She was the perfect lover. He should feel something more now, and it nettled him to realize the reason why his interest remained tepid. The golden-haired dragon who had invaded his study that morning. His cock twitched at the memory of creamy skin and black silk, and the deliciously pinched frown on her lips. Another image rose within his mind then, one most unwelcome in the midst of a crowded ballroom. Miss Isabella Hillgrove in his bed, writhing in ecstasy as he spread her thighs wide and licked her centre. He cleared his throat.
"I have missed you as well, my dear. Forgive me my lapse in attentiveness, if you please. My only excuse is that I have been inundated with special league matters."
"Dreadful news about the London Bridge,"
Roberta said, a frown marring the otherwise flawless beauty of her face.
"Thank heavens the miscreants presumably blew themselves up instead."
"Yes,"
he agreed, though he could not suppress the ill feeling rising within him at the remembrance of the reports he had so recently suffered.
"Roberta, I must have a word with my sister now. I will return to you later."
"Must you go?"
She pouted, which was most unlike her.
"You have only just arrived. I find myself desperately unwilling to relinquish you with such haste."
He cast another glance in Callie's direction. She was drinking from a fresh glass of champagne, laughing at something one of the throng of gentlemen surrounding her had said. He knew his sister well enough by now to know when she was about to mire herself quite firmly in trouble.
"I'm afraid you must,"
he told Roberta mildly.
"Duty calls."
"Duty has been calling with disagreeable frequency these days," she told him,
her blue eyes telling him what her words did not directly state. She grew weary of his infrequent appearances in her bedchamber. Roberta had a voracious carnal appetite, but lately he had been having the devil of a time summoning up sufficient interest in bedding any female, let alone her. Until Miss Hillgrove, taunted a voice deep within.
"Forgive me, dearest,"
he said, lifting Roberta's hand to his lips for a kiss as he bowed formally.
"I promise I will return."
"See that you do, darling," she called after him.
He stalked toward his sister, wondering what was wrong with him, that he had a voluptuous, gorgeous woman all but begging him to bed her, and all he could think about was one stubborn female in a prim black and grey dress with buttons up to her throat. Isabella reported for duty the next morning at Westmoreland House, 5 minutes before the appointed time of 8:30, wearing a gown black as a raven's wing. It was joyless and prim, and it buttoned up her neck. She'd chosen it specifically to defy the Duke, it was true. The same butler who denied her access to Westmoreland the day before, until she'd grown weary of his protests and stormed past him, greeted her. His countenance was carefully expressionless as he took her pelisse and hat.
"His Grace is expecting you, Miss Hillgrove," the servant intoned. "If you will follow me."
He led her through the massive house, taking her in a different direction than they'd travelled the day before, this time up a flight of stairs.
"Where are you taking me, sir?"
she asked as they neared the top. If the Duke of Westmoreland thought to further mock her by having her delivered to his personal apartments, she would give in to the desire to box his ears, which had been plaguing her ever since she had left him yesterday morning. The arrogant devil.
"His Grace has requested your presence in the Grand Library this morning, madam," the butler announced.
They reached a sumptuously decorated hall, lined with marble busts and a gallery of paintings she could only guess must be priceless works of old masters. Westmoreland House was the largest single edifice she had ever entered in her life, a veritable Mayfair palace. The library seemed an odd choice indeed for him to wish to conduct work, but a safer space than that which she had feared. She hummed noncommittally and followed in the butler's wake. A flurry of colour and movement caught her eye then, as a lady glided into view, descending another ornate staircase in the picture gallery. She was stunningly beautiful, Isabella noted instantly, her dark tresses styled elegantly at her crown, with a braid worked around them and a waterfall of loose ringlets. Most shocking of all, however, was not her loveliness but her choice of dress. Her bodice was a brilliant vermilion, paired with flowing tan divided skirts. "You must be Miss Hillgrove," she said with a welcoming smile that suggested she not only expected Isabella's presence but approved. Of course Westmoreland must have a duchess. A man that handsome would not remain unattached long. Supposing she was making the acquaintance of his wife, Isabella dipped into a curtsy. "Your Grace." "Oh, no," the ravishing creature before her laughed delightedly. "My dear Miss Hillgrove, you have it all wrong. Westmoreland is my brother. I am Callie, and quite pleased to make your acquaintance." Isabella flushed at her error, thinking herself horridly gauche. It had been a long time since she had associated with members of the peerage. Memories of that long-ago summer still lingered, some more painful than others. She curtsied again, smaller this time. "Pleased to make your acquaintance as well." And how difficult it was to fathom that this engaging, friendly, trousers-wearing female before her was the sister of the imperious duke she had clashed with the previous morning. The lady in question turned her attention to the frowning butler, who had paused as well and hovered on the periphery. "I will take Miss Hillgrove to see Westmoreland, young. You may carry on with your morning."
"Of course, Lady Calliope."
The butler bowed and then took his leave.
"I shall leave you to direct Miss Hillgrove to the Grand Library."
Callie, or rather Lady Calliope, as was apparently her formal address, turned to Isabella. "He is not as much of a frigid bore as he seems, you know." She spoke with the candour of an old friend who was imparting a confidence, which was silly indeed, for Isabella was neither this extravagant creature's old friend, nor was she anyone worthy of her confidences. "Are you speaking of Mr. Young?" Isabella asked, deliberately misunderstanding Westmoreland's sister. "Of course not. I am speaking of Benny." Lady Calliope's grin was as infectious as it was carefree. "Westmoreland, as you know him. Forgive me, Miss Hillgrove, I do detest formality. Having lived abroad for so long, I often forget the English adherence to it." She could hardly fathom the Duke, who had sent 3 of her best typists fleeing from Westmoreland House in tears, possessing a sister who referred to him as Benny. Isabella decided she liked Lady Calliope immensely, and in spite of her unfortunate familial ties. "You lived abroad?" she asked, enthused, although she knew she was meant to be working this morning. And the minutes were ticking by, likely rendering her near to tardy by this point. But her dreams of travel were too potent a lure. She had lived all her life in London, not often travelling far from it, and certainly never beyond the bounds of her home country. Her father had been a wealthy merchant, but he also detested the notion of venturing abroad when England, as he suggested, was bountiful enough in Her Majesty. "France was home to me for some time," Lady Calliope said with a sentimental smile. "I do so wish sometimes that Benny did not bring me back to London. However, here I am, and here you are. I dare not tarry with you overly long, for I know my brother's temper better than most. However, I could not resist the opportunity to speak with you, our paths having inadvertently crossed." The Duke's sister began walking down the expansive picture gallery, and Isabella followed, intrigued, and wishing she had not committed herself to playing the typist for Westmoreland. She was meant to continue building her school, however she could. At this very moment, there were 24 new ladies being trained by someone other than herself.
"Did His Grace mention my school to you, my lady?" she asked as she trailed the trousers-wearing Spitfire. "Something of that nature." Lady Calliope sent her a smile over her shoulder. "You need not look so apprehensive, my dear Miss Hillgrove. As I said, Benny is not the unfeeling bear he presents to most. And please do call me Callie. My father was a duke, it is true, but I cannot abide by the old ways of the world. Besides, if you are to be a regular visitor here at this old mausoleum, you and I shall be friends, I know it." Friends with a lady, and with the sister to the duke, who had made himself her nemesis. It hardly seemed possible, and yet there was something about Lady Calliope, some indefinable quality, which set Isabella at ease. "I shall call you Callie," she allowed, as they approached a set of doors at the end of the picture gallery. "But only if you agree to call me Isabella." "Fair enough," decreed the Duke's eccentric sister with an air of finality. She paused. "Do not allow him to browbeat you, my dear Isabella. He is insufferable when it is allowed."
"Is he?"
The query, issued in the deep, mellifluous tone of the Duke of Westmoreland, split the moment in half. Isabella started as her gaze flew to him. His countenance was grim, his coat, waistcoat, and trousers equally dark. How difficult it seemed to believe the singularly beautiful, austere Duke standing on the threshold of the Westmoreland House Library was now her employer. She must be dutiful, she reminded herself firmly, respectful as well. She must hold her tongue, numb her sense of pride, stay her restlessly beating heart. "Benny!" Callie's smile grew, her tone warm with undeniable caring. "What are you doing skulking about? You gave me a fright." Her affection for her brother was obvious.
"Lady Calliope."
He inclined his head, his tone curt. He offered a bow in his sister's direction, then another in Isabella's.
"Miss Hillgrove, forgive my skulking."
No, Miss Killjoy, she noted. And did she detect a touch of levity behind his grim smile, or was his leniency for his sister alone? Once more, Isabella dipped into a curtsy. "Your Grace?" "Well," Callie's gaze flitted from Isabella to the Duke. "I know there is a veritable mountain of work awaiting and precious little time in which to manage the doing. I shall leave the two of you to your efforts. It was a great pleasure meeting you this morning, Isabella." "You as well, Lady Calliope." "Callie," her new friend insisted. "And do not forget what I said, my dear."
"Callie,"
interrupted the Duke of Westmoreland sternly before Isabella could speak.
"You may go now. Do try to stay out of trouble today, goose."
"I always stay out of trouble, dearest brother." With a grin and a wink, Callie was gone. Westmoreland gestured toward the library.
"Come, Miss Hillgrove. Time is wasting."
It was clear that her brief glimpse into the man hiding behind his haughty facade was at an end. Never mind. She had not come to Westmoreland House to learn about its enigmatic master. She had come here to perform a job. Isabella swept into the cavernous library, tamping down a sudden surge of foreboding. Chapter 3. He should have accepted Roberta's invitation last night. He ought to have joined her after the damned surprise ball and lost himself in her willing body and sweetly scented curves. But he had not, and the reason was seated by the window overlooking the Westmoreland House gardens, her slim fingers moving rapidly over the keys of her typewriter, as fluently as if she played an instrument. She had worn black again, damn her. But the mournful dearth of colour in her gown did nothing to abate his raging cockstand, nor did the shapelessness of the sack she had donned, likely in an effort to further displease him. He had intentionally placed her as far away from himself as possible. Callie's ball had raged on until 2 o'clock in the morning, at which point he had ruthlessly kicked out the stragglers on their arses and gone to bed. As exhausted as he had been, he had still managed to take himself in hand, to the thoughts of the vexing woman who had already worked through a stack of reports with nary a tear, a hum, or a sniffle. Of course she had. Her work was without fault, and he had been studying each page she provided him in an effort to find errors. Not a skipped word, nor one letter out of place. He strummed his fingers on the desk, watching her work surreptitiously through a lowered gaze, under the guise of reading the most recent report she had completed. Who the hell would have thought watching a woman engaged in the act of typing would be so damned erotic? Perhaps it was the way she bit her lower lip as she concentrated, or the manner in which her tongue occasionally stole over the seam of her mouth. Perhaps it was that he had gone too long without a woman in his bed. But that was not the answer either, was it? For he could have easily followed Roberta to the house he kept for just such a purpose. At the time, he had convinced himself it was because he was weary, and because taking a carriage back through the London streets seemed far too taxing an endeavour. In truth, it had been because, as beautiful as Roberta was, the lust pounding through him had not been caused by his lover, and he had no wish to answer it with her. "Is something amiss, Your Grace?" asked the true source of his rampant desire then. Even her husky voice affected him, sending vivid imaginings through his restless mind. He realised her eyes were upon him, that her fingers had stilled upon her instrument. He raised his head, meeting the relentless blue of her gaze directly. "I beg your pardon, Miss Hillgrove." "You made a sound," she elaborated. "I thought perhaps something was wrong. Have you found a mistake in my work?" Christ, had he made a sound? Likely one of choked lust. He was like a starving mongrel slavering over a bone. What the devil ailed him? He cleared his throat, willing his erection to diminish. "No errors, Miss Hillgrove. Yet." He was a bastard for needling her, and he knew it. The moment he implied she was bound to make a mistake, her back stiffened in ramrod fashion. "I shall endeavour to maintain my record." Her voice was an icy reproach. She lowered her head and resumed typing. He lowered his head and resumed watching her, instead of accomplishing any of the tasks he needed to complete for the day. How the hell was he going to survive the next week? He had placed her at the opposite end of one of the largest rooms in Westmoreland House, and the distance did nothing to lessen his need. If anything, he longed for her more. Perhaps tomorrow he would have to place her in a different chamber entirely. She could remain in the Grand Library, and he would remove himself to his study. If she had questions, she could send him a note via Young. He ground his molars, irritated with himself for this stupid, bloody idea. He had thought to teach the irritating woman a lesson. Instead, he had quickly proven to himself just how little restraint he possessed. Perhaps he was more perverse than he had supposed, that his tastes extended to disagreeable females who would make joyless bedmates. "Not just any disagreeable females," said the voice within, the one he could not seem to silence no matter how hard he tried. Only one. And as for whether or not she would make a joyless bedmate, though she carried herself with the martial severity of a governess, he did not think he was mistaken in suspecting passion lurked beneath her prim exterior. He had seen the stirrings of feminine interest in her gaze, the attraction between them, electric, even from opposite ends of a library, was too strong to be one-sided. She ceased typing once more, gathered a sheaf of papers together, and stood, moving toward him. He stood in deference and watched her gliding toward him. Her hair was styled harshly, the rich gold locks parted down the middle and captured in a simple chignon. Her ears were unadorned. He wondered how old she was, and guessed she could not be above 30. He watched her approach without bothering to hide his interest. She moved with a sweet elegance that belied the severity of the rest of her. Unfortunately for her, the loose-fitted bodice did nothing to hide the ample charms hiding beneath her dour layers. Her breasts were large and luscious. He was briefly tortured with the thought of how delicious it would be to seduce her out of her clothes. The line of jet buttons on her bodice begged to be undone. He could slide his fingers into the silken knot of her chignon, hold her still while he ravished her mouth with kisses, lift her atop this desk. She held out another neatly typed document, slicing through his fantasy. "This report is completed, Your Grace." Her formality irked, partly because her scent washed over him then, edging into his senses, chasing all reason. Simple, clean soap. And something else, something sweetly floral and exotic. Orris root, he thought with some surprise. Such a perfume hardly seemed the sort of expense a practical-minded woman like Miss Hillgrove would make. He accepted the report, seeing that it was an account of a recent failed bombing in Trafalgar Square.
"You may call me Westmoreland, Miss Hillgrove."
"As Your Grace wishes." She turned away. He was reluctant to allow her to resume the physical distance between them, although he knew getting her to linger in proximity was a mistake.
"Miss Hillgrove."
She stopped, turning back to him, her expression guarded. "Your Grace."
"Westmoreland,"
he corrected, not certain why the distinction should suddenly seem so important to him. "The lack of formality implies a familiarity with Your Grace that I have no wish for your household to suppose I possess." Her lips compressed, her tone one of gentle rebuke. "My reputation is of utmost importance to me as the proprietress of my school." She was right, of course, but her refusal to call him simply by his title still nettled.
"My household is not currently present, madam. We are alone."
The mere act of pointing out how alone they were, in a remote recess of the cavernous townhome which had been built as a testament to the ego of the fourth Duke in the middle of last century, sent another bolt of lust straight to his cock. "It is not proper," she countered. His hand clenched on the report. The delicious scent of her seemed to surround him, taunting.
"It is proper if there is no one else about to hear. If we are to be working together for the next week, it stands to reason that you may as well endeavour to please me. Do you not think, Miss Hillgrove? After all, you do want to earn my endorsement of your school."
Devil take him. He was being an utter scoundrel, blackmailing her to call him Westmoreland. She seemed to bring out the worst in him, along with a raging, frustrating desire that would have to go unanswered. Her gaze searched his, her shoulders stiffening almost imperceptibly. "Frankly, Your Grace, whether or not you are pleased is no concern of mine. I've been tasked with providing error-free reports, that is all." Stubborn wench. He should allow her to flee back to the safety awaiting her at her typewriter by the window. And yet he could not.
"You have been tasked with being my typist," he corrected, "because your school provided me with 3 unacceptable neophytes, and you are desperate to preserve your reputation so that you may continue to place your ladies in respectable positions. Is that not true, my dear?"
Colour flared to life in her cheeks. "You make yourself too familiar, Your Grace."
"I could make myself more familiar than that, Miss Hillgrove,"
he promised before he could think better of the words. Her lips parted. "How dare you, Sirrah?" The urge to taste those lips seized him, to kiss her into melting submission. He dropped the report to the desk. Loose sheets fluttered, some catching on the air and floating to the floor. He ignored them.
"I dare as I wish."
He skirted the desk, moving nearer to her.
"I dare as it pleases me."
There again was that word. Please, pleasure, pleases. He imagined it leaving her rosebud pink lips as a seductive entreaty. "Please, Westmoreland." And he could almost hear it in the air, the throaty sound of this buttoned-up perfectionist coming undone. How glorious her surrender would be, if only he could have it. Her eyes were wide as she watched his approach, but she did not flee. "Your Grace, you presume far too much." He stopped, leaving a scant distance between their bodies. Her hideous dress was nothing but a small impediment. He could imagine what lay beneath it, the pale perfection and generous curves. Still, he did not touch her. He would not, even as desire thrummed heady and strong through his veins, even as the air simmered with carnal intent. His gaze dropped to her mouth.
"Do you know what I think, my dear? I think you like my presumption. I think it excites you, even."
Her eyes widened, and he took note of the little flecks of colour hiding within their blue depths, the violets and greys, along with the size of her pupils.
"Your Grace, I do not know what you are speaking of, but whatever it is, you must cease this, at once."
Her voice, however, gave away the lie in her words. She was breathless. Her eyes dipped to his lips. She felt the same need as he did, he would vow, burgeoning, or so it seemed by the second.
"Do you not, Miss Hillgrove?"
he asked slowly, his head lowering toward hers. He was far taller than she, and how he appreciated the disparity in their heights. She felt like something small and precious he wanted to tuck up against his chest and run away with, straight to his bedchamber. She said nothing, her resistance wavering before him. He could take her mouth and she would be willing and complicit. Perhaps he could take her, even. But he would not. There was something intensely delicious about skirting the periphery of the profane with this woman, about teasing a lapse in propriety, an abandonment of judgment, of being reckless and wild and wanton, luring her into the same, and then stopping, just short of consummation.
"Have you nothing to say, my dear?" he mocked gently. "Your tongue is so often quick to flay me, and yet you remain strangely silent."
Damn it, he did not want to think about her tongue or what else it might do to him. His boldness appeared to shock her from the almost trance-like state into which she had fallen. She blinked, those impossibly long, dark gold lashes fluttering over the brilliance of her eyes.
"Do not toy with me, Your Grace. I am not the mouse to your cat. If you think to win this wager by flustering me or by luring me into indecency, you are bound to be sorely disappointed." Good God, how he wanted to feel her lips beneath his, her body curved against him. His hunger for her was all-consuming. He could almost taste it. He straightened and stepped away from her, forcing himself to break the heaviness of the moment, to split the desire vibrating on the air in twain. He could not afford to dally with her, he reminded himself sternly. No matter how delicious the prospect, no matter how tempting the notion of luring her into indecency, as she had phrased it.
"If I were toying with you, my dear Miss Hillgrove, you would know it," he told her.
And then he forced himself to turn away and go back to the seat he had vacated behind his desk, as if he were not currently plagued with an erection to rival Priapus himself. Bloody fucking hell! How was he going to survive 6 more days of such torture? How could she possibly withstand 6 more days of working in the same room as the Duke of Westmoreland? Isabella just barely contained a sigh as she made her way through the sprawling townhome that was large enough to fit 4 modest-sized homes within it. The busts in the picture gallery fixed her with sightless stares of condemnation, as if they could see into the wickedness deep in her soul. Was this unwanted, unexpected reaction to the Duke why good women fell? Why Eve had taken a bite of the forbidden fruit? Isabella was no naive young miss. She was 27 years old. She had believed herself impervious to such wretched weakness where men were concerned, after Henry. And yet Isabella had been tempted to kiss the Duke of Westmoreland, tempted to press her lips to his, to give in to the presumptions he had made about her, namely, that she would succumb to his handsome looks and forget all about her devotion to her cause, which she had not done, thank the Lord, but not for lack of wanting, much to her shame. Her attraction to him was so potent, unlike anything she had ever felt before. For those few moments when she had been trapped in the spell of his proximity, she had felt not just a deep, intense connection, but an awareness, a simmering crackle that had settled all through her, overwhelming her sense of right and wrong, overpowering the need to win this wager and obtain his endorsement for her fledgling school, until he had abruptly put an end to it before she could discover just how deep the reserves of her foolishness ran. With a grim sigh, she descended the staircase, holding on to its ornately carved, polished rail. She admitted to herself that her reserves were, quite possibly, shockingly endless after all. It hardly made sense the way he made her feel. She did not like the dratted man, not one whit. He was arrogant and overbearing and cold. He had dismissed 3 of her best typists without good reason. He was also handsome and tall, and he smelled delicious. On the last thought, she stumbled and nearly went cartwheeling down the steps in an undignified heap. She saved herself at the last moment by catching the polished wood rail in 2 hands, but not before her heart leapt with calamity in her breast. "Isabella, do wait!" The exclamation made from above had her halting, embarrassment causing her cheeks to tingle. She glanced up to discover the Duke's sister on the floor above, having likely borne witness to her nearly humiliating tumble down the grand staircase, and all because she had been so preoccupied by her thoughts of him, Westmoreland. She thought of how he had invited her to call him by his title alone, and heat flared in her belly. Heavens, she needed to regain control of her faculties. This was nonsense. The Duke's sister rushed down the stairs, still wearing her trousers and bold scarlet bodice. "Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry, my dear? I do hope Benny was not a bear today." Benny. The sisterly sobriquet forced Isabella to tamp down an injudicious burst of laughter at how far the Duke, who had seduced her with a mere look earlier, was from the adoring brother. "His Grace was most polite," she lied, gritting her teeth as she thought of how near he had come, of how he had lowered his head until their lips had almost brushed, of how badly she had wanted that connection. Worse, of how badly she wanted it still. "Excellent. I'm so pleased I caught you before you flitted away," said Lady Calliope then. "I have a favour to ask of you." "A favour?" Isabella repeated cautiously. She could not fathom what manner of favour a Duke's sister might ask of her, a lowly shopkeeper's daughter turned proprietress of a typewriting school. Their circles were worlds away from each other. "Yes," Callie gave her a grin then. "I am hosting a dinner party tonight, and I would be honoured if you would join us." "A dinner party?" "My lady, it was a pleasure making your acquaintance today," she said, reminding herself she must keep the Duke and his sister at a polite distance. She was not of their world. "But I'm afraid we do not run in the same social circles." 6 more days, and then she would have her endorsement and the joy of having won their wager as well. 6 more days was all she needed. "Perhaps not currently, but that is all about to change." Callie's smile deepened, her dark eyes glinting with mischief. "Join us this evening at 8, if you please, and fear not, my brother will not be in attendance." "My lady," she protested. "I'm afraid I cannot—" "You can," interrupted the Duke's sister. "And you shall. I will send a carriage for you. Leave your address with Young, if you please. 8 o'clock, Isabella. I shan't take no for an answer." A dinner party. What could be the harm? She vacillated, tempted, for she did truly enjoy Lady Callie. There was something refreshingly charming about her. Besides, she had said Westmoreland would not be in attendance, had she not? "Very well," she found herself reluctantly agreeing. "I shall come." "Wonderful. I will see you later this evening. You will not regret it, I promise," said Callie. Isabella had a desperate feeling the Duke's sister was wrong. Chapter 4. For the second night in a row, Benedict returned home to a social engagement of which he possessed no prior knowledge. Not a ball, as it turned out this time around, but rather a dinner party. A dinner party of women. Laughing, chattering females, and, judging by the sounds emerging from his dining room, about 24 of them, perhaps more. He had entered in the rear through the mews this time, not taking any chances with carriage traffic. Now, his most pressing concern was locating his damned butler and finding out who he was hosting this evening and why. He found Young exiting the dining room. The expression upon Benedict's face must have been telling. His butler's eyebrows rose, and his countenance reflected the closest thing he had ever witnessed to fear on the retainer's face. He bowed.
"Your Grace, you are home early this evening. You were expected to dine at your club this evening, and from then on to visit your other residence."
His other residence was the discreet townhome where he arranged to visit Roberta. Their liaison had been carrying on quite comfortably for 2 years, and when he had left Westmoreland House earlier that afternoon, following the absolute agony of enduring hours in the library with Miss Hillgrove, and no way to satisfy his carnal hunger, he'd had every intention of visiting his lover this evening. But after a rare night of leisure at his club, involving far too much claret, he had been brutally honest with himself in realising bedding Roberta would not satiate him. He had no interest in it. All he wanted was a disagreeable female who was Roberta's opposite in nearly every way. And so, after sharing some drinks with old friends, he had taken his leave with the supposition that the sooner his head hit the pillow, the sooner the sun would rise, and he would once more see the woman who was haunting his every waking and sleeping hour. He had come directly home, but clearly his sister had believed he would be gone for most of the night.
There was a change of plans,
he told his butler now.
I'm home for the evening. Of course, Your Grace.
Young was grim.
Lady Calliope is hosting a dinner of ladies from the Ladies' Suffrage Society. Would you care to join them? I can see another service is laid.
The vote, of course. It was yet another of Callie's causes, though rather a good deal worthier than scoundrel French artists who caused scandals by painting her. As a new peal of laughter emerged from the dining room, he winced. There was only one woman he wished to see just now, and she would not be found within his dining room.
I think not, Young. I will adjourn to my private library.
Westmoreland House was such a massive crypt that when he had taken over as the new Duke, he had decided to repurpose some of the rooms to better suit his needs as a bachelor, who had no intention of holding court in the half-dozen public salons of varying sizes. It was a move he appreciated far more now that Callie was in residence. His private library was his sanctuary. No one was permitted to bother him there. Not even his sister, bold as she was, dared invade his territory, which was just as well, for it contained books he had no wish for the curious minx to find, along with his brandy stores. He turned to go, seeking refuge from the gaggle of females apparently inhabiting his dining room, but then hesitated, looking over his shoulder.
Oh, and Young. Yes, Your Grace?
The butler's voice was cautious.
You do recall the discussion we had last evening about no more secrets, do you not?
He asked, feeling more on edge than he ordinarily was. It was all the fault of Miss Hillgrove, he had no doubt. His attraction to her not only confounded him, it perplexed him. His life was one of routine. He did not like veering from the path, but his hoyden sister was not helping matters. His butler had the grace to look shamefaced.
I thought that was in reference to balls, Your Grace.
He gritted his teeth. Another titter escaped the dining room.
From this moment forward, Young, it is in reference to every bloody thing Lady Calliope does. Is that clear? Yes, Your Grace.
Young bowed.
Of course. Quite clear, Your Grace.
With a nod, he turned and stalked to his private library, slamming the door at his back. Within, he took his time straightening the papers on his desk. He then spent a good quarter-hour ruminating on which reports he would provide to Miss Hillgrove in the morning. The accounts of the suspected fates of the London Bridge dynamitards were not fit for a lady's consumption, and yet he could hardly be expected to go pecking at the keys himself, could he? Hell. It rather presented a conundrum he had not concerned himself with when supplying reports to her predecessors, not because he cared for her any more than he had cared for the 3 prior typists she had sent him. No, nor because he was attracted to her when he had scarcely noticed the existence of the others, but because she had accomplished more on her first day than any of her students had. Because you sent them away, reminded the irritating voice of his conscience. Because they were watering pots, irritants and contagions, he told his bloody conscience. On a sigh, he put the reports to the side, telling himself he had ample time to ponder the matter further. He had hours until he next saw Miss Hillgrove, and damn him if the empty expanse of darkness and subsequent dawn between now and then did not seem like an eternity. What the devil was the matter with him? He stood, irritated with himself, and began pacing the length of the lesser library like a caged tiger in a menagerie. When was the last time he had been so affected by a woman? Never, gloated that same old voice. By God, she was a menace. What was it about her? She was neither beautiful nor worldly, both qualities he appreciated in a woman. She had not been civil to him in much of their discourse thus far. 2 days, that was all. 2 days since she had first marched into his study like an invading phalanx of enemy soldiers, sending poor young scurrying. It hardly seemed possible for him to be so besotted with any female after a mere 2 days, let alone one who irritated him and hardened his prick in equal measures. He stalked to the sideboard and poured himself a brandy. Despite the fact that he ordinarily abstained from spirits altogether, this evening, coupled with the last and his furious desires for Miss Hillgrove, was enough to force him to drink. Too much claret chased with brandy was decidedly not the thing, but he did not give a damn. Mayhap if he was plagued with a headache in the morning, he would not be so concerned with his unwanted lust for his delicious little proprietress. Good God, she had turned him into a satyr. He quaffed the brandy, then poured some more of the would-be elixir. His glass was halfway to his lips when the door to his library opened, and a miracle crossed the threshold, closing the door behind her. Her golden hair was styled in a becoming Grecian braid, coiled at her crown, with soft ringlets escaping. Her dinner gown was a rich, decadent jonquil and gold silk velvet that complemented the burnished beauty of her blonde locks. But that was not all. A fashionably square décolletage revealed her bosom, at last unrestrained by a mille passus of buttons and hideous black fabric. Wide blue eyes settled upon him, searing him to his core. "Oh dear."
"That is putting it mildly, my dear,"
he said grimly, taking another fortifying sip of his brandy. If Miss Isabella Hillgrove was going to appear in his private library wearing a gown that showed off her feminine curves to perfection, looking every inch the desirable goddess she was, and did her best to hide, he was going to need to be in his cups. Otherwise he would have her in his arms in less than 15 seconds, and his mouth would be crashing down upon hers. She swayed, then hiccuped. Her hand crept to her lips, eyes going wider still as her cheeks flushed. "I beg your pardon, Your Grace. I do believe I somehow took a wrong turn. I was certain Lady Calliope told me the 4th door on the left was where I might find her library. There was a book she wished for me to fetch." Had he thought Miss Hillgrove a miracle? She was, by all that was holy, a drunken one, and his sister had sent her to his library, suggesting it was hers. He was going to have Callie's hide for this. But first, he was going to enjoy it. Isabella was in trouble. She had sensed it before she had entered the lesser library of Westmoreland House. Good heavens, the house was so immense it boasted 2 chambers laden with precious books, at her hostess's suggestion. But she had been having such a lovely time at dinner, speaking with so many ladies about a cause that was dear to her as well, gaining the vote for women. How refreshing it had been to be treated as a peer rather than as the former shopgirl, the daughter of trade. The ladies, Callie included, had been so warm and welcoming. The wine, which she did not often take, had been flowing quite freely. She was in her cups, she thought. When Callie had suggested Isabella secure a volume of poetry from her private library, Isabella ought to have declined. And yet, buoyed by the wine coiling through her veins like a snake, she had left the gathering, determined to locate the book in question. A book she was beginning to suspect did not exist, much like the library that was purportedly Callie's, because the instant she had set foot inside this distinctly masculine domain, she had realised instinctively that it did not belong to her hostess. Everything about it suggested it was his. The dark shelves laden with books, sideboard decorated with nymphs and goddesses, the distinctly masculine nature of the vignettes scattered about, along with the scent. His scent. She would have recognised it anywhere, until the electric current of awareness had sparked through her, and the sensation of 1,000 butterflies being released at once fluttered in her belly. and her gaze met the stinging blue stare of the man she'd not been able to shake from her thoughts ever since she'd walked from this massive edifice earlier in the day. The Duke of Westmoreland was staring at her now, as if he wanted to devour her.
"Oh, good heavens," she said faintly. "That is putting it mildly, my dear," he said,
before lifting a glass to his beautiful lips and taking a long sip. Beautiful lips? More trouble. She must not look at them, nor at him. Why had she closed the door behind her? Why was the room a swirling sea of colour, faintly blurred at the edges? It was as if she had wandered into a painting. Nothing seemed real. And yet it did, rendered in masterful strokes. Enough to convince her she could close the distance between herself and the Duke, that she might rise on her toes and press her lips to his. How shocking, how foolish. She must strike all such unbecoming thoughts from her mind, return to the dinner gathering. This was no good. But she felt dizzied and overwhelmed, quite as if someone else were inhabiting her body, someone far less in control than Isabella Hillgrove prided herself upon being. Was the room spinning? Was she? She swayed. A bubble worked its way up her throat. She hiccuped, loudly. Merciful angels! She pressed a hand over her mouth as her cheeks flamed. How mortifying. She needed to explain herself, to disappear, to go home. Where to start? "I beg your pardon, Your Grace," she managed. "I do believe I somehow took a wrong turn. I was certain Lady Calliope told me the fourth door on the left was where I might find her library. There was a book she wished for me to fetch." As she gave voice to the explanation for her presence here, in what was clearly his territory, she knew it sounded foolish, unbelievable, really, and the room was still swirling, or perhaps she was swaying once more. "Do not," she cautioned herself sternly, "fall to an inglorious heap before the Duke of Westmoreland, in his library, whilst you are inebriated."
"What book did my sister wish for you to fetch?"
he asked, sounding curious as he swirled the amber-coloured liquid in his glass and contemplated her with a fathomless gaze. A gaze she felt all the way to her core, between her thighs, in a place she did not dare think of, let alone touch. Not directly, not even in the bath, for it was wicked. Only the sensations vibrating to life there now hardly felt wicked. No, indeed, they felt shockingly, deliciously right.
"Miss Hillgrove,"
he prodded, sauntering nearer. She thought about fleeing, took a step in retreat, only to recall she'd closed the door at her back as she slammed first her heel and then her rump into it. But of course she had already known she closed it. How much wine had she consumed? And what question had the Duke of Westmoreland posed? She searched her inundated mind, and could not seem to find an answer to either question. "Your Grace," she breathed as he came closer. Closer, closer, until he stopped. So near, his spicy cologne washed over her. More butterflies took up residence in her traitorous stomach. More heat slid between her thighs.
"Miss Hillgrove,"
he said again, his voice low. Was he staring at her mouth? Were his eyes always 100 different shades of blue at once? Why did his delicious baritone send need straight to the heart of her? "What did you ask me?" She swallowed, attempting to ignore his proximity, to pretend he had no effect upon her at all. "To forgive me, Your Grace, but I have somehow forgotten your original question." The wine was the reason for this, she was sure. Blast the servant who had steadily refilled her glass, and blast herself for so steadily draining it.
"And do likewise forgive me, Miss Hillgrove, but I instructed you to call me Westmoreland earlier today. Perhaps you might try it now, in this intimate setting so very different from earlier."
Intimate? He thought this setting intimate. Her heart snapped into a faster pace. A glance around her confirmed the truth of his words. This was more intimate. It was evening. She was wearing one of her finest dresses. She had taken care with her hair. She was in her cups. They were alone. Oh dear. She did not dare make any concessions, not when he was standing in such devastating proximity. Not when she could not trust her wits to guide her with prudence and care. At long last his question returned to her, filtered through a wine-soaked haze. "What book did my sister wish for you to fetch?" "A book of poetry, Your Grace," she said, irritated at how breathless she sounded. "Lady Calliope sent me to find a volume of poems containing verse which might aid the cause."
"Odd, indeed."
He tapped his chin, his expression turning thoughtful.
"You will find no verse in my library, I am afraid. I cannot abide by the lyrical."
His response surprised her, as he confirmed what she had already known. This dark, masculine haven was his alone. "You do not care for poetry?" His stare continued to pin her in place, as if he studied her.
"Lovesick twaddle. I prefer fact. Histories suit me best."
"Poetry is not all lovesick twaddle," she found herself arguing, although she knew she ought to go. Now. An amused smile curved his lips.
"Of course it is."
How different he looked this evening, somehow less formidable than he had before, softer, more light-hearted as well. Or perhaps that was merely the wine she had consumed. Either way, continuing to linger alone with the Duke of Westmoreland was a mistake. "I should return. The others are likely wondering where I have gone." But though she gave voice to her concern, she was not moving. Rather, she remained where she was. His smile faded, his lips taking on a derisive twist.
"I would wager my sister knows where you have gone."
As would she, though she could not fathom why Callie wanted their paths to cross, unless perhaps she hoped to irk her brother. Still, she persisted, wishing she could break herself free from his penetrating gaze. "It is remiss of me to interrupt your solitude, and quite improper as well." His grin returned.
"My dear Miss Hillgrove, you were alone with me for the majority of the day. What can possibly be improper about remaining here for a few moments?"
She did not know what to do with the Duke of Westmoreland who was grinning at her. His neckcloth was loosened, she belatedly took note, and his coat was gone. He was in shirt-sleeves and waistcoat. Dangerous. "We were working earlier," she managed past lips that had gone suddenly dry. "It was not late in the evening, within a private chamber."
"The main library is also a private chamber," he pointed out, sounding amused.
Of course it was, but it had not seemed so, as large and cavernous as it was. Moreover, the doors had been open. Servants had come and gone, seemingly at will, but she supposed it would have all been arranged by the Duke. She was woefully unaccustomed to a grand home such as Westmoreland House, and to dukes. She could not shake the impression he was toying with her, enjoying himself at her expense. Isabella frowned at him. "You know the difference."
"Do I?"
He raised his glass to his lips and took a long, slow pull of the spirits. Damn her for a fool, but she watched every motion, watched his mouth, the droplet of liquid which clung to the fullness of his bottom lip, watched his tongue lick it away, watched the masculine protrusion of his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed, just above his loosened neckcloth. "You do," she insisted. Her heart pounded. Why was it so very hot in this chamber?
"Are you afraid I will take liberties, Miss Hillgrove?"
This time his grin was wicked. Afraid? No. Did a reckless, altogether wrong part of her want him to? Yes. She hiccuped again. "Of course not." Hiccup. "I trust you, Your Grace." That was a lie. She did not trust this handsome man before her, nor did she trust herself alone with him, particularly when she was in her cups.
"For such a stern woman, your hiccup is remarkably demure," he observed.
Heat flared to her cheeks. "Forgive hiccup me." Good heavens, would her humiliation know no end? "Go now, Isabella. Run, flee. Gather up the tattered remnants of your pride and flee." But she ignored her good sense, and she lingered, because the Duke of Westmoreland's icy gaze was setting her aflame. He held out his glass to her.
"Here, Miss Hillgrove, have a sip. It may aid your effort to squelch them."
She stared at the glass as if it contained poison. "I could not presume, Your Grace." Sharing a beverage with him was more intimate than standing alone in his private library with him. She did not dare, until another hiccup worked its way up her throat, and she began to question the wisdom of her stoicism.
"It is brandy."
He pressed the glass into her hand.
"An old family remedy for fits of the hiccups, I swear."
She did not believe him, but she was holding his glass now, peering down into the amber contents. She had never tasted brandy before. Another hiccup shook through her. What would be the harm in one little sip? Did she dare place her lips where his had been? Why was he being so attentive to her, almost kind? Where was the buttoned, perfectly turned out, arrogant Duke from earlier this afternoon?
"Go on, my dear,"
he prompted. She raised the glass, set her mouth on the rim. At the last moment, she would forever blame her lack of grace upon the wine she'd consumed with dinner. She overcompensated and tilted too far. To save herself from having rivulets of spirits running down her face and gown, she gulped down a massive swallow. Another mistake, as it happened. Fire burned down her throat. She choked, but managed to keep it down. Long, elegant fingers plucked the glass from her grasp, keeping her from spilling the remainder of the spirits all over herself or the carpets. He settled it on a nearby table as she struggled to regain her breath around a cough.
"Good God, Miss Hillgrove,"
he said with undeniable concern, hastening back to her side.
"Can you breathe?"
She nodded, then wheezed and tried to catch her breath once more. "Please do not let me cast up my accounts on the Duke of Westmoreland." The strangest thing happened then, as she struggled to control her coughing. A large, warm hand flattened on her spine, directly between her shoulder blades, then moved up and down in tender, soothing strokes. He was touching her, she realized, rubbing her back. The Duke's ungloved hand was upon her, and worse, despite the choke of the brandy she'd foolishly tossed down her gullet, she liked the way his touch felt. Strong and powerful, yet gentle, almost like a caress.
"There now, say something if you please."
He stroked her back some more. Some nefarious part of her, clearly also inspired by the wine, wondered if he would continue his ministrations should she fail to answer him. But the rest of Isabella, the rational shopkeeper's daughter part of her, knew she did not dare tempt fate any more than she already had. "That was horrid," she forced herself to say, her voice scarcely more than a choked rasp.
"It is the best brandy to be had."
His voice was wry. He had not ceased the movement of his hand. Up and down her spine it travelled, slower now, almost as if he relished the contact. But she did not dare believe such a flight of fancy. She was his social inferior. Handsome dukes did not seduce proprietresses of typing schools. They wooed the most celebrated beauties of their day, opera singers, actresses, demi-mondaines, women who were lovely and sensual and who did not wander about with hiccups before nearly vomiting on the Axminster. "The brandy tastes like wine, only worse," she told him, forcing all unwanted fanciful notions from her mind.
"You seem to enjoy the wine at dinner this evening,"
he pointed out. And nor was he wrong, the cad. "I enjoy wine, merely not brandy." She made the mistake of turning toward him then, for he had bent at the waist, bringing his face shockingly near to her, despite the disparity between their heights. Prussian blue eyes settled on her lips.
"And yet the remedy held true. You no longer have the hiccups, just as I promised."
"If I believed the promises of men, I would be a woman possessed of far less intellect than I have." Some of her frost returned as her composure restored itself to her also.
"Spoken in the fashion of a woman who has been scorned."
His voice lowered. He made no move to put distance between them, and neither did he cease rubbing her back, although her coughing fits had subsided.
"Who has scorned you, Miss Hillgrove?"
He sounded curious. About her? Ridiculous, of course. This debonair man had no need to take an interest in her. And yet, there was something mesmerizing, nay, intoxicating about this moment, alone in his private library, surrounded by all the books and objects most important to him, his hand upon her. Still, she could not unburden herself. Not to him. He was her enemy, she reminded herself. This evening would change nothing for them. No one has scorned me. I am merely a woman of sense and reason. A new glow had begun burning through her, likely from the brandy.
Sense and reason,
he echoed, a small mocking smile curving his sensual lips. She hated herself for taking note of how delightfully well-formed they were. In her rebellious youth, she had kissed more than her fair share of suitors. In the years since, she had believed herself too mature for the vestiges of desire that had once consumed her. She was proving herself wrong. This vexing man did strange things to her. Strange and irksome, and altogether delicious things. Things she would have indulged in once upon a time. That time was over. Sense and reason, just as I said, she told him. Your remedy only worked because I was ill-prepared for the brandy. It took me by surprise and nearly choked me. But I am cured of the hiccups for now, at least.
Cured?
His hand stilled on her back, just at the small of it, the natural curve just above her bottom.
You are welcome, my dear.
She had not been grateful, had she? But how could she be when he was touching her so and looking at her thus, making her want to feel his mouth pressed to hers? It is only the wine. Thank you, she said softly. His head dipped toward hers, his breath hot and brandy-scented, teasing over her lips, a prelude to a kiss.
Perhaps I should...
A light knocking at the door interrupted his words, leaving Isabella wondering what he would have said.
Miss Hillgrove, are you within? Benny, are you in there?
Only one person would dare refer to the Duke of Westmoreland as Benny, which meant the tentative female voice on the other side of the portal belonged to none other than his sister, Callie. The Duke stiffened and stepped away from Isabella with such haste she felt momentarily bereft, even as she told herself it was for the best. She steadied herself, hands instinctively smoothing down her skirts. Oh, how she wished she did not mourn the loss of his hand on her back. Such a small gesture, an almost inconsequential touch, and yet to her it had been so much more. The lowering of his head, the nearness of his lips. No sense in fretting over any of that now. Go, she whispered to him frantically, wanting him to hide himself, to keep his presence a secret from his sister, to keep this, whatever it had been, limited to the two of them, never to be spoken of again and never to be repeated. It is the wine, only the wine. She shooed him with an incredibly rude gesture. She also blamed upon the perpetually filled goblet at dinner, and then made the decision for herself. Without bothering to ascertain if he was heeding her wishes, she turned toward the door and opened it. Her hostess stood on the threshold, her expression hesitant.
There you are, my lady, Isabella said, summoning a smile she hardly felt. I do believe you sent me on a fool's errand. There are no poetry volumes to be found within this library.
Oh dear. Callie's eyes searched the chamber behind Isabella. I do recall a particular poetry volume within that appealed to me.
Forgive me for sending you away from the company on such a lark. Will you rejoin us?
Isabella prayed her hostess did not catch sight of Westmoreland skulking about in the shadows of the private library, or guess at what they had been about. Which was what, precisely? She hardly knew. He had touched her back, shared his brandy to ease her hiccups. That was all, was it not? Of course I will. She feigned a smile, fought down the dizziness that threatened. I beg your pardon for tarrying so long.
My brother is not within, is he?
Callie rose on her toes, peering into the depths of the chamber over Isabella's shoulder.
Young said he has returned, and I did not expect him so early.
He is not within, she lied, leaving the library and closing the door firmly at her back.
Of course not, my dear.
Callie gave her arm a pat.
If I'd suspected he was, I never would have sent you to his library. Come, let us rejoin the others.
Yes, Isabella agreed, wondering what her hostess was after. Let us. One thing was certain. Whatever it was, it did not bode well for her. Chapter 5. Benedict was suffering from the very devil of a headache at the moment. Not to mention he could not seem to eradicate the absurd lust he felt for Miss Isabella Hillgrove, a lust which had only been abetted by the reckless actions of his sister the evening before. He stared down at the rashers of bacon laid out before him on the sideboard and felt slightly queasy. There were poached eggs also, and kippers as well. To say nothing of hothouse strawberries and pineapples, plump grapes, and succulent citrus from Westmoreland House's very own orangery. He did not want to eat. All he wanted to do was rail at Callie and bed Miss Hillgrove. Not necessarily in that order, as it happened. He would certainly prefer to bed his typist first, and often. But that was not going to happen, because he had honour, and Miss Hillgrove would likely as soon hit him with a fire poker as allow him to so much as kiss her. Last night he had been tempted, sorely tempted. And then his sister's untimely interruption had ruined all, or perhaps, depending upon the manner in which one was regarding the entire affair, Callie had saved him. Either way, since she had been the cause of the initial problem by encouraging Miss Hillgrove to trespass upon his private library, she still owned much of the blame. After all, even if she had not expected him to be at home, she knew damn well that his private library was out of her reach. He did not want Callie to cross the threshold, let alone Miss Hillgrove. Damn, that was a lie. He wanted Miss Hillgrove in his private library, and he wanted to debauch her there. It was true, against the shelves of books lining the walls. He could well imagine taking her there, plunging deep inside her. But that was not meant to be, of course. She was a virgin, a respectable lady, a woman of reason, as she had suggested. And being reasonable was clearly not a gift of his, for if it were, he would not currently be lusting after the prickly proprietress, nor would he be envisioning sliding his hands beneath her proper black gown, discovering what hid beneath her prim exterior. And neither would he have almost kissed her last night. On a stifled groan, he placed some bacon on his plate, then added a portion of luscious fresh fruit as well to balance the decadence of the meal. He needed sustenance, it was true. Sweets and fats were the best ways to combat a stale drunk. He heaped some more fruit on his plate for good measure, and then carried all to his seat, where the Times awaited him just as he preferred. Keen to distract himself from unwanted thoughts, he read an article about the recent assassination attempt of a Fenian in New York City, but not even descriptions of a 6-inch blade slicing through flesh with enough force to nearly sever an arm were sufficient to keep his mind from flitting back to Miss Hillgrove, to wondering what it would have been like to kiss her. This would not do. He speared a chunk of pineapple with his fork and turned his attention to reports from Khartoum and the earthquake, which had produced severe damage in Andalusia. He reminded himself that he must divert additional funds to the relief efforts. "Good morning, Benny," announced his sister cheerfully as she glided into the breakfast room. He stood and offered her a formal bow.
"My lady."
He was going to have to convince the hoyden to cease referring to him as Benny, at least before the servants and Miss Hillgrove. Of course, Miss Hillgrove would not long be a part of his day. 6 more days until he won their wager. 6 more days until she walked out of Westmoreland House, never to return. Why did the thought fill him with such a deep pang of regret? He settled back down and busied himself with a newspaper whilst Callie filled her plate. Thoughts of Miss Hillgrove were temporarily replaced by news concerning the blockade of Formosa's coast. But by the time he reached a lengthy article concerning German colonial policy, his mind had once more returned to her. She had smelled so sweetly, and in that bold, vibrant dress, her hair worn softly rather than in the severe knot she ordinarily favoured, she had been so feminine and lovely. The sense of orris root and pear's soap would give him an erection from this moment on, he feared. Fucking hell! What was wrong with him? His sister seated herself with a happy hum.
"Why the devil are you so cheerful?" he asked.
She paused, appearing startled by his grim query. "And why are you not cheerful, Benny?" She required a reason. He had legions of them. This particular dialogue could not be conducted with an audience. He flicked a glance to the servants who attended them.
"That will be all, thank you."
Callie slanted a knowing look in his direction the moment they were alone. "Oh dear, are you going to take me to task for sending Isabella to your library? I saw you hiding in the shadows when she left the room, you know." Isabella. The mere utterance of her given name should have no effect upon him. And yet he could not deny the frisson it sent over him, the hunger. "No more of this nonsense, you dolt."
"Perhaps we ought to begin with why you intentionally sent her to my private library,"
he countered dryly. Callie's expression turned mischievous. "We were looking for a book. I thought perhaps it could be found in your private library. You are so territorial about that bloody chamber, I did not dare venture within myself."
"That will not wash, my dear."
Grimly, he laid down his fork.
"Miss Hillgrove told me she'd been sent to your library to fetch a volume of poetry."
"Of course I told her it was my library. She would not have gone if she supposed an ogre such as you awaited within." Callie's voice was light as she forked up a bite of poached egg.
"An ogre now, am I?"
The baggage. He found her about as humorous as reports of all the Andalusian villages which had been decimated in the earthquake.
"Callie, you had her hunting down a volume of poetry in my library, knowing full well she would never find that sort of drivel within."
Callie gave him a withering look. "First, poetry is not drivel, Benny. And second, how should I know you have no poetry within your library? You do not allow anyone within. There was a volume of poetry by Lord Byron I have not been able to locate that I wanted to share with the Ladies' Suffrage Society members who dined here last night." Which reminded him. He fixed his wayward sister with his most damning frown.
"You can be thankful the Byron poetry is missing, but rest assured I am not responsible for its loss. His poetry is wretched. Further, I must insist you cease referring to me as Benny in mixed company, and that you notify me before throwing balls for scandalous artists and dinner for agitators, to say nothing of inviting my female typewriter to join you as a guest, and then inciting her to trespass in my private territory."
There. He had been far too lenient with Callie because he loved her, and because for all her ebullience she had been through more than any lady should have had to endure, and at a tender age. He knew better than anyone that her zeal hid a great deal of pain. But since her return from the continent, she had been running his household. Whilst it was true he appreciated her iron rule of the staff, since he was a bachelor and had no bloody wish to quibble over menus with the housekeeper, he also needed to remind her of her position. But his words seemed to have the opposite of the intended effect, for her chin went up and her shoulders went back, and fire blazed from her dark eyes. She had their mother's Gallic beauty. "When did you become such an arrogant oaf? Where is the brother I remember?" Her soft, almost accusatory question hit him with a surprising amount of sting. He drew himself up straighter in his seat.
"The brother you remember has been pressed into duty. I am the Duke of Westmoreland now, and though it should have been Alfred, I cannot change the past, nor can I undo what has already been done, no matter how great my wish is that I could. While you have been gallivanting about Paris with Aunt Fanchette, I have been here, taking up the familial cudgels, as I must, and doing my damnedest to bring the Fenian menace to ground."
If his voice rang with anger, there was a reason for it. After Alfred's death a year ago, Callie had fled for France, leaving him behind. Alone. He had allowed her to go, because she had borne the pain of their older brother's death the most. "I miss him." Callie's quiet admission broke through the ugly silence that had descended in the wake of his outburst. Alfred had been their heart. When the deaths of their parents had left them alone in the world, he had taken on the role of both mother and father in some ways, alternately protecting and scolding, and looking after them in the way of a hen with her chicks.
"I miss him as well, Callie."
His voice was hoarse. Tears burned, threatening to fall. He forced them away.
He was too bloody young.
Yes, he was, Callie agreed. I am sorry I left for Paris when I did. I should have stayed.
You needed to go.
He swallowed a knot in his throat. The knot of grief which would never entirely dissolve, he knew, regardless of how much time passed.
You did not need to set tongues wagging in quite the fashion you did, however.
They had not discussed in detail which rumours about her sojourn in Paris were true and which were fabrication. This weighed upon him as well, for he knew he must. It was a task he dreaded. He was not Alfred, nor could he ever take his brother's place. Are you going to reprimand me over breakfast, Benny? Bloody hell, he was too soft. All it took was one tear upon his sister's cheek, and he was done. Abruptly, he stood.
Not today, Callie.
He had work to attend to this morning, and Miss Hillgrove should be arriving forthwith. He bowed.
Enjoy your breakfast, my dear. We will talk more later. For the nonce, no more Benny and no more surprise balls.
Callie gave him a tremulous smile. You cannot hide from the truth forever, you know. Yes, he damn well could. He could bury himself in duty and obligation. It had been working quite admirably for him thus far.
I bid you good morning, my dear,
he said, before stalking from the room, leaving his partially eaten breakfast and the mostly unread Times behind. He no longer had an appetite, neither for sustenance nor for news. Isabella arrived 5 minutes early, just as she had the day before. In an echo of the prior day, she was led to the cavernous Grand Library, up the staircase and at the end of the picture gallery. Also, as on the prior day, the Duke of Westmoreland was seated at an elaborately carved desk on one end of the room. Unlike yesterday, however, her table and typewriter were not positioned by the windows overlooking the gardens.
Miss Hillgrove, Your Grace, the butler announced.
The Duke stood, perfectly polished and buttoned up, his neckcloth perfectly tied. Heat flared in her belly, a testament to his golden good looks. She had spent the early morning hours casting up her accounts, thanks to all that dratted wine, and as a result had been reasonably certain she was incapable of feeling anything other than biliousness, regret, and headaches ever since. She curtsied, belatedly remembering she had come here to perform a duty, not to stare upon Westmoreland as if he were a Greek god descended to the mortal realm. Good morning, Your Grace.
Good morning, Miss Hillgrove, he returned. Thank you, young. That will be all.
The butler made his departure, leaving Isabella and the Duke alone. She stood near the threshold, and this morning, also unlike the day before, it was not the massive library surrounding her which stole her breath.
There is no time for tarrying, my dear, he said, quite shattering the spell which had been cast upon her. We have a great deal of work awaiting us today.
Yes, you fool. You are here to work, not to ogle the Duke you do not like. But she had liked him yesterday. Indeed, she'd been quite tempted by him yesterday. Of course, Your Grace. She moved toward him. Forgive me, but I was momentarily thrown off by the relocation of the typewriter.
Ah.
He gestured toward the chair awaiting her.
Sit, Miss Hillgrove. I will be dictating this morning, hence the necessity of your nearness. If you are at the opposite end of the library, you shall scarcely hear me, and I dislike having to repeat myself.
The sharpness in his tone was a bleak reminder of why she did not like him. He had no inkling of the proper manner in which he ought to speak to others. He was arrogant and dreadful. He had sent 3 of her typewriters home in tears. Naturally, I would not wish to displease Your Grace in any way. If her words were stiff, tinged with a hint of challenge, it could not be helped. Their brief, rare clash in his private library the night before had produced a strange confusion within her. For a few lost moments, she had been someone else, wrapped in the cocoon of the wine, wearing one of her best dresses, feeling falsely feminine, almost alluring. Had she believed he had stared at her lips as if he wanted to claim them with his kiss? It had been the wine. Never again, she vowed as she seated herself and prepared her posture for a long morning of typing. The machine before her, like everything else in Westmoreland House, was the best money could procure. Set in a sleek mahogany case with ebony keys, it looked more like a musical instrument a virtuoso might employ, rather than the workhorse typewriters she had on hand in her school. Typing upon it yesterday had been an undeniable joy. Seeing it once more before her now was a reminder of the vast difference between their social strata. She glanced up from her perusal of the expensive machine to find him seated, watching her with an inscrutable expression.
"You are ready to begin, Miss Hillgrove?"
he asked solemnly. Her fingertips settled upon the smooth keys. "Begin at your leisure, Your Grace." His stare still riveted upon her, he began.
12th January, 1885.
Knowing his gaze remained upon her, left her flustered. But she forced herself to listen to the deep baritone of his voice above the strokes of her keys and the rapid striking of the hammer, as letter by letter his words appeared upon the page. He spoke rapidly, but her fingers were agile from years of practice, first on the piano and then later on the typewriter models her father had begun selling in his shop. She could keep pace with the Duke easily. Part of her relished the sound of his voice as he unemotionally relayed an account of recent Fenian arrests made in the wake of the death of Drummond McKenna. Another part of her was grateful for the distraction. Time passed by with relative ease, until at last the Duke came to the conclusion of his narrative.
"I believe we shall pause there," he said suddenly, "in favour of some sustenance. Would you care for some tea and biscuits, Miss Hillgrove?"
The abrupt shift took her by surprise. Tea and biscuits with the Duke of Westmoreland? Yesterday she had taken her tea at her desk, while he had gone elsewhere for a brief break. "I am not sure that would be wise, Your Grace," she managed. "If you have other reports for me to type, I would be more than happy to carry on with those while you take your tea."
"Are you not hungry? I'm certain I heard a stomach rumbling a time or two in the last quarter hour."
Her face flamed. Her traitorous stomach had been the source of the inglorious rumbling, and no doubt because there was nothing in it. "A gentleman would not comment upon such an indelicacy," she said, unable to squelch her dismay. Quite likely the stomachs of ladies never rumbled, or if they did, they employed a clever ruse to cover up the sound. She ought to have coughed, she thought mulishly now, or laughed.
"I am not precisely a gentleman, my dear,"
he drawled, his brilliant eyes once more upon her, assessing.
"I thought you may have realised that by now."
He was dressed like a gentleman. Indeed, he was dressed like the elegant, wealthy Duke he was, and she had once more dressed in a serviceable black day gown to nettle him. There was no hint of the lady she had fleetingly allowed herself to be for the span of dinner last night. Belatedly, she realised her gaze was travelling over his broad shoulders and strong arms, encased in his well-tailored coat. She jerked her eyes back to his, cheeks hotter still. "I believe I'm beginning to understand that." A small smile curved his lips.
"Do not forget it, Miss Hillgrove. I have every intention of winning this wager of ours. First, however, tea."
She opened her mouth to politely thank him and decline. "Yes," she said instead, and she had no earthly idea why. Benedict had no earthly idea why he had invited Miss Hillgrove to take tea and biscuits with him. Very well, fair enough. Her stomach had rumbled, twice. He had taken note, and he had realised she had likely not breakfasted that morning. Out of economy, lack of funds. It had startled him to discover he did not like the notion of Miss Hillgrove either not having the funds to allot to a proper breakfast, or wishing to save the funds for other expenditures, foregoing her morning meal. She needed to be fed, and he needed to chase away the lingering cobwebs in his mind. That was all. Selfish, really. Even so, as he watched her gracefully pour in the sanctity of his private library, he could not say he regretted the decision. She had already invaded his domain last night. What was the harm in one more time? Moreover, there was something to be said for the act of a woman pouring tea. It was deliciously sensual. Miss Hillgrove's hands were small and dainty, and he had spent the better part of the morning admiring her fingers as they flew over the ebony of the typewriter whilst he droned on. He would be lying if he said he had not envisioned those pale, slim fingers upon his cock, stroking. By God, the very reminder had him going hard as a fire poker in his trousers now. Benedict shifted in his seat in an effort to relieve some of his sudden discomfort. When had he ever found the sight of a woman pouring tea erotic? Was there something about the hands of Miss Hillgrove in particular he found so bloody riveting? Or would he have turned into a ravening lunatic for any female typewriter eventually, having deprived himself of the charms of the lovely Roberta for far too long? He was afraid he knew the answer already, and it was one he would not like. "How do you take your tea, Your Grace?" she asked calmly, her mellifluous voice cutting through his tortured musings.
"Sugar,"
he rasped, because he was still tenting his trousers with the erection of the century. Over a woman dressed in funeral garb, with her hair plaited down the centre, who had railed at him, upbraided him, and regularly gazed upon him as if he were street dung. What the hell was wrong with him? He needed to seek out Roberta, this evening. Why did the thought leave him feeling only tepid? Scarcely interested. "Your Grace?" Miss Hillgrove presented his tea to him as formally as if they were in the midst of a societal engagement. He accepted the cup and saucer, his fingers grazing over hers in the process. Awareness jolted up his arm, as if he had just touched flame. The cup rattled in the saucer as he bobbled it, shocked by his reaction to her.
"Thank you,"
he managed past the swelling tide of lust. If he felt so much heat over a mere brush of fingers, he could not imagine what it would be like to touch her in truth, to trail his fingers over the lush bosom her dinner gown had exposed last night, to trace them over her graceful throat, to sink them in her hair, remove all those damned pins, set her burnished locks free to tumble down her back and around her shoulders. He took a bracing sip of tea before he completely lost his mind and upended the tea tray, hauling Miss Hillgrove into his lap. His intent in inviting her here for tea had not been to slaver over her like a green youth who had never slipped his hand beneath the lady's skirts. She was hungry, he reminded himself firmly, and so was he, but not for the bloody biscuits laid out for their consumption. For her. She was not for him, however. He picked up a biscuit and stuffed it into his mouth quite inelegantly, but he did not give a proper goddamn. His chef had perfected the art of buttery decadence. It crumbled on his tongue, but the flavour was mostly lost upon him as he watched Miss Hillgrove take a cautious sip of her own tea. Inevitably, he thought of last night and his foolish offer to her of his own glass, the brandy, the kiss they had almost shared. He needed to distract himself. He swallowed his biscuit, took a sip of tea, and then cleared his throat.
"Have a biscuit, Miss Hillgrove. It ought to do wonders for your hunger."
Her eyes flew to his, widening. "Forgive me for my lack of decorum, Your Grace." She thought he was taking her to task. Did she truly believe him that much of a tyrant? One look at her stricken expression confirmed she did.
"No need to apologise, my dear. I have an excellent chef. Rocheleur's confections are meant to be shared."
He attempted to keep his voice mild and unaffected, but in truth, having her here in his sphere by the bright light of day, without the excuse of brandy and wine, was affecting him in a way being near her in his study or the main library had not. She took a biscuit and nibbled at it. One small bite. Surely she was ravenous. He stifled the urge to hand-feed her the biscuit himself, which made no sense. Alfred had been the mother hen. He was... well, he did not know what he was in the absence of his brother. Perhaps he was still trying to find the answer. Perhaps that was what accepting his position with the Special League had been about. "Your chef is talented indeed," she said, once more dispersing the heaviness of his thoughts with the sweetness of her speech. "These are the best biscuits I have ever tasted." Of course Rocheleau was talented. He had cooked for queens, princes, statesmen. But Benedict said none of that, for giving voice to the difference between the Manning wealth and the proprietress of a ladies' typewriting school would only drive further distance between himself and Miss Hillgrove, and at the moment he had no desire to drive that wedge. Rather, he longed to bridge the distance. More fool he.
"I told you that you would not regret taking tea with me," he said lightly.
"Perhaps you were correct." A reluctant smile curved her lips. "In this instance, of course." He stifled his grin of appreciation, for it would not do for the troublesome wench to think she had too much power over him, though, in truth, she did. If she told him to walk down the picture gallery through broken glass in his bare feet in exchange for one night with her, he would be shucking his shoes with all the haste he could muster at this very moment. But Miss Isabella Hillgrove was not the sort of woman to issue such a challenge, or to offer herself with such ease, if at all, he suspected. A companionable silence fell between them then, as they took their tea and consumed their biscuits. It was strangely comforting, the lack of speaking. There were no expectations, none of the endless waits and dreads that accompanied ordinary societal engagements. Instead, it was freeing, almost familiar, too familiar. He needed to put an end to this madness. Benedict finished his cup of tea, settling the saucer back down upon the table, and instead of deciding to resume their work for the day, he found himself wanting to continue in this interlude.
"Perhaps now that we have shared tea and my chef's delicious biscuits, you will cease referring to me as Your Grace," he suggested.
She smiled sweetly. "The biscuits are indeed delicious, Your Grace, and I do thank you for the respite. However, they are not so delightful that they have caused me to vacate my sense of propriety."
"You are, at this moment, alone with me in my private library," he pointed out,
irked with her for her tenacious insistence that she cling to her sense of propriety. It was the wrong thing to say. Her cheeks went pink. "Yes, and I thank you for the reminder of my lapse in judgment. I will return to my work forthwith." She stood. He did as well, skirting the table to block her egress.
"That is not what I intended, and you know it."
She looked panicked, rather like a wild creature who'd just been run to ground by the hunter and all his hounds. "I cannot begin to know what you intend, Your Grace, but I am sure I should not like it."
"Should not, or do not?"
he dared to ask, before he could think better of such a question. Before he could question the wisdom of prolonging this moment between them. Her pink lips parted, drawing his attention once more to the lush fullness of them. He burned to feel them beneath his. When had he ever wanted a woman as much as this delicious cipher before him? "I ought to say both." Her hands clasped the sombre black of her skirts, suggesting her indecision. He was suddenly keenly aware of his power. He stood before the door, and she was in his employ. By God, was he no better than a lecherous lord attempting to get beneath his servant's skirts? He would like to think not, for his relationship with Miss Hillgrove was not nearly as simplistic. First, she was not a servant. Second, her employment with him was limited. 5 more days after this one. Third, he would eat his own damned hat if she did not feel the same intense desire simmering beneath the surface of their every encounter that he did.
"Go back to the library if you wish, Miss Hillgrove," he forced himself to say, hoping she would not. "Or linger here. Be reckless for just a moment."
He had just issued an invitation for sin, and he knew it. He also knew he was behaving out of character. Indeed, he was behaving recklessly himself. His sister was beneath this roof, as were a host of servants. He could not very well attempt to debauch Miss Hillgrove here in the midst of the day. And yet, neither could he seem to let her go. Spending more endless hours with her, engaged in reports, watching her fingers flying over the keys, seemed like torture. She watched him solemnly. "I cannot afford to be reckless, Your Grace. I have a school to run, and many ladies dependent upon me. Thank you for the tea." With a curtsy, she was gone. He watched her depart, frustration rising within him. She was right, of course, and he had been wrong to tempt either of them. But the scent of sweet soap and orris root lingered on the air after she fled,
and he could not deny the longing coursing through him. The next few hours were going to be hell.
Chapter 6.
Be reckless for just a moment.
How tempting those words were. How tempting the man who had spoken them. That single sentence, along with all the possibility behind it, had haunted Isabella through the interminable hours of work which followed their utterance. They had haunted her all evening long as she had returned to her school to oversee a new training class. They had haunted her during her quiet dinner, as she had lain awake in her bed, unable to sleep. They haunted her now, as she followed Young to the library for the third morning in a row. 4 more days, she told herself. 4 more days, and then an endorsement in the Times. She would prove him wrong, and having the approval of the Duke of Westmoreland, leader of the Special League, would be a massive boon. It was worth it, she told herself. She simply had to cease being a ninny. The picture gallery was gloomier than normal today as they passed through, dozens of eyes memorialized in oil paints seemingly watching her with silent condemnation. Surely Westmoreland's ancestors could not guess at the tumult roiling within her. This morning had dawned grim and grey and cold. She had shivered as she dressed, shivered all the way here, and her hands were still numb, although she had worn gloves and hidden them deep within her fur muff for the short journey. A hot brick at her feet had aided her toes, but she needed her hands to be warm for typing. She flexed her fingers at her sides as Young stopped at the door to the library.
"Miss Hillgrove, Your Grace," the
servant announced. With a bow, he was gone, leaving Isabella alone to face the man who had been plaguing her every hour, or so it seemed. He had been seated at his desk upon her arrival, but he stood now, whisking off a pair of glasses perched on his patrician nose and settling them atop the mound of papers upon the desk. A frown marred his countenance this morning, and she could not discern whether or not she was the source of his displeasure, or if whatever he had been reading upon her entrance had been. The sight of him wearing the gold-rimmed spectacles had been not just surprising, but charming, in an unexpected way. Yet another peek into the true man. One small glimpse. He gave an abbreviated bow.
"Good morning, Miss Hillgrove. Do come in."
"Good morning, Your Grace," she returned, noting the table containing the typewriter had once more been moved to the far end of the library, to its place before the windows. Just as well, even if the visual representation of the distance between them sent a pang of regret through her. She crossed the carpet dutifully, trying to forget the temptation he had offered her yesterday, trying to forget, too, the stilted atmosphere which had infected the remaining hours of the day. He had been calm, cool, almost as if his dare had never been offered. She seated herself primly, trying and failing to suppress a shiver. The large windows before her seemed to be radiating cold, adding to the chill she could not seem to shake.
"I have a stack of handwritten accounts awaiting you next to the typewriter, Miss Hillgrove,"
he called formally. From so very far away. She summoned a bright smile and met his gaze down the length of the massive library. "I shall get started at once. Thank you, Your Grace." She prepared the paper and began organising the stack of reports before her, determined to act as if nothing had happened the day before, because nothing had. "But you wanted it to, and that is the problem," whispered a voice within her. Sadly, it was true. Worse, she could not blame her foolishness upon wine this time, merely upon herself. How sad that her devotion to her virtue and her business both could be shaken with such ease. The mere suggestion of wickedness by a handsome lord, and she was all but ready to throw herself into his arms and beg for his kisses. She sighed, so deep in her thoughts that her frozen fingers sent a sheaf of papers flying to the floor, scattering them like autumn leaves. She was not ordinarily so clumsy. This she could blame on the frigid January weather, though she was certain her discomfort had not helped either. Isabella slid from her seat and sank to the floor, attempting to pick up the handwritten pages. In her agitation, she had not noticed the Duke had crossed the chamber to join her until he bent beside her, collecting papers as well. He made short work of most of the pages, gathering them into a tidy pile which she offered her. There you are, Miss Hillgrove.
Thank you. As she accepted the fall-in reports from him, their fingers brushed. Awareness burned through her, chasing the cold, chasing reason. Her gaze sought his, wondering if he felt the same desperate reaction.
Your fingers are freezing.
He frowned at her. The morning is particularly frigid, she said, wishing her voice did not sound so dratted breathless, wishing she did not inhale the scent of him, decadent, musky cologne, and that it did not send new warmth settling over her like a forbidden caress, wishing she was not so near to him.
Bloody hell, woman, you need not suffer,
he bit out, and then he snatched the papers from her and took her hands in both of his. His hands were large, engulfing hers in warmth. He stood, pulling her to her feet along with him. She found herself grasping his fingers, staring up into his impossible-to-read eyes. I wore gloves and a fur muff, but I suppose it was not enough.
Come,
he ordered grimly, in a tone that brooked no argument. Before she could respond either way, he began hauling her across the library to the far end where his desk was strewn with more papers and a crackling fire burned merrily in the immense hearth. Your Grace, she protested, there is much work to be done and I have no wish to dither.
To the devil with dithering.
He pulled her to the hearth where more warmth suffused her, but he did not release her hands as he scowled down at her.
Do not be a martyr, Miss Hillgrove. If your fingers are so cold you are throwing papers all over the floor, you must warm them. It is only common sense.
She tugged at her hands, but he refused to release them. I am capable of warming myself, sir. I shall only need a moment. I take my obligations quite seriously.
As do I.
His tone was stern, his countenance stark in its forbidding beauty.
I will not have you suffering, madam.
Madam? How formal of him. She supposed this, too, was an indication of his frustration with her. Why? Because she had not dared to be reckless with him. What had he been urging her to do? To kiss him? Why was she looking at his lips now? Why were they so intriguingly sculpted, so sensual? She licked her own lips, as if that would quell the restlessness rising within her, brimming to the surface despite all her intentions to keep it buried. I am not suffering. My hands are a bit chilled, that is all.
Your hands are like blocks of Wenham Lake ice.
He raised them to the lips she could not seem to stop admiring and blew soft puffs of air on them. He was fussing over her. Her hands were alarmingly near to his mouth. His gaze fastened upon hers. And in that next breath, everything changed. The air between them went heavy. A charge seemed to rend the moment, the silence. She lost herself in his eyes, in the deep pools of Prussian blue. Need clamoured to life. They were no longer Duke and female typewriter. The vast sea of differences between them vanished, and they were man and woman. Suddenly, he yanked her into his chest. His arms went around her, anchoring her to every inch of his tall, lean body. Her hands went to his chest. One pressed over his pounding heart. The fabric of his coat was fine, soft and supple, heated from him and from the fire. She should push him away, put an end to this. And yet, be reckless for just a moment. Could she be? Did she dare?
Miss Hillgrove,
he said, his voice low and strained, almost guttural.
If you do not get as far away from me as you can in the next 5 seconds, I am going to kiss you.
His warning should have sent her fleeing, should have been the reminder she needed to restore her common sense, her logic, her wisdom, her honour. Instead, it had the opposite effect, holding her fast. She was helplessly in his thrall now. Nothing could induce her to leave his arms, to go another second without the promise of his mouth on hers. He did not need to wait the 5 seconds, and neither did she. She rose on her toes and pressed her mouth to his. Her mouth was softer than velvet, warm and tentative, so bloody delicious. He held still, imprisoned by shock as much as the cataclysmic rush of need pounding through his veins and pooling in his loins. The rest of her was cold, small and delicate. She had seemed almost fragile this morning, like the delicate orchid she wore as a scent, a rare blossom, unique in her beauty, yet difficult to cultivate. Her lips, however, were hot and lush, demanding and potent. There was no finesse in her kiss. Instead, she slammed her mouth to his with an almost animalistic aggression he would have found uninspiring in any other woman. Conversely, in Miss Hillgrove, he found it intoxicating. In the force of her sudden act, she demonstrated just how helpless she was to resist the fierce, electric jolt of attraction sparking between them more by the day, hour, minute, second, heartbeat, breath. His hands were on the small of her back, pinning her body to his, holding them together. He inhaled slowly, drinking in the sweetness of her scent, the boldness of her kiss, marshalling his restraint. And then, slowly, he took control. He moved his lips against hers, angling them. He kissed the corners where her disapproval of him so oft dwelled. He sucked the lush lower fullness into his mouth, nipped it with his teeth, tugging. She made a soft, kittenish sound of surrender, her lips opening to him. His tongue slipped inside into her satiny heat. She tasted of her morning tea, bergamot and sugar, but she tasted too of mysterious, delicious woman. She tasted like something he'd been starving for without ever having known it existed. His hands followed her spine as he kissed her, the fabric of her hideous dress keeping him from her skin. This would have to be enough, though the frantic hunger for her clawing at him railed against the travesty. He wanted to tear at her buttons, peel down her bodice, strip away her layers. He wanted to lower her to the carpet when she was nothing but pink and cream, warm and willing woman. He wanted her in 1,000 different ways, in every damned chamber of this bloody house. He wanted her beneath him, atop him. Good God, and all this pent-up need from one kiss. She sucked his tongue, and his cockstand went even more rigid. He inhaled sharply. A mistake, because he was just breathing in more of her. She was consuming him, surrounding him. He kissed her harder, not taking care to be gentle as she undoubtedly deserved. But she kissed him back with equal fervour. She pressed closer. Her hands moved from his chest, twining around his neck. He glided his touch over the smooth fabric of her bodice, following the curve of her back all the way to the stiff collar at her nape. He found the silken swath of skin there, and then the sleek glory of her hair. He kissed her as he plucked pins from her hair, sending them dropping to the carpet wherever they fell. Thick, heavy curls spilled over his fingers as he freed her tresses from the wretched bun into which he had tamed them that morning. Another surge of lust arrowed through him. More. He had to have more of her, all of her. He never should have kissed her back. He never should have touched her hands, led her across the library. He never should have taken her in his arms. Because before she had been a spark in his blood, but now she was a conflagration. Her tongue slid tentatively against his, and he groaned into her mouth at the intoxicating thrill of it. Prim Miss Hillgrove had a wild, passionate side hiding beneath her severe exterior, and he was ravenous for that part of her. Desperate. More pins hit the carpet with dull thuds. His senses were ridiculously honed, making him aware of everything, her ragged breaths, the soft murmurings of her pleasure, mingling with the crackling of the fire. His body was heated. Her fingers had drifted back to his chest, and she clutched at his lapels, grasping fistfuls of his coat and dragging him closer to her still, as if she feared he would fly from her if she released him. No chance of that. He had her where he had wanted her since the moment she had first stormed into his chamber in high dudgeon. Almost. Because where he truly wanted her was in his bed, and not just in his arms. But this was a start. It was something more than what he had hoped for, since her assertion she could not afford to be reckless with him. He had been angry with himself the day before, for wanting her as much as he did when it made no sense, for making himself vulnerable to her, only to be dismissed. He had spent all the hours following that tense encounter, inwardly berating himself for his weakness, telling himself he would visit Roberta that night. But he had dined with Callie instead, and he had fallen asleep once more to thoughts of the woman kissing him back with all the fury infecting his soul. He had taken himself in hand, twice. Still, he had risen this morning with a cockstand that had only abated through sheer force of will and the application of cold water. When she had entered and gone immediately to the writing machine, which he had deliberately had removed to the opposite end of the library once more, he had told himself it was for the best, that the distance was necessary. But then she had dropped those damned papers all over the floor, and he had not been able to stay away. Staying away from her would be more impossible now that he knew how she came to life in his arms, now that he knew how she tasted. There was not a pin left to remove now. Her hair fell down her back in cascading waves, and still he kissed her with relentless hunger. His fingers found the line of buttons beginning at her high-necked bodice, just at the base of her throat. He began plucking, one by one. This was no planned seduction. This was a maelstrom. He had lost control, and there was no stopping him now. It was wrong, he knew it, and yet he could not tear his mouth from hers, could not end the kiss. He filled his left hand with her hair, angling her head as he wanted, allowing him greater access to her lips and to the skin he revealed at her throat. With his right hand, he continued flicking the endless line of buttons from their moorings. At last, he felt her warm flesh sleek and supple. He flattened his palm over her racing heart, absorbing the frantic thumps, revelling in the heat of her skin. Without ending their kiss, he caressed lower. He found his way beneath her chemise, inside her corset. His hand curved around her breast. Her nipple was a hard little bud within. Lust roared to his cock. She whimpered into his kiss, straining toward him, arching her back. He rolled the stiff peak between his thumb and forefinger. What a sensual creature she hid beneath all her layers. This Miss Hillgrove was a revelation. His mouth moved over hers, claiming, urging her response. He had never wanted to possess a woman more. He wanted to pull her to the floor, raise her skirts, and lose himself in her. He had not believed himself capable of such savagery, but then neither had he ever experienced such passion. Something within him, the tattered shreds of his honour, his conscience, told him he needed to put an end to this madness. He should not undo one more button, should not give her one more kiss. And he would stop, he promised himself. Soon, he would regain his senses. He would tear his lips from hers, take a step back. He would remember he was a gentleman, and a duke at that, and she was an unwed lady in his employ. One more kiss turned into another, and then another, until a different feminine gasp tore through the sensual haze fogging his mind. Unlike the delicious breathy sounds Miss Hillgrove made when he kissed her, however, this gasp was familiar, and it was coming from the threshold of the library. Callie! Damn and blast! He stepped back from Miss Hillgrove, releasing her, but it was too late. His sister stood at the open door of the library, her face a mask of astonishment. Instinctively, he positioned Miss Hillgrove behind him, hiding her dishabille from view. But whilst his sister could no longer see the buttons he had undone, or the unbound curls rioting down Miss Hillgrove's back, the damage had been done. Nor was there any use in pretending he had not just been kissing her senseless. Good God! He was a hypocrite, attempting to make his sister fit into society's mould when he had just taken a bloody hammer to the damned plaster cast.
Callie,
he managed to rasp past the overwhelming mixture of shame and desire clogging his throat.
This is not what it seems.
He cast a look back at Miss Hillgrove. She stood as still as a statue, a hand pressed to her lips. Her eyes were wide, glassy from passion and from the shock of being unexpectedly interrupted. Perhaps more shock than that. After all, she was an innocent. Her hand clutched her bodice, bringing the twain ends together, but her expression was vacant. Fucking hell! This was never what he had wanted, never what he had intended. Indeed, perhaps that was the bloody problem. He had never had a plan where she was concerned. He had simply been wild for her, and his lust had been beyond his restraint, out of his control. Benny, said his sister then, forcing his gaze from Miss Hillgrove. What have you done? He met Callie's stare, unflinching. Another wave of shame swamped him. What had he done, indeed? He had never, in all his years, lost control like this. He was a regimented man. There was a time, a place for seduction. But Miss Hillgrove made him mindless, mad with wanting her. She made him forget right and wrong, made him abandon his honour, his restraint, everything. Just for one more kiss, one more touch of her lips to his. What answer could he possibly give his sister? There was no proper explanation to be had, other than lust, other than stupidity, other than his base urges getting the better of him. Dear God, he had just sullied a lady whose reputation was in his care, before his own sister. He could not possibly sink any lower.
Callie, wait for me in my study, if you please, he ordered grimly.
He would have to speak with her, alone. He would also have to make certain his unpredictable sister understood just how important it was for her to keep what she had just witnessed to herself. Callie was trustworthy. He had no qualms about that. But she also fancied herself sudden bosom bows with Miss Hillgrove, and he could not be certain his sister would not take his female typewriter's side over his in this particular skirmish. The look she directed at him was quelling. Of course, Your Grace. Her mocking emphasis upon his title was not lost on him as she spun about and left, slamming the library door closed behind her. It snapped shut with a particularly deafening slam of finality. He flinched, then turned back to Miss Hillgrove, who was in the act of frantically restoring her buttons. Her countenance was pale, save for pink splotches marking her high cheekbones.
I must beg your forgiveness for the rashness of my action, Miss Hillgrove. What I have done is unpardonable. However, rest assured that I will speak to my sister. I promise you that nothing she witnessed here will ever be repeated. You need not fear word of this will travel, or have a negative impact upon your school.
His words trailed off, as he realised how very hollow and ineffectual they sounded, even to his own ears. He had just compromised a female in his employ, wickedly, desperately so, and his lady sister had caught him in the midst of his depravity. He inhaled slowly, and then exhaled on a long sigh, trying to determine what in the hell he ought to do next. Surely he could not marry Miss Hillgrove. He had no wish to take any woman to wife. His parents' union had been rooted in enmity, finished in hatred, and he had no wish to repeat the painful process himself. Solitude and bachelorhood suited him. Miss Hillgrove continued furiously fastening the line of buttons marching up her otherwise unadorned black bodice. You need say nothing more, Your Grace. I trust Lady Calliope implicitly. It is you whom I distrust. Her words cut him, for they were right, and he could not blame her. He did not trust himself when it came to this intriguing, vexing, delicious woman. He reached for her, thinking to offer aid, but she shrank away from his touch as if he were an asp about to strike. He felt like the world's greatest ass, and well he should, he supposed.
Miss Hillgrove, I do not fault you for your lack of confidence in my word. I cannot apologise enough for my actions this morning, which were unbecoming of a gentleman.
Ah, she said bitterly, fastening the final button at her throat. But you warned me you are not precisely a gentleman, did you not? The fault is mine for not heeding your warning, for not possessing the strength of mind to resist you. It would seem I am every bit as much to blame in this folly as you are. Her words were cutting, finding their mark.
I will send for my personal carriage to see you home, Miss Hillgrove. After what has just transpired, I have no wish to keep you here, and neither, I think, would it be wise for you to return.
He hated himself as he said the words. Good God, the notion of never seeing her again loomed like a horrible eternity. Such a future seemed untenable, unacceptable. Now that he had kissed her, how could he possibly bear to let her go? You must, said his conscience. Make her your mistress, said the devil in him, though he knew Miss Isabella Hillgrove and Roberta were leagues apart. Roberta was a widow. She had no wish to marry again, having suffered a horrible marriage herself. She wanted unencumbered pleasure. Miss Hillgrove was the sort of woman a vicar would be pleased to make his bride. But what a sin it would be, all that hidden passion belonging to another. He wrenched himself from his thoughts. She sank to the floor, her sombre skirts fluttering around her as she began to gather her hairpins. "Pray do not send for your carriage, Your Grace. You have already done damage enough. If I am delivered to my residence in the grand carriage of the Duke of Westmoreland, my neighbours will take note. I cannot afford the slightest hint of scandal to shadow my reputation, or that of my schools. If I am believed to be an immoral woman, one who is fast and is easily swayed by the practised seductions of a handsome man, what will be said of the ladies entrusting their futures into my care?" Anger radiated in her voice, and he did not begrudge her that ire. Indeed, he deserved it and more. Still, he felt compelled to offer his assistance in gathering her hairpins. After all, he was the one responsible for their pell-mell scattering all about, like seeds on the wind. He sank to his haunches and began collecting them.
"I will give you the endorsement, Miss Hillgrove," he told her. "It will appear in the Times forthwith. Of that you need have no fear."
She moved with haste, piling pins into her waiting palm.
"The endorsement of an arrogant scoundrel hardly seems worth the price I've had to pay."
Her clipped observation stung. He felt every inch the scoundrel she accused him of being. Except he could not allow her to deny she had enjoyed his kiss. His pride and his sense of honour were at war.
"You will pay no price," he ground out as he retrieved a hairpin. "I have already reassured you that no one will ever be the wiser about this ill-advised interlude. You will have your endorsement, and I would remind you that you enjoyed yourself well enough in my arms."
Christ, could he sound like any more of a rotter? "Practised seductions, as I said." Her voice was frosty, her eyes hard as shards of ice as they met his. She rose with the air of a queen, apparently thinking better of gathering each discarded pin. "I can only consider myself fortunate it was me you chose to ply with your attentions, and not one of the ladies for whom I found a situation." He rose as well, outrage bursting open inside him with so much force he could not stay himself from catching her elbow in his grasp.
"You go too far, madam. I did not force my attentions upon you, and nor would I do so with any other female. How dare you suggest otherwise?"
She had turned to flame in his embrace. Damn her for a liar to suggest she had not. Her lips, still swollen with his kisses, tightened. "How dare you, Your Grace? I am a woman whose reputation is paramount. I rely upon my good name to put food on not only my table, but on the tables of countless others. You do not have the right to lure me into such recklessness." She was not wrong in her assertions, and he knew it. He could seduce as he wished. He could fuck her in each chamber of this damned house, fulfilling his every fantasy. At the end of it all, he would still be the leader of the Special League. He would still be the Duke of Westmoreland. But as an unmarried woman, she would lose her good name, and in so doing, everything she had worked to build.
"I am sorry,"
he managed hoarsely, bowing his head to avoid her gaze and gather his wits. Her face was so stricken, like a goddess in the ruins of her temple. He hated the ghost of tears he suspected he'd seen glistening in her gaze. His hands shook. He still had her hairpins clenched in his fist. They were cool rebukes warming to the heat of his skin. The urge to keep them rose, and he could not shake it. "Your apology is too little too late," she said, her voice bobbling, as if she too were overwhelmed with emotion. Their desire had been so strong, all-consuming. Callie's interruption had plunged them from the heights of the clouds to the depths of the pitiless earth. All they had left were the memories of their kisses and the harshness of their realities, so far removed from each other. He was a duke. She was the proprietress of a typewriting school. What the devil had he been thinking to touch her? He had not, and that was the problem. He raised his head to look at her once more, and this time he allowed himself the luxury of memorizing the intriguing qualities of her face, all those which made her so uniquely beautiful. With her hair unbound, she was the siren who lived beneath her dour facade.
Nevertheless, Miss Hillgrove, I am sorry."
Still, he could not find it in him to return her hairpins.
"I will see that the endorsement is delivered to you for your approval, prior to the printing in the Times."
"I do not want your endorsement, Your Grace." Having delivered that parting shot, she turned and left the library, clutching her pins, her hair a curtain of gold, the soft waves cascading down her back. He watched her go, regret sinking its claws into him. Miss Isabella Hillgrove was a rare woman. But this was best, he told himself. She was not for him, and neither was he for her. They would only prove each other's ruin. Chapter 7. After a long day spent instructing a new class of typewriters at her school, Isabella descended from her hired hack into the bitter chill of the unrelenting January wind. Though being the sole heir of her father's fortune, such as it was, had left her in a comfortable situation, she was still the daughter of Thomas Hillgrove. Economy had been born into her, just as the Hillgrove chin and icy blonde hair had. Therefore, she could not bear to take on the expense of owning her own conveyance and horses, which was perhaps why the sight of the gleaming black carriage and matched horses parked outside her home gave her such pause. That, and the suspicion rocking through her. It had been nearly a week since she had all but run from Westmoreland House in Mayfair, and she still spent every day regretting what had happened. Could it be that he had come to pay her a call? She hesitated on the pavements, gazing at the windows of her modest home, as if the Duke would be watching her from the cosy little guest salon which overlooked the street. It would hardly be the Duke visiting her. They had parted ways in distressing fashion. She had experienced the most incendiary moment of her life, only to be tossed to the dogs, all in the span of a moment. Or so it had seemed. Her lips burned in remembrance of his kisses. Her body burned, too, in defiance of the frigid winter wind, and in defiance of the quelling sense of her rational mind. Why would she suppose it was him? Why could she not seem to remove him from her thoughts? Why, oh why, did the Duke of Westmoreland seem to haunt her every day? He was not for her, nor was she for him. Her school was growing by the day. The world was changing, and it was an exciting time for women who hungered for their independence. She was proud to be at the vanguard of this revolution, and there was no place for dependence upon romantic whimsy. She had everything she'd ever longed for within her grasp. "Except for one man," whispered a voice within, a voice she promptly stifled. What a ninny she was, lingering here in the howling wind when a perfectly warm house awaited her. She forced herself to move up the front walk, chasing away any nonsensical notion that her unexpected guest was the Duke of Westmoreland. When she reached the front door, Betsy, her maid of all work, answered with wide eyes and a curtsy. "Good evening, Miss Hillgrove. You have a visitor." Isabella stepped into the entryway, easily 1/16 the size of the entry hall at Westmoreland House. But it was cosy, and it was hers, blast it. She shrugged out of her pelisse and handed it off to Betsy. "Who can it be to set you so ill at ease?" she asked, though she feared and hoped for the answer in equal measure. Her scarf, gloves, reticule and hat came next. "It is a fine lady," Betsy said sotto voce, casting a pointed glance in the direction of the salon. "Lady Callie Manning, or so I think she said." Ah, not the Duke of Westmoreland at all, but rather his sister. How she hated the surge of disappointment that news caused within her. She reached up, settling some stray tendrils of hair back into place before glancing down at her serviceable dove-grey day gown. There was no hope for it. She was dressed for winter and for the truth of her position. She was the owner of a school, not a fine lady as Betsy had so rightly defined Lady Callie. Their stations in life were worlds apart by intention and necessity as well. "Thank you, Betsy," she said. "Is she in the front salon?" "Aye, Miss Hillgrove, she is." Betsy nodded, her countenance serious. "I brought her some tea and biscuits while she waited." "Thank you, Betsy." She patted her maid's arm gently, for Betsy was easily excitable and eager to please. Ladies high in the instep made her fretful. "That will be all. I will ring for you if I need you." A sudden rush of trepidation hit her, making her pause. The last time she had seen the Duke's sister, Lady Callie had caught her in Westmoreland's embrace, hair tumbling down her back. She had behaved disgracefully, and she knew it. Her only excuse was that he affected her in a way she had never experienced. He took her by surprise, stole her breath and her wits at once. But there was no avoiding the inevitable reckoning she must now face. On a deep, fortifying breath, Isabella made her way to the salon, where Lady Callie awaited her. True to form, the Duke's sister was not calmly sitting and sipping tea, however. She was wandering about the small room, which Isabella had taken care in decorating with a combination of antiquities and oddities she had collected over the years. Lady Callie's lovely face brightened with genuine pleasure as Isabella crossed the threshold. "Isabella!" "My lady," she greeted, dipping into a curtsy as her cheeks warmed. "None of that ceremony." Lady Callie made a dismissive gesture and crossed the chamber to her. "I insist you call me Callie, as always. I still count you my newest friend, after all." "Forgive me, my lady, but I do not see how you can possibly consider me worthy of your friendship." It seemed impossible, after Isabella's own lack of honour back in that library at Westmoreland House. Thoughts of her wanton display made her ears burn. Deep inside, she tamped down the knowledge that, save for Callie's timely interruption, Isabella would likely have allowed the Duke greater liberties than those he had taken. "What is this silliness?" Callie swept her into a light, perfumed embrace before stepping back, her hands clasping Isabella's. "Your hands are so cold, my dear. Come and have some tea to warm you, closer to the fire. It is I who must beg your forgiveness for calling without sending a note first. But I must confess, I feared you would decline to see me if I gave warning." Isabella allowed herself to be led to the stuffed chairs and tray-laden table, where tea was ready to be poured. She sat opposite the Duke's sister, settling her skirts. Callie was not wrong in her assumption. "I am sorry," she managed past the shame choking her. "My conduct was disgraceful. Indeed, you should not know me." "My brother's conduct was disgraceful." Callie's lips pinched as she paused. "Not yours, and it is I who must beg forgiveness. I thought to do a spot of matchmaking between the two of you, but I expected better of Benny." "Matchmaking?" The word emerged from her as a squeak. "His Grace, and myself. Surely you jest. A duke and a lady typewriter do not walk in the same worlds, my lady. You have but to look around this room to see the evidence of that." Lady Callie poured tea, seizing control of the moment. "I dearly long for my brother to make a woman of substance his wife. I thought to perhaps influence him in his choice, but it was wrong of me. I did not anticipate what happened in the library. I do humbly ask for your pardon. Do you take sugar in your tea?" Isabella blinked, taken aback by the abrupt change of subject. "Yes, please." She was still struggling to make sense of the notion that the elegant lady across from her would have been attempting to play matchmaker betwixt herself and the Duke of Westmoreland. A more egregious mésalliance could hardly be contemplated. Lady Callie raised a brow. "Cream?" "No, thank you." She accepted the cup and saucer from the Duke's sister. "I confess a bit of confusion on my part, my lady. Is your visit here a social call, or is it rooted in a misplaced sense of guilt? If so, I can assure you, I have not given the unfortunate incident at Westmoreland House further thought." What a horrid lie that was. She thought of it every other breath, it seemed. Longed for it to be repeated with a fervour equal to the self-loathing she inevitably chased it with. "No more formality, if you please. It is to be Callie only from this moment forward." The Duke's sister took a sip of her own tea, pinning Isabella with a searching gaze. "We are already friends, are we not? The reason for my visit to you today is twofold. First, I wanted to apologise, of course, on behalf of Benny, though he did mention he sent round an apology, along with the notice in the Times." She supposed he had, but Isabella had not bothered to read the note accompanying her school's endorsement from the Duke. Both had gone into the fire, just as his initial note to her had, which she had assumed was the endorsement he sent for her approval. Watching them catch flame and burn had not provided her with nearly as much satisfaction as she had supposed they would. "I am sure his apology was adequate," she forced herself to say, for she would not prevaricate and claim to have read it. Callie's smile was knowing. "You did not read it, did you?" She paused, then made the admission. "No," Callie chuckled. "He was rather put out at your lack of response, you know, but you did not hear it from me. I have no intention of my path ever crossing his grace again, so you are assured of my complete and utter silence on the matter." She took a calming sip of her tea, wondering why the thought of never seeing the Duke of Westmoreland again should seem to swallow her whole. "I cannot blame you, Isabella, dear." Callie's face brightened. "That brings me to the second reason for my call. I am hosting a gathering tomorrow at Westmoreland House. We will be collecting funds to support relief efforts for the Spanish earthquake." Isabella had read the devastating reports of the Christmas Day earthquake in Andalusia. Lives and homes had been decimated, amongst them some of the country's poorest citizens. That is an admirable goal and a worthy cause. Still, she did not know what the gathering could possibly have to do with herself. "I am delivering your invitation in person, hoping you will join us," Callie said, answering the unspoken question for her. "The Duchess of Bainbridge will be in attendance, as will Lady Ravenscroft and Lady Jo Danvers." The same ladies who had been present for the Ladies' Suffrage Society dinner. All of them had been wonderfully welcoming and delightful, just as Callie was. But whilst the offer was tempting indeed, she did not dare accept. The risk of seeing the Duke of Westmoreland once more was not worth the reward of spending an evening chatting with such august ladies. "You pay me a great honour, but I'm afraid I must decline," she told her guest, before taking another sip of her tea. "My brother will not be in attendance," Callie added. "He is not in London at the moment, having left several days ago on special league matters. I do not expect his return until next week." She ought to be relieved, not disappointed, Isabella knew. But somehow the revelation that the Duke would be absent gave her no pleasure. Rather, it filled her with dismay. Where was her inner fortitude? Why did that dreadful man have such power over her? "Even so, I thank you, but I cannot think it wise," she declined gently. Continuing a friendship with Westmoreland's sister was foolish, because the time would inevitably come that she would see him again. Her stupid heart leapt at the notion now, all the more reason to stay far, far away. "Think of the cause," Callie urged. "It is such a worthy endeavour, and you will be greatly missed by all if you do not grace us with your presence. All the ladies have expressed their desire for you to join us as well." It was a worthy cause. Perhaps it was selfish of her to decline the invitation because she did not possess the strength to resist the Duke. After all, he would not be there. She sighed. "I will attend." "Excellent," Callie grinned. "Join us at 8 o'clock, my dear." What had she just gotten herself into? Benedict stared out the window of the hired hansom cab he had taken from the rail station upon his arrival back in London. The hour was late, nearing dinner, but he had concluded his business in Liverpool, and his return to town had been necessary, if unexpected. There had been no time to notify Westmoreland House of his imminent arrival. No carriage awaited him, but it was just as well, for he was a man consumed by weighty matters, and riding in his sleek carriage would almost seem a sacrilege, given the dire predictions he faced. Reports from America were mounting, suggesting that the Houses of Parliament had become the next target of Fenian dynamite campaigns. His impromptu trip to Liverpool had been necessitated by word that some associates of Drummond McKenna had recently arrived from America by steamer, and that they were desperate to obtain vengeance for the death of their leader. However, all his inquiries had proven fruitless. The men who had arrived using aliases were already gone to London. which meant the silent menace was somewhere lurking within his city, plotting the next outrage. He was in the devil's own mood, weary of forever being one step behind these villains, tired from travel, frustrated from the lack of information he'd been able to glean. He passed a hand over his bearded jaw. There had been neither time nor inclination to shave. He likely looked like a beast, which was just as well, for he felt like one too. 8 days had passed since he had last seen Miss Isabella Hillgrove. 7 days had passed since he had written to her with an apology and a copy of his proposed commendation of her school in the Times. He had waited for her reply for an entire day before realising one was not forthcoming and sending the bloody thing to the Times as it was written. Upon its printing, he had sent her a copy, along with another apology. This, too, had gone unanswered. And though his work for the Special League and the Home Office had intervened, sending him far from London, thoughts of her had followed him like a veritable plague. Her lush lips, the sweet surrender of her kiss, the way she had felt in his arms, as if she were made to be there, damn it, would not leave him. Even now, as the cab neared his Mayfair address, he was thinking of her, longing for her. He was a man consumed, driven by two opposing forces, the need to uphold his duty and the need to sink his honour to the depths of the Thames and somehow make Miss Isabella Hillgrove his. Doing so was impossible, and he knew it. She was not the sort of woman who accepted being a lover or a mistress, and he was not the sort of man who could offer her marriage. The unhappy union of his parents had left him jaded. Besides, the burdens of his duty to the Special League and to Callie left him too preoccupied to fret over matters of the heart. Or at least they had. Now, he was not entirely sure. Yes, he told himself, he was damned sure, as certain as he could be of anything. Why, then, did the notion of never again seeing Miss Hillgrove, of never marrying, leave him feeling so strangely hollow? He had not been struck by such emptiness, such listlessness since Alfred's death. The hansom stopped.
"Seems to be a lot of carriages up ahead, Your Grace," the driver announced.
Bloody fucking hell. If Callie was having another goddamn ball, he was going to send her to a convent.
"Stop here," he gritted. "I will walk the pavements the rest of the way."
For the second time in less than a fortnight, he descended from a conveyance before the Earl of Pendrake's house. For the second time in less than a fortnight, he was also certain his sister was the cause of the jam of carriages up ahead. This time he circumvented the fashionable crush pouring beneath the portico of Westmoreland House. Instead, he entered through the gardens. His mood was poor, the cause of too much unsatisfied desire and too much worry and responsibility. He had no wish to don a false smile and play the host tonight, as he had at her last monstrosity of a ball. Moreover, there was every chance that Roberta would be present, and he had no wish to fend off overtures. It had become painfully apparent to him that Roberta was not the woman he wanted. He approached a gate in the rear, where one of the plainly clothed officers from Scotland Yard was stationed as part of efforts to keep the periphery of Westmoreland House secure. After the London Bridge and Gower Street station bombings, and acting upon credible intelligence from double agents, no one was taking chances, least of all Benedict. Bombs had been laid at the homes of members of Parliament and members of the Home Office in the last few months. No one was safe.
"Hughes,"
he greeted.
"Your Grace."
The officer tugged at his cap in a show of respect.
"You were not expected back just yet."
"Clearly," he said dryly, unable to keep the irritation from his tone.
"Have you any idea what manner of affair Lady Calliope is planned this evening?" "A conjurer, or some such, sir. I believe the intent is to raise funds for the Spanish earthquake relief."
Devil take her. It was an excellent cause, the minx, but she damned well could have asked permission before she had invited all London to watch some fellow perform a handful of magic tricks.
"Thank you, Hughes," he said. "I will be entering through the garden door that leads into the side hall. I will see that it is secured upon my entrance." "Of course, Your Grace."
With another nod, Hughes went back to minding the perimeter. Benedict found his way through the garden and to the side door. He retrieved the key from a loop he had been keeping in his pocket like a damned housekeeper ever since Callie had been in residence. One never knew when one needed to sneak into an alternative portal, as if he were a thief. Once inside, the familiar sounds of revelry reached him from the direction of the drawing room. He sighed. The minx better have collected thousands of pounds from her guests for the Andalusian quake relief, else he would be sending her there himself to assist. He was going to have to locate his butler and let Young know he was in residence once more. After his arduous travels, he longed for a hot soak in a bath and a plate of decent sustenance. Travelling fare, even when one could afford the best cabin by rail, certainly left something to be desired. Yes, sustenance and a bath were in order. He was wearied to his bones, frustrated and tired, and he rounded a corner in the hall and collided with someone. His hands instantly flew to the curve of a feminine waist, and for a moment he believed he must have imagined the female with whom he collided smelled of orris root. But then his wits returned following their brief scramble, and he realised his body's instant reaction could not be denied. Her golden hair was worn high on her crown, little curling tendrils adorning her face. Those wide blue eyes were framed with long dark lashes. Her small hands clutched his biceps for purchase. For a beautiful, indeterminate span of time, they stood frozen together, clasping each other, their gazes locked and held. The heat that slammed into him was as instantaneous as it was scorching. She was not wearing black, but a rich gold evening gown that looked as if it had been fashioned of the gossamer wings of a fairy. He wondered how on earth a woman of modest means could afford such a creation. And then he wondered, with equal haste, how on earth he could remove it from her and lay bare the luscious curves which hid beneath. "Your Grace," she said, her tone echoing the disbelief etched in her deliciously interesting features. No classic beauty still, but Miss Isabella Hillgrove possessed a beauty all her own, as rare and unique as it was startling. Each time he looked upon her, she stunned him anew, in a different fashion. Perhaps this time it was worse, given the time and distance which had separated them.
"Miss Hillgrove,"
he forced himself to say in return. But he could not release her, nor, it seemed, could she let him go. They stood there, holding each other, frozen as the century-old statues of Greek goddesses and gods in the gardens. And then, suddenly, the sound of footsteps, accompanied by a feminine titter, approached. Perhaps it was a couple seeking an assignation. What manner of guests had Callie invited to this bloody soiree, for God's sake? Knowing he could ill afford to be caught here with Miss Hillgrove in his arms, he hauled her into the nearest chamber, which happened to be the small orangery adjoining the gardens. The room was dark, save for the glow of the fires kept stoked within for winter warmth, and the silver glow of the moonlight overhead. He scarcely had enough time to pull the door closed behind them before footsteps moved past, along with another throaty giggle that sounded strangely familiar. Roberta? Perhaps. He could not be certain, though he had known Roberta for years. It scarcely mattered who owned the giggle and the footsteps in the hall beyond the orangery, for in the next instant Miss Hillgrove turned back into the frigid, disapproving wraith he had come to know so well. She pushed out of his arms, as if he were made of the flames she stoked within him. This evening she looked very much like a fey creature, descended from another realm to torment mere mortals. "What are you doing here?" she demanded in a low voice that cut through the wild fancies of his imaginings. He plucked his hat from his head, tossed it unheeded to the floor behind him, and raked his fingers through his hair.
"This is my home. I live here, madam."
"Of course it is." She flitted farther away from him, the train of her gown dragging along the floor of the orangery in a soft whoosh of sound. "I am painfully aware this is your London residence. However, your sister assured me you would not be returning from whatever matters took you from town for another few days at least." Callie, once again. His sister was bloody fortunate he loved her. Not even a saint could tolerate her hoydenish ways.
"Lady Calliope was wrong," he said frostily.
To himself only, he would admit that his ire was more aimed at Miss Hillgrove than at his sister. She had essentially just told him she would not have attended tonight's soiree had it not been for Callie reassuring her his demonic self would not be in residence. Did she hate him that much? Why should it bother him if she did? "I can see that," she snapped. "But now that whomever it was who was about to discover us alone together has gone, I must return to the engagement before my absence is noted."
"No."
His hand shot out, of its own volition, capturing her wrist in a firm yet gentle hold, staying her when she would have fled.
"I am not finished speaking with you just yet, madam."
She stiffened beneath his touch. "Perhaps you are not finished, but I am done, Your Grace. Done with you, and whatever it is you believe you can lure me into. I will not entertain any more of your unwanted attentions. I am a woman of honour, and I shall not succumb to your temptations, not tonight or ever again." Oh, how he wished to prove her a liar, to tug her into his arms and claim her lips with his, to kiss her senseless, mindless, to do everything he had spent the last 8 days imagining, every delicious depravity. But he had pride. He was a man, for God's sake, not a martyr. She could only poke and cut and prod him so many times before he reacted. He was not fashioned of stone or ice, as it so oft seemed she was.
"You assume far too much, Miss Hillgrove," he corrected coolly. "Rest assured that I have no intentions of repeating the unfortunate follies of our last encounter. I merely wish to return the question. Why are you here in my residence where you decidedly do not belong?"
She flinched, indication his poison barbs had reached their intended target. He felt no vindication, however. Instead, he ached. Regret was a rapidly rising tide within, threatening to wash him away altogether. "Lady Callie invited me, Your Grace." He took note of the familiar manner in which she referred to his sister, thinking it telling indeed.
"Lady Callie, is it? I wonder, Miss Hillgrove, at your continued attempts to befriend my sister, even as you claim to loathe me. One might suspect you do so in an effort to see more of me, in spite of your avowals otherwise. The lady doth protest too much and all that."
She sucked in a breath. "How dare you? Is your vanity so immense that you truly believe I somehow inveigled an invitation from your sister in the hopes you might return early and haul me into a darkened room which reeks of mustiness and dirt? Did the orangery stink, by God?" He inhaled deeply, but all he could smell was her. Intoxicating, mysterious woman, and sweet floral notes. Everything that had been haunting him for all the days since he had seen her last.
"This is where Westmoreland House grows its fruit, Miss Hillgrove. Many London houses have to send to their estates for fresh fruit in the depths of winter. Westmoreland House is large enough that we have rooms to keep our own. I hardly brought you here to steal your virtue," he returned, keeping his voice equally cold. "This room serves a purpose that has nothing to do with you."
Though, to be fair, he would happily debauch her here, tonight and every night after, and every morning and afternoon too. He instantly struck the unwanted thought from his mind. Except it lingered. Daft, needless, useless thought. "Of course, Your Grace. I am well aware that Westmoreland House is one of the largest homes in all London. You need not remind me of the difference between our social standings." Her crisp tone and easy dismissal nettled. Also, she misunderstood him. He had not intended to deliver a set-down, not at least in the sense she had understood. He disliked being at odds with her now that he at last had her within his grasp. He could not help but to feel that far too much time had passed since he had last touched her, kissed her, drank in the unusual beauty of her features which were clouded by dark skies and shadows.
"I care far less about our social standings than you do, Miss Hillgrove."
He slid his grasp from her wrist, tangling their fingers together instead. Instinct drove him now. After so long, 8 days, a bloody eternity, he did not want to argue with her. He did not want harshness or anger or cutting words. He wanted tenderness. He wanted surrender. hers and his, much to his dismay. Spoken with the assurance of a man who has never had to question his place in society. You are a duke, after all. What attention have you ever had to pay to social standings? As a man and the Duke of Westmoreland, all the world is ready to bow to you. I should hate you for it. By the time she finished, her dulcet voice trembled with the fury of the passion inside her. But she did not withdraw. She held his hand as tightly as he did hers. For a moment, it seemed as if they were trapped in the midst of a maelstrom, raging seas, with only each other to cling to for survival. He chased the maudlin sentiment. The sentiment came back. It would not go, because he had missed this woman. By God, he had missed her fire, missed her flame. He missed her eyes, her hideous black gowns, her looks of disapproval, everything that made Miss Isabella Hillgrove herself. He had missed every part of her, and she was here now as if by miracle, as if by divine decree. He had missed her lips, too. He wanted them again now.
"Do you dislike me, Isabella?"
he asked. It was the first time he had ever called her by her given name. How smoothly it left him, how right it felt. She stilled once more. Her eyes were luminous, filled with moonlight, silver and blue and endless.
"Please, Your Grace."
She intended his title as a protest, and he knew it. But he had travelled for hours by rail, and then he had taken a hired cab only to walk by foot through unforgiving January and steal into his home like a thief intent upon filching the silver. He was weary. He had precious little polish now. It was just a raw, raging heart. And he was hers. He understood it, even if he railed against it. He tugged the hand that held hers, pulled her into his chest, and she came willingly, no resistance. She melted against him, melted. And he was lost. His left hand was on her waist. His right held hers. His fingers tightened on hers. His head dipped.
"My name is Benedict."
"I cannot be so familiar." Her protest died beneath his lips. He kissed her. His hand slid from her waist, up her spine. He found the silken bare skin at her nape, plunged his fingers into her hair. She opened on a sigh, and when his tongue slid inside her mouth, she welcomed him. Their fingers tightened. To hell with being familiar, to hell with social differences, to hell with every damned thing that was keeping them apart. He had just spent 8 days away from this woman, and all he knew, with a fury that beat to rival the pounding heart in his chest, was that he was desperate for her. He could never have enough of her. She was kissing him back. Her free hand was on his shoulder, clutching him to her as if he would stray. No chance of that, darling. She rose on her toes, crushing the decadent curves of her bosom against him. Her need was almost palpable, spurring him on. He forgot he had ever been tired, dismissed who he was, ignored who she was. All the reasons why he should not kiss her senseless dissipated. He kissed her as if his life depended upon it. In a sense, perhaps, it did. Chapter 8. She was in the Duke of Westmoreland's arms, and his mouth was upon hers. His lips stole all the protestations from her, thieved from her the notions of right and wrong, dashed every attempt to resist him. How could she resist him when he kissed her like this, as if she were as essential to him as his life's breath? His lips angled over hers, at once savage yet tender. Their hands were still clasped, and the contact seemed to sear her through her gloves. How she wished they were skin to skin. They were locked together beneath the moonlight, here among the shadowy branches of the fruit trees. In her clumsiness, she had caught her hem as she had descended from the carriage Callie had sent for her tonight. One moment she had been intent upon finding the ladies' withdrawing room so she could make a frantic repair, lest any of the fellow guests suppose her more gauche than she already felt. The next, she had collided with the one man who had never been far from her thoughts, ever since she had first crossed paths with him. The one man who was not supposed to be here. He had returned early. She should lament that fact. She ought to break away from his kiss, to turn and flee back to the safety of the drawing-room and the conjurer's entertaining antics. But she could not stop kissing him back. He was dressed as if he had just come in from the outdoors, still wearing his greatcoat. How she resented that extra layer of wool keeping her from him. Despite the thickness of the finely constructed garment, however, there was no denying the breadth of his shoulders, the barely leashed strength of him. Somehow, she had imagined all lords were lean, pallid creatures of aesthetic persuasion, as Henry had been. But the Duke of Westmoreland gave a lie to her every preconceived notion. His tongue in her mouth was hot and wet, so carnal. None of the kisses she had shared with Lord Lambert, those fleeting fancies she had entertained in her wild youth, had ever been so intimate. They had been uninspired pecks, a mere press of dry lips to hers, over in a blink. But this... The Duke of Westmoreland kissed her and set her aflame. She was incredibly attuned to him. His harsh breaths, the decadent scent of his cologne, the rasp of his whiskers over her skin as they kissed. Her heart was pounding. Warm prickles of sensation seeped through her, radiating from her core. The fire at the opposite end of the orangery crackled. His lips were satin smooth and hot and hard and demanding. His kiss was more intoxicating than wine. She was drunk on him, drunk on the desire he brought to life. Perhaps it was the darkness of the room, the lush earthen scent permeating it. They were surrounded by leaden glass windows. Not far from them, a drawing-room laden with guests meant they risked discovery with every minute they lingered here. Still, Isabella had no wish to stop this madness. In the deepest depths of her heart, she could admit to herself alone that she had spent all the days since she had last kissed him yearning for more. And now, as she knew she ought to be repairing her tattered hem, that she needed to return to the drawing-room, all she could do was press herself closer to him. His tall strength was delicious. He nipped her lower lip, his fingers in her hair tightening as he angled her head to deliver a kiss that was somehow deeper and more ravenous than the last. She kissed him back furiously. Her grip on him was every bit as tight as his on her. It was as if they feared they would be ripped from each other. Just when she thought she might combust from those knowing lips owning hers with thorough, wicked kisses, his mouth left to trail a path of fire along her jaw. He kissed to her ear, his hot breath making her shiver, before he caught the fleshy lobe in his teeth. An answering pang resounded deep in her womb.
"You neglected to answer my question,"
he whispered, before kissing the hollow behind her ear. She shivered. Had there been a question? She did not think she could speak. Her brain was a hopeless muddle. Her lips still burned with his kisses. At any moment now, reason and common sense would return to her. She was sure of it, sending her from his arms. For now there was only one place she wanted to be, and that was precisely where she was. His tongue flitted over her skin in a wicked caress.
"I asked you if you dislike me, Isabella."
Good God, no. And that was the problem, was it not? She liked him far too much. He rendered her once more speechless when he kissed a path down her throat. His hand disentangled from hers at last, coming to rest upon her thudding heart. Her bodice was unusually low cut for her ordinary standards, but this gown was a rare treasure. She had commissioned it several years ago, when she had aspired to a different sort of future from the path she had ultimately chosen. She had reached too high before, she reminded herself, and had nothing but a heartache for her troubles. This dress was a reminder of her past folly, a call to trust only herself and her independence. But the bold cut of the gown was making it difficult to remember old mistakes, or the reasons why she must put an end to this madness. Her décolletage was a square that revealed her breasts. His glove yet retained some of the winter chill from outside. She shivered at his splayed hand. Part of her wished he would do what he had done before, find his way inside her bodice.
"Your heart beats so fast, Isabella."
The deep rumble of his baritone did wicked things to her senses as well. His lips grazed her throat as he spoke. A frisson of desire skittered through her, pooling between her legs as an ache she could not ignore. She pressed her thighs together to stave it off, but the action only heightened the sensation. "You ought not to be so familiar," she whispered, but there was no sting in the words she somehow summoned. There was only desperate need. Even she could hear how much she wanted him. To a man who, judging from his expert kisses, was no stranger to seduction, her willingness must be all too apparent.
"You can hardly expect me to call you Miss Hillgrove now."
Briefly, he removed his lips and hand. In the moonlight glinting through the windows overhead, she saw him catch the finger of one glove in his teeth and tug. He discarded the glove over his shoulder, and it landed somewhere on the stone floor, perhaps amongst the glossed leaves of the trees, making an exotic backdrop behind him. He had a point. She had allowed him far too many intimacies for her to cling to formality now. But then all coherent thought fled when his bare hand was upon her breast and his mouth sealed over hers once more. This kiss was slower than the others and thorough. This kiss made a liar of her and everything she had believed about herself. Had she thought she could exist without ever kissing him again? Had she thought herself strong enough to resist him? She had been wrong. So wrong.
"Isabella,"
he said against her lips. The drawing-room filled with guests, the real possibility Callie would come looking for her when she did not return with a repaired hem, were not enough to send her running. Instead, she found herself clutching him, clasping fistfuls of his greatcoat and pulling him into her. His mouth devoured hers, both his hands going to her waist, and then they were moving, together. Their kisses never stopped, not when the firm ridge of a table bit into her bottom. He released her with one hand and made a sweeping gesture with his arm. Pots crashed to the floor, breaking. Soil erupted like a volcano, pelting her skirts. The sound alone would have been enough to alert anyone just beyond the orangery to the fact that it was not unoccupied. The traces of dirt on her gold gown, she very much feared, would be impossible to remove. And still, she could not bring herself to put an end to this. If anything, she was more frantic. His kiss turned desperate. Both hands were on her waist, and he lifted her with effortless ease, settling her rump upon the table. She pushed at his greatcoat, and he shrugged it to the floor. He caught her skirts, raising them, and her petticoats and chemise beneath. The cool air of the orangery was seduction in itself as he lifted her gown to her waist. But then his hands were upon her, drifting over her knees. Desire spilled over her as he caressed her through her stockings and drawers. Her legs parted naturally for him, and she knew the shock of crisp air against her heated core for a moment, until he stepped between her thighs, and she knew something else entirely. The length of him, hard and long and thick, nestled against her, separated from her only by fabric and honour, nothing more. Both could so easily be peeled away, she knew. She should be shocked, horrified, but perhaps she was past the point of maidenly horror. Virtue was a cold and lonely bedfellow, after all. He paused to shuck his other glove, and then he kissed back down her throat, finding a particularly sensitive place and biting lightly. His whiskers rasped over her sensitive flesh in an abrasion that made her throb where his manhood pressed against her centre. She cried out softly, fingers digging into his shoulders. Even as she knew she was allowing herself to go too far, that she was nearing the point from which she could not return, she squirmed closer to him, shimmying along the table until he pressed into her. Knowing what she needed, he thrust his hips. His trousers brushed against a wonderfully sensitive place. Heat sparked to life, along with intense otherworldly bliss. It felt good. Wanting more, she moved as he had, a matching thrust that once she had begun, she could not stop. Mindlessly, she rocked against him, the back and forth motion, sending a new shock of bliss through her each time. He kissed the top of her breast, and she rubbed her cheek over the sleek smoothness of his hair. In the gleam of the windows and the moon and the firelight, his golden hair took on a godlike glow. He might have been sent there from another realm, a god descended to tempt mortals to wickedness. He was succeeding. Oh, how he was succeeding. One of his hands glided up her inner thigh, urging her legs wider. She was completely exposed to him, and thank heavens for the darkness, or she would have been awash in embarrassment. With the darkness of the night blanketing them, allowing the Duke of Westmoreland to have his way with her body seemed somehow less a sin. She relished the male strength of him, the thickness of him pulsing against her most intimate flesh. She felt at once a helpless slave to the pleasure he bestowed, and yet incredibly powerful. Because when he straightened and gazed down at her, his face starkly beautiful, she saw the lines of strain in his countenance. She saw the dark glimmer of intent in his eyes, and she knew he was every bit as much in her thrall as she was in his. But then she forgot anything and everything, because his fingers slipped between the split in her drawers and skimmed over her seam. One glancing touch at first. He hesitated, then caressed her again, parting her, unerringly finding that most responsive place. When he swirled his fingers over her there, she jerked forward and cried out. "Hush," he murmured, and then he kissed her again, and rubbed harder over that insistent bud. A moan escaped her, stifled by his lips. His tongue was in her mouth now. She sucked it, turning into a wild woman, a version of herself she did not recognize, one who is desperate for pleasure and would have it by any means. He pressed his forehead to hers, breaking the kiss but not straying far. His breath was a hot veil falling over her lips, the promise of more. His gaze seared hers through the silver light.
"I have dreamed of touching you like this," he murmured. "My God, Isabella, I have lain awake at night burning for you."
His confession had an instant effect upon her. The knowledge that she could drive the powerful Duke of Westmoreland to distraction, that she could make him vulnerable, make him want her, thrummed in her veins. He had been alone in his bed, thinking of her just as she had been thinking of him. He increased the pressure and the speed, seeming to know what she needed better than she did. The pleasure was almost unbearable, building inside her to a crashing crescendo. When the frenzy finally burst, she felt as if she had lost a part of herself, as if she had ruptured into 1,000 glittering shards, like a star shooting through the night into blank nothingness. She gasped, her body stiffening as she lost control. Delicious pleasure lapped through her, until at last she was sated and limp and breathless. She was a new creature, redefined in his arms, transformed by his touch. He kissed her, hard and swift, and this kiss was somehow different than the rest. This kiss was more possessive. This kiss said she was his. She clung to him and kissed him back as the last ripples of delirious pleasure ebbed. With her lips and tongue, she strove to prove to him that just as he staked his claim upon her, she declared hers upon him. He withdrew his hand, leaving her bereft as he guided her legs closed and flipped her skirts back down over them. One more kiss, and he stepped away, breathing heavily.
"I will not take you here, though Lord knows I've never longed for anything more."
His harsh words brought with them the sudden stark reminder of where they were, of the dangers she took with her reputation by lingering here alone with him, dirtying her gown in the remnants of soil from whatever plants he had ruthlessly sent tumbling to the floor. Her reputation was all she had to recommend her school. How could she have acted so recklessly? His hands settled on her waist once more, helping her down from the table.
"This cannot be repeated," she told him, alarmed at the manner in which her voice trembled. "It was a mistake."
His grasp on her waist tightened.
"There is no mistake in what just passed between us, Isabella. The only mistake would be staying apart."
His decadent scent tormented her, as did the heat and strength radiating from his body. She wanted nothing more than to throw her arms around him and kiss him again. But for her own sake, she knew she must not. The Duke of Westmoreland would never take the daughter of a shopkeeper, turned proprietress of a typewriting school, as his wife. "Would you have me become your mistress?" she demanded, hating the thought but knowing she must face the truth of their impossible situation. She had not worked this hard to become independent and to foster the liberty of her fellow women, only to fall into the bed of a handsome man and to answer to him for the roof over her head, until he grew bored of her. His silence was telling. She wrenched herself away from him, furious with herself as much as she was with him. "Have you nothing to say?"
"I would reward you handsomely, Isabella. I am a wealthy man. You would never need work another day in your life," he said.
How she longed to slap him. He had just delivered the most intense, passionate moment of her life directly to the dirt, every bit as surely as he had swept those pots to the ground. Part of her hated him for it. The pragmatic part of her, however, understood, and she loathed herself for that even more. "I would far prefer to work all the rest of my days than to become a gentleman's whore," she bit out. "If you will excuse me, Your Grace, I must return to the party before my absence grows untenably long, and there will be no means of excusing it." Already, there was precious little chance that Callie would not find her extended disappearance troubling. Fortunately, she was not a society lady. She had no doubt that most of the lords and ladies in attendance this evening would not take note of her. Still, she needed a hasty visit to the withdrawing room to make certain she was not covered in soil, and a quick tack of her hem rather than a full repair. She had never excelled at prevarication, but she hoped she could at least fool her hostess.
"Isabella, if you will but listen to reason," he began.
"No," she cut him off coolly, refusing to hear another word. "If you have a care for me at all, you will wait here until I return to the party."
"I will be damned if I almost make love to you in the orangery, and then you go and watch some damned conjurer change a tree into a pagoda," he growled.
"I'm afraid you do not have a choice in the matter, Duke," she told him. "I am my own woman, just as I've always been." With those parting words, she spun on her heel and fled the orangery. Chapter 9. Awaiting Isabella Hillgrove in the small salon at her modest home was an exercise in patience to which she was markedly ill-suited at the moment, partially because Benedict was still consumed with unrequited desire for her, and partially because her nervous maid returned every few minutes to ask him if he was sure he did not want tea whilst he passed the time, also because he was irritated and in desperate need, and he had never been particularly talented at swallowing his damnable pride. He sighed as he stopped to study a table laden with various bric-a-brac, 2 small marble busts of Grecian deities, Demeter and Aphrodite, unless he was mistaken, and a collection of pictures in ornate frames. One was a picture of a storefront, another a stern woman who resembled Isabella. There was also a book of poetry placed with a careful arrangement in haphazard fashion, which suggested it had been temporarily abandoned there. Had she been recently reading it? Benedict drummed his fingers on the cover of the slim leather volume. He longed to take it up, flip through the pages, though he loathed verse, just on the chance he might read something which had recently fallen beneath her eye. Good God, how besotted had he become? Someone ought to deliver him a swift kick in the arse. What the devil was this maudlin sentimentality? Since when had he ever kissed a woman and then closed off all thoughts of another? Christ, he was already celibate as a monk. Now he was contemplating reading poetry simply because she had perhaps been flipping through the pages. He drummed his fingers again. He was not going to read the book, damn it. He had already sacrificed enough in venturing here. The reward seemed worth the risk, even if it was against his will. Something about visiting Isabella's home felt oddly personal, as if he was seeing a rare glimpse into the woman beneath the black dresses that would not have otherwise been afforded him. Her house intrigued him, but perhaps that was because everything about Isabella did. The location was not far from Mayfair, but neither was her address a fashionable one in the strictest sense. It was, however, more suited to the goddess in the golden dress who had bewitched him in the orangery at Westmoreland House some 2 days before. Like the two dresses he had seen her wearing that had not been her traditional, nondescript work frocks designed to cloak the rich sensuality of her curves, Isabella's home was a revelation. But he was not going to read the damned book. Poetry made his head hurt. He dealt in fact. The aesthetic was beyond him. His was not a soul given to note the beauty of a country sky or the verdant blades of summer grass. He did not find higher meaning in the petals of flowers or the lips of a woman. At least he had not. Not until Isabella. "Is your Grace certain I cannot fetch you tea?" The question from the threshold, at least the fifth time the query had been offered, had him snatching back his hand as if the poetry volume had singed him, or as if he had been caught about to steal. Perhaps neither was far from the truth.
"No, madam," he told the servant. "Thank you."
She curtsied deeply, then emitted a nervous giggle he knew had everything to do with the distinction of a duke paying her mistress a call, and nothing to do with true humour. An odd creature, this Betsy, to be sure. As he watched her disappear, he wondered if Isabella did not have anyone else to aid her here. Surely the running of a household of this size could not be managed with Isabella and a lone maid. And who was here to protect her? The street was safe enough. Certainly it was a far cry from the rookeries. However, he had never in his life seen a woman living on her own. It was strange, unsettling, as was the realization that he was worrying about Isabella Hillgrove, that he cared. He was not meant to care. Still, his fingers wandered back to the poetry volume by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Giving in to temptation, he snatched it up. But as he flipped it open, he made a discovery he had not expected. An inscription written in bold scrawl. Miss Isabella Hillgrove, from her most ardent and affectionate friend, Lambert. Instantly, his mind travelled to the Lord Lambert he knew, a viscount, the only man who would sign his name as a title. Heir to the Earl of Denton. They were old Etonian chums, though Lambert had turned into something of a useless fribble with age. Benedict recalled a pale, quiet youth who had been inclined to philosophy. Later, a sallow-faced fop who was always fawning over the latest artist or writer to arrive from Paris. He had married some years ago at the behest of the Earl, who ruled his family with the iron fist of a true tyrant. Surely this Lambert and the Lambert who was Isabella's ardent and affectionate friend were not the same. It made no logical sense that her path would have crossed with a viscount's, or that Lord Lambert would have inscribed a volume of poetry in such personal and romantic fashion. And yet, for all her claims that she was of a different social strata, her speech, conduct, intelligence, and the surprising signs of prosperity in her home all suggested a woman of means. Perhaps not a lady, but not a costermonger's daughter either. The scrawl seemed to mock him, so jarring and unexpected. Well, what had he thought? Had he truly believed a woman as lush and sensual in nature as Isabella Hillgrove would have never been appreciated by a man before him? Good God! The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed that Lord Lambert and the swain who had professed himself Isabella's most ardent and affectionate friend were the same. And if the positioning of the book suggested what he thought it did, that she had been recently reading it, after he had kissed her and made her come in his orangery, or before, damn it. He knew a surge of jealousy so sudden and virulent, his hands shook and his gut clenched. Lambert and Isabella? Your Grace. Her cool voice interrupted his inner torment. He had been so mired in the depths of his thoughts that he had somehow failed to sense her presence. He drank her in now. She was dressed in her weeds once more, hair pulled tightly into a modest chignon at her crown, a few loose tendrils curling round her face. How had he failed to hear the door? Failed to note the way the very air seemed to change whenever she entered a chamber? He was holding the evidence of his invasion of her privacy in his hand, but it was too late now to hide his curiosity. He snapped the book closed and bowed.
Isabella?
He could not bear to refer to her formally after what they had shared in that orangery. By God, she had shown him a richness of ecstasy he had never imagined existed. For the past 2 nights, he'd lain awake in his bed, her phantom scent on the air, thoughts of her as impossible to remove as an inkstain, blotting out all else. When she had walked away from him, he'd been unable to resist lifting the fingers he'd used to pleasure her to his lips. He knew her taste now, musky and sweet, like honey. "What are you doing here?" she asked him coldly. "And need I remind you to call me Miss Hillgrove?" If he had expected a warm welcome or even an acknowledgement of what had passed between them, he knew better now. Fair enough, if she intended to pretend she had never unravelled in his arms or spent against his fingers, he would allow her to cling to her falsehoods. He inclined his head.
"I need to speak with you."
But he would be damned if he called her Miss Hillgrove. "I am not at home," she told him, and then she spun on her heel and quit the room. What the hell? How quickly their positions had changed. Not long ago he had denied her entrance to his study with the same excuse. She had marched inside just the same. Did she truly expect any less of him? He stalked after her, still clutching the bloody book in his hand, so intent was he in his pursuit. And now that he had it, it seemed his albatross. What was he to do? Toss it over his shoulder? She swept down the narrow hall lined with its landscape pictures. Without bothering to look over her shoulder, she reached the stairs and began taking them 2 at a time. The damned maid was bustling toward him. He caught her eye.
"No tea."
Her round cheeks went pink. "Your Grace, you cannot— What are you— But that is—"
"I can," he told her firmly. "And I am."
With that, he left the stuttering servant as he took the stairs 3 at a time. He was intent upon his quarry now. Isabella was ahead of him, doing her utmost to feign serenity. One look over her shoulder belied her calm. She looked alarmed. As well she should. "You cannot follow me to my chamber, Your Grace," she hissed, hastening her pace. Poor lamb. She was short, her limbs petite. Her harried strides could not match his long-limbed ones. He was gaining on her with scarcely any effort. One more look over her shoulders and her eyes went wide. She grasped her hideous black skirts in her hands, hiked them to her knees and began to run. He gave chase. Down the hall she ran. Quick, but not quick enough. She disappeared into a chamber, slamming the door behind her just as he wedged his foot over the threshold and braced his forearm against the portal. There was no way in the world this tiny woman could match his strength, not even as she plied her entire weight to the other side of the door. Her face appeared in the thin slat, blue eyes, delicious pink lips he could not help but want to kiss. "What do you think you are doing, Westmoreland?" she demanded, gritting her teeth as she attempted to move him with all her might. Almost impossible to believe she was finally referring to him as Westmoreland rather than Your Grace, when he was all but breaking down her chamber door. This was not the manner in which he had ever anticipated such a victory to unfold.
"I am attempting to speak with you," he growled. "An audience, damn you, Isabella. That is all I ask."
"I will not be your mistress," she snapped. "My answer remains unchanged."
"I do not want you as my mistress."
He maintained steady pressure on the door, knowing he would have no need to force his way inside. Sooner or later, her persistence would succumb to his, one way or another. A frown marred her brow. "You do not?" Of course he still wanted free rein of her gorgeous body. He wanted to unleash her sensual nature, to introduce her to the heights of pleasure, or at least to the heights of pleasure which her ardent Lambert had not already introduced her. It served as a bitter reminder of why he was here and what he must do.
"No," he bit out. "I have come because I require a typewriter. Quite desperately."
The Duke had come for her, but not for the reason she had supposed. How lowering. She should be pleased. Instead, part of her, the wicked part to be sure, knew a surge of disappointment as she preceded him into the salon they had so recently vacated. She would meet with him after all, but there was no way she would meet with him in her chamber. Not only was it highly improper for a man to be within her private rooms, but her practical nature recognized that she could not trust herself alone with him in a bedchamber. After all, she had nearly allowed him to make love to her in an orangery. Heat stung her cheeks as she spun about to face him. It was then that she belatedly realised he was holding a book. Her book, it would appear. The book of verse Henry had given her, years and seemingly another lifetime ago. She had been leafing through it in morose fashion, missing Westmoreland, feeling foolish as she felt now. She raised a brow, attempting to maintain her composure in whatever fashion possible. "What are you doing with my book, Your Grace? I thought you despised poetry." His jaw hardened.
"I was passing the time while I waited for your arrival. It seemed more entertaining than declining tea every 5 minutes."
She ignored his pointed jibe at Betsy, who she could well imagine had been at 6s and 7s with the Duke sitting in the salon. Thankfully, the loyal maid-of-all-work had disappeared back into the kitchen, following Isabella's ignominious flight through the household. "Do you intend to keep the book, or may I have it back?" she asked acidly, clinging to whatever shreds of pride she yet possessed when it came to this man. Seeing him again after the moonlit encounter that had changed her forever was uncomfortable, more so because she had assumed he was here to pester her about becoming his mistress, and he had dismissed her concern as if it were ludicrous. Had he forgotten her already? Worse, had it not meant as much to him as it had to her? He sauntered toward her in that ducal manner of his, as if all the world were his to conquer with a mere look, holding out the volume of poems.
"Here you are, my dear. Never let it be said that I parted a lady from the lovesick verse sent her by an ardent and affectionate friend."
She snatched the book from him, nettled by his derision. "You had no right to make free with my possessions." A small smile curved his sensual lips.
"I am able to make free with your body, but not with the books from lovers you keep strewn about."
The book seemed to scald her fingers. She deposited it on the table at her side. "You are not able to make free with my person or my books. Henry was not my lover. He was my friend." He had wanted to be more, however. For a brief, fanciful period of time, she had persuaded herself he could be more, and that, likewise, she could be more to him. But reality had intruded, as always. She was thankful for the lesson she had learned. If only she had remembered it before allowing the Duke of Westmoreland to kiss her senseless 2 nights ago, and 8 days before that.
"Henry."
Westmoreland's lip curled.
"How is it you are on such familiar terms with a useless fribble like Lord Lambert, and yet you can scarcely bear to refer to me by my title?"
She had been young and naive when Viscount Lambert had wooed her at a country house party, one of her rare forays into the world her mother had left behind when she had married her father. But what she had felt for Henry was pallid, compared to the brilliance of what she felt for the Duke of Westmoreland. She was wise enough, in spite of all her failings, to note the difference, and to understand that if she had not been good enough for a viscount, she would never bring a duke up to scratch. "He is an old friend," she said softly, guardedly. "I have since learned the necessity of recalling the difference in stations between myself and peers of the realm, and for good reason. But enough of my past acquaintances. Let us return to the reason for your visit, which was not to pilfer my library. I dare say you have books enough to occupy you in Westmoreland House."
"Just who are you, Isabella Hillgrove?" he asked,
studying her in a way she could not like. It was far too familiar, and, she feared, saw far too much. No one had ever looked upon her in the way Westmoreland did, not even Henry, and it shook her resolve. She put some distance between them, moving to the window, needing to remove herself from his space. "What manner of question is that? You know who I am."
"I begin to think I do not."
His delicious baritone was near, too near. He had followed her. She spun about, finding him towering over her, all masculine strength and cool patrician beauty. His stare seemed to reach inside her, and there was his scent, maddening and musky and male, so familiar and beloved. Lord help her, but she was ever a hopeless hen-wit when it came to this man. "You need a typewriter," she reminded them both, hating the sudden breathlessness of her voice.
"Yes,"
he agreed, but he moved closer, close enough to touch, close enough to tempt. "Find someone else," she told him. She knew she should move away, but all she wanted to do was throw herself at him and cover his mouth with hers. He shook his head, his countenance grim.
"If there was someone else, I would have already found her. It must be you, I'm afraid."
Why did she have the feeling he was talking about more than her typewriting skills? Why did her heart ache? Why did she want him so much? She lingered at the window, the cold from the world beyond seeping through the leaden pane. It did nothing to cool the inferno raging within her. "I am not the only typewriter in London. I will find another lady in need of a situation and place her with you."
"I do not want another typewriter. I want you."
He watched her intently, but still made no effort to touch her. It felt as if he had sucked all the air from the chamber. "You cannot have me."
"I am lost without your assistance. Your proficiency is unmatched. I have a mountain of reports to be prepared and no time in which to prepare them."
He paused, his gaze dipping to her lips before flicking back to meet hers once more.
"I am prepared to pay you handsomely."
"I cannot work with you, Your Grace." This much she knew without question. She could not bear to spend hours alone with him in that cavernous library, typing away on a machine, knowing he was but a few paces from her, that she could close the distance at any moment and kiss him. And if she kissed the Duke of Westmoreland again, she very much feared she would not stop. If she did not stop...
"You need not work with me," he said, breaking into her thoughts. "I will work from my study whilst you are in the library. You need not see me. I have dozens of servants who can pass communications between us."
He was attempting to assuage her concerns, she knew, but the thought of such physical distance seemed a worse fate than being trapped in the library with him. Surely anything to do with this man was ruinous. She could not accept. She had no need of his funds, but she did desperately need to stay away from him. Her honour and her good name both depended upon it. "Thank you for the offer, Your Grace, but I am firm in my refusal." She took a deep, bracing breath before continuing, reminding herself, as well as him, of all the reasons for her denial. "My school is growing, and I must attend to it to ensure its success. I have already needed to add an additional instruction class." His jaw tightened.
£1,000 for a week of your time.
His words shocked her. "That is a fortune, Your Grace, and I cannot accept it, as such an offer undoubtedly comes with other requirements I would find untenable." She would not be his mistress. No amount of money he could pay her would mollify the damage to her pride or her honour, to say nothing of her heart.
"Other requirements?"
He raised a brow at her, looking every inch the haughty Duke.
"What are you insinuating, my dear?"
"I will not share your bed," she elucidated, gritting her teeth. "Nor will I be your mistress."
"I did not ask, madam, having already been turned down once."
He appeared deceptively serene for a man who just chased her through the house and demanded an audience with her, damn him.
"Why should I ask again?"
Why should he, indeed? The correct answer, of course, was that he should not, nor should she want him to do so. But when had she ever been able to discern the difference between right and wrong when it came to the Duke of Westmoreland? Never. Her chin tipped up in proud defiance. "You already know the answer, should you pose such an insulting question again." He smiled, and the corners of his eyes crinkled. The effect rendered him less polished perfection, yet somehow even more handsome.
"For a lady who suggests she found my offer insulting, you certainly do seem to have a way of continually referring to it all the same."
He was not wrong about that, blast him. She needed to erect the walls of her defences anew each time she saw him, it seemed. Good heavens, at this rate she would need to build a fortress. "I merely want my position to be clear," she clipped.
"Your position will be just as it was before, madam."
His stare turned cool, assessing.
"You will act as my typewriter, compiling the reports I provide you. You will have free rein of the library. Our paths will never cross, nor would I wish them to."
His tone was cruel, cutting. Good. That was what she wanted, nay, what she needed to exist between them, Enmity, not desire, not longing, certainly not the hunger unfurling within her traitorous body, even now. Was she truly contemplating his offer? Why should she? £1,000, whispered an insidious voice inside her. She had invested most of her funds into the school. If it failed, she would be left with only the sum she had set aside. Though that sum was not meagre, £1,000 would go an incredibly long way toward giving her the reassurance she needed. Still, she was suspicious of his motives. "Why do you need it to be me, Your Grace?"
"You have already proven your mettle, unlike the untried typewriters you provided initially."
His voice was firm, confident. "None of the ladies I provided you were untried," she argued. "They simply did not fulfill your unreasonable expectations." His lips twitched.
"You are the one I want, Miss Hillgrove. £2,000 is my final offer. 1 week of your time."
Dear heavens, he had just doubled the amount she already considered a veritable fortune. How could she decline such an invitation? He had already said they would not be alone together.
"You must make your decision now, however," he added.
Very well, she found herself relenting. "I will accept the position for 1 week only, and only on the condition that I do not have to see you." His jaw tensed.
"I expect you to report to Westmoreland House tomorrow at the appointed hour. Young will know what to do. I bid you good day, Miss Hillgrove."
With an elegant bow, he took his leave of the room. She watched him stride away, thinking herself a fool, and not just because she had agreed to his madcap proposition, but because the part of her that longed for his kisses and touch burned hotter than the fire in the grate. Chapter 10.
"Miss Isabella Hillgrove,"
announced the butler at the town home of the Duke and Duchess of Bainbridge later that evening. Isabella hesitated at the threshold of the opulent drawing-room, still feeling rather as if she were a usurper. Her time in the country, that charmed summer with Mamma's cousins, had ill-prepared her for the magnitude of old familial wealth, evidenced by men such as the Duke of Bainbridge and the Duke of Westmoreland. If she had thought Westmoreland House a monstrosity of marble, staircases and cavernous chambers, she was positively awed by the decadence on display around her now. But all her trepidation faded at the sight of her hostess rushing forward to greet her.
"Miss Hillgrove, I feared you would be unable to join us for our little impromptu soirée this evening. How pleased I am to see you here after all. Do not tarry on the threshold. Do step inside. We are in desperate need of your opinion."
The elegant auburn-haired Duchess of Bainbridge was a rare beauty rendered lovelier by her innate charm and her generosity and kindness. Isabella had never met ladies such as Callie and her coterie of friends. They were, all of them, intelligent and welcoming, with a unique lack of deference to the old world's love of rank, though she could only claim a middling connection to her mother's family, most of whom had turned their backs upon Mamma when she had married a shopkeeper for love. None of the ladies eagerly greeting her now seemed to mind. It set Isabella instantly at ease, as she allowed herself to be guided deeper into their territory by the Duchess. "I must thank you for the honour of the invitation, Your Grace," she told her hostess softly now. "Your Ladies' Suffrage Society is a worthy cause, and I'm pleased to aid you however I may."
"It is intolerable that a representative government proposes to exist whilst denying representation to women, is it not?"
the Duchess asked, patting her arm as if they were dear old friends.
"Please do call me Beau. All my friends do. I shall call you Isabella. Miss Hillgrove seems so very proper, and no one deplores propriety more than I."
The Duchess's candour appealed to Isabella. She found herself smiling back at her newest friend.
"Propriety has its place, of course. In ballrooms and at dining tables and wherever we must find ourselves kowtowing to it," Beau agreed. "But not here, amongst good friends."
The sumptuous carpet seemed to nearly swallow her sensible boots as Isabella followed her to the gathering of other ladies, seated in a horseshoe-shaped arrangement of gilt-backed chairs. Of course, everyone in attendance was dressed as befitted their stations. She supposed she was as well, though she wished she had changed from the black day dress she wore to teach at her school. Westmoreland's visit had left her with a paucity of time in which to prepare herself. In truth, it had also left her shaken. But she thrust all such thoughts from her mind now. A chorus of cheerful greetings reached her as she took in the ladies in attendance. Lady Callie, the Countess of Ravenscroft, Lady Alexandra Marlowe, and the youngest, Lady Josephine Danvers. "I am so pleased you could join us, Isabella," Callie said, grinning in that infectious way of hers that made it impossible for the recipient to do anything other than grin back, rather as if they were sharing a joke or a secret. Isabella found herself continually amazed that the garrulous, spirited, dark-haired beauty shared bloodlines with the golden-haired, sombre Duke. "Forgive me my tardiness, I beg you all," she said, as she seated herself in the empty chair at Callie's side. "I came as quickly as I was able. My school has been growing quickly. Response to ladies seeking situations and the training to obtain them has been so much increased that I've had to hire some additional staff to help shoulder the burden." "But that is an excellent thing, surely," said Lady Ravenscroft, whose speech was rendered distinctive by the traces of an American accent. "It is indeed," Isabella agreed, proud of her school. "Many women are finding the means to support themselves and their families, or to free themselves from the tyranny of their current situations. The world is changing, and the time has come when a woman's place is no longer that of wife and mother, never straying from the home." "I admire you, Miss Hillgrove," said Lady Alexandra. "As a woman attempting to make my way in a science that has been largely under the auspices of male dominion, no one understands better than I do just how precious this time of change can be for us all. I have been blessed with a loving husband who appreciates my mind, but we all know not every woman is so fortunate." Lady Alexandra was a wonderfully eccentric woman, whose love of the weather in particular and science in general fascinated Isabella, who had always been drawn to the arts in spite of her practical papa's influence. "You honour me, my lady, and I'm woefully undeserving of such praise. I'm merely a woman who saw change as it happened and attempted to climb aboard." "Nonsense," Callie said then. "Do not allow Isabella to dismiss her accomplishments. Benny is so impressed by her that he's offered her school a tremendous endorsement in the Times." Her ears went hot at the mentioning of the endorsement, which she still had yet to read. "His Grace is too kind," she said with a forced mildness she scarcely felt when it came to the Duke of Westmoreland. She wondered if Callie knew the reason for Benny's public commendation. The mere mentioning of him made her weak. Thoughts of him made her lips tingle and her body ache, made her long for more of his wicked caresses, even as she knew all such longings were fruitless and hopeless. He had wanted her as his mistress 2 nights ago in the magic of the moonlight and the heights of sizzling desire, but by the grim light of day, his pride would not allow him to make a second offer. She was relieved, she reminded herself. She was no man's mistress. Neither the temptation nor the pleasure was worth a lifetime of regrets. Isabella knew herself well enough to understand that whilst she could not control her reaction to the Duke, she was still herself very much an independent woman who prided herself on her autonomy. "In my experience, Westmoreland does not readily offer praise," Beau said. "He is a formidable man, a true stickler for perfection." "An arrogant arse," she said, before thinking better of her words. The moment they emerged, she clamped a hand over her mouth, eyes going wide. Dear heavens, they would toss her out on her ear over this slight to one of their own, surely. And here was proof, had they still required it, that she did not belong here, rubbing elbows with ladies of their ilk. Callie burst into peals of wild laughter, and the rest of the ladies joined in. "Oh, my dear Isabella," Callie said, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes when at last she caught her breath. "Do not look so ill. You only speak truth. If you have failed to notice, our circle appreciates frankness above all else, and you are one of us now. You may be happy to know the arrogant arse in question has pledged £5,000 to our cause, however." The Duke of Westmoreland had pledged another small fortune to the cause of women gaining the vote. Something inside her softened toward him, rather in the fashion of an icicle dripping beneath the warmth of a bright afternoon sun. "Forgive me," she muttered weakly. "I did not mean to insult your brother. It is only that he sent away 3 of my best typewriters in tears." "The devil he did!" Callie's eyebrows rose. "How dare he? I know he is exacting, but that is the outside of enough given by his standards." Isabella bit her lip. That had been her sentiment exactly.
"For such an egregious act, I recommend we encourage Westmoreland to increase his donation," Beau said. "Perhaps double it. What say you? We are just beginning this fight, and we need all the coin and support we can get. If my husband and Westmoreland are willing to favour our cause in the House of Lords—"
Even with 2 dukes in support of the measure, suffrage had been raised and summarily dismissed in the past. There was no guarantee they would be successful. "We will need a great deal more than £10,000 from the Duke of Westmoreland to gain the vote, I fear," she told the Duchess.
"Bainbridge has also pledged 20, and the Earl of Ravenscroft 5 as well," Beau told her. "With funds such as this, we can gather our forces. As women, we are stronger together."
"It is far easier to ignore 5 women than it is 5,000 women," agreed the Countess. Callie nodded, her gaze intent upon Isabella.
"Yes, it is. And I believe we now have one lady in our midst who will know how to find women to join us in our movement. Women who are seeking their independence through the use of their own wits and skills."
If Isabella had been a man and she'd been wearing a hat in that moment, she would have tipped it in deference toward Westmoreland's sister. She saw so much, and Isabella could not shake the notion that for all her boldness and tendency toward flighty behaviour, Callie was one of the most intelligent people she'd ever known.
"I believe many of my ladies, if not all, would be pleased to join in our efforts," she said. "Oh, how excellent!" Lady Beau's happiness emanated from her in infectious fashion. "I cannot wait to tell my darling husband. He will be so very pleased."
Everyone in the room was smiling then, for it truly seemed as if they were on the cusp of a great movement. The time had never been better, the need for change never more apparent.
"To women gaining the vote," Lady Alexandra cheered, leaping from her seat and pumping a fist into the air in victorious fashion. The other ladies followed suit, as did Isabella. Triumph soared through her, along with excitement at the potential for truly making a difference upon the society in which they lived. But as she settled back into her seat and began making preparations for the Ladies' Suffrage Society, along with all her newfound friends, Isabella found her mind straying to thoughts of Westmoreland. Tomorrow she would once more report for duty. She would be beneath the same roof as him, alone in his massive library, wishing he were there with her. Damn him, and damn her too. Damn her! She was late. Irritated, Benedict rose from his chair to pace the confines of his study, rather in the fashion of a lion in a menagerie prowling his cage. Young was to inform him of her arrival at once, although they would occupy separate chambers as agreed. He had told her to appear at the ordinary time, had he not? 8:30. It was— He plucked his pocket-watch from his waistcoat and consulted it, for what had to be the 20th time that morning. It was 9:15. 15 minutes. 15, by God! It was an outrage. He ground his jaw as he paced the length of his study thrice over, pocket-watch clasped firmly in hand. The cold, hard silver with its stoic engraving, one word, Latin, pax, peace. He hardly felt peace now. Though his forebears may well have been some of the most eminent statesmen of their day, he was a woefully inadequate descendant. Alfred would have made an exemplary duke. He would have made the best damned leader of the Special League. Dynamite-tards would not have laid bombs on his watch. But Benedict, he was not his brother, nor could he hold a candle to Alfred's legacy. He had been wandering frantically in his brother's immense shadow ever since his death. And still he had no answers. And still he was so weak and vulnerable that a slip of a girl brought him low. So low he had offered her a small fortune, just for the knowledge she would aid him in the reports threatening to swallow him whole.
because he could not trust anyone but her, because her work was unparalleled, but also, if he were completely honest with himself, because he wanted her beneath his roof. He wanted her as near as he could have her to himself. Even if he could not see her. How bloody foolish was that? What manner of twit would pay a woman who had refused his suit £2,000 to isolate herself in his library and type reports for a week, just so he knew she was close? The same man who had believed she would honour her word. The same man who believed she would appear promptly at 8:30 and be ushered to the library by Young as had been arranged. The same fool. Him. He had never felt more the fool than when he had stood in her salon the day before, quibbling with her over the fee he would pay her for a service he did not entirely need. It was true that he could provide reports in his own hand. It was also true that he could find another typewriter aside from her. But what was most true? He did not want anyone other than her, just as he had said. He wanted more than her fingers moving over the keys of his typing machine. He wanted her fingers on him. He wanted her golden hair spread over his pillow. He wanted her sweet, soft curves on display for him. He wanted to lick every inch of her, to make her spend again and again. He wanted to worship her, to love her. He stopped in the midst of his study at that unwanted thought. What the hell? Of course he did not want to love the troublesome bit of baggage. Miss Isabella Hillgrove had been needling him from the second she had blustered her way into his study. He did not believe in love. His parents' union had been bloodless and loveless, begun in duty, ended in hatred. Love was an illusion, a fanciful notion, dreamed up by idealists and poets. At the thought of poets, his mind returned to that damned volume he had discovered in Isabella's salon the day before. He wanted to know more of what Lambert was to her. He wanted to know who she was, how a woman claiming a humble background could have not just crossed paths with a viscount, but could have received such a personal gift from him. The inscription was still emblazoned upon his mind. Miss Isabella Hillgrove, from her most ardent and affectionate friend, Lambert. Grounding his molars, he plucked his pocket-watch from its pocket in his waistcoat once again. 5 minutes had passed, and still no Isabella. He had been clear in his instructions to Young, had he not? A servant was to notify him of her arrival the moment she crossed the threshold into his domain. He thrust his watch back into his pocket, then turned and paced his study 2 more times. His irritation with her was gradually turning to a fear that only increased with each step he took and each new second she failed to arrive. What if the reason for her tardiness was not her stubborn nature, as he had initially supposed? What if Isabella had failed to arrive because something ill had befallen her? It stood to reason. By God, she had nothing and no one for protection. A pinch-faced maid who attempted to drown her guests in tea, and that was all. Did those who lived around her know she was a woman alone? Did her maid share quarters with her? Bloody hell, what if Isabella lived there all by herself? His mind moved to the worst until the hackles on his neck stood on end. If anyone dared to harm her, he would rip them limb from limb. What was she thinking, living on her own as she was, a beautiful woman with no protection? Nearly out of his mind with agitation, he stalked toward the door of his study and threw it open, intending to tell Young to prepare his carriage. He was shocked to discover the redoubtable servant already there, his ordinarily phlegmatic expression a mask of concern.
"What the devil is it, Young?" he demanded.
Fear rose within him, along with dread that threatened to choke.
"There is a lady demanding an audience, Your Grace," said the butler.
This moment was frightfully similar to the last occasion when Isabella had barged into his study. What the devil was the meaning of it?
"As you are already aware, Miss Hillgrove should be directed to the library," he told the servant with as much composure as he could muster. "The lady in question is not Miss Hillgrove, Your Grace," Young told him, looking grimmer. "It is a lady purporting to be her maid."
All the fears he had entertained, only to banish with logic, slammed into him once more as Isabella's ashen-faced maid appeared. "They have taken her, Your Grace," the woman said tremulously. "2 men took her and bundled her into a carriage before I could stop them." And like that, everything changed. Chapter 11. Isabella woke to a pounding head within a swaying conveyance. At least, she thought she woke. Her mind roused, but she saw only blackness. She had been blindfolded, she realized. Panic seized her along with gradual remembrance. Her mind felt as if it had been infected with a fog. She had been on her way to Westmoreland House, and she had scarcely made it out her door when she had been beset upon by 2 men. Thieves, she had initially supposed, until the sharp pain delivered to the back of her head. The world around her had suddenly dimmed. There had been no time to react, to escape. The suddenness of her loss of consciousness and the torpor afflicting her mind now pointed to one obvious source. She had been attacked, and now she was being taken somewhere. Head throbbing, she struggled to move and made the grim discovery that her wrists and ankles had been lashed together. She was helpless, at the mercy of the men who had taken her captive. Worse, she was not alone. Her senses were heightened in the absence of sight, and she could hear the shuffling of cloth, along with the breaths of another, even above the clopping of the horse's hooves and the jangling of tack. Her first instinct was to scream, so she did, as loudly and shrilly as she could muster, until a hand clamped over her mouth, drowning out her cries.
"I told you we should have gagged her," grumbled a man, presumably to his accomplice.
What struck her instantly was her attacker's accent, for it was distinctly American.
"If we gag her, how can we question her?" demanded the man whose hand was clamped on her mouth.
His accent, too, was from the other side of the Atlantic. She had no idea why she had been taken, but she knew enough from the reports she'd been typing for Westmoreland and from the news in the Times that most of the dynamitards hailed originally from America. A new sense of fear washed over her. Instinct took over. She bit into the fingers covering her mouth as hard as she could. When he released her with a curse, she screamed again, hoping that since they were travelling in a moving carriage, someone may be near enough to overhear her alarm. Perhaps they were still in London, moving amidst traffic. Her action earned her a cuff on the head.
"Bite me again and I'll knock out your pretty little teeth. If you do not want us to hurt you, Miss Hillgrove, I recommend you do as we say,"
said the other man, his voice far more calm than the man she had just bitten. Miss Hillgrove. He knew her name. The realization made her blood go cold. These men had taken her specifically, and for a reason. One, she was beginning to suspect, had everything to do with the Duke of Westmoreland, the Special League, and dynamite.
"What do you want from me?" she demanded with far more bravado than she felt. "You've been typewriting reports for Westmoreland, have you not?" asked the man nearest to her.
Once again, instinct took over.
"No," she denied. "I have not." "Do not lie to us, Miss Hillgrove," warned the other man. "The Duke recommended your ladies' typewriting school most highly in the Times. You've been observed at his home, and he's been seen at yours."
But last, the dratted endorsement. She was the architect of her own ruin. But there was something far more disturbing than the revelation that Westmoreland's announcement in the newspaper had made her vulnerable to these villains.
"You have been watching me?" she asked. "Why? Who are you?"
Her mind whirred with the need to find a means of escape. Her heart was pounding, all the moisture gone from her mouth. She still felt cloudy, as if she were tangled in cobwebs, but she knew she needed to take action if she were to save herself. One of the men chuckled.
"We have eyes and ears everywhere in London, Miss Hillgrove. Of course we have been watching you, but you'll not be the one asking the questions here."
Taking a slow inhalation against the horror welling within her, she tried to maintain her calm, to make sense of her surroundings. She was seated on the hard bench of a carriage. If she could somehow find her way to the door, perhaps she could kick it open and throw herself into the street. It would be dangerous, the likelihood of her injury high, but she had a horrible prescience that remaining in the carriage with these scoundrels would be far more perilous.
If you tell us what we want to know, you will be returned uninjured to your home," added her other captor. Perhaps if she preyed upon their mercy, they would release her. "Return me now, I beg you," she pleaded. "I swear I will forget this ever happened."
"Give us the information we need, and we will return you,"
said the first man, seemingly the leader of the two. His voice possessed an assurance that the man who had hit her lacked. "I have no information that could possibly be of use to you," she said quite truthfully. "I am the proprietress of a typewriting school. I have not been acting as the Duke of Westmoreland's typewriter. He has merely been kind enough to help my fledgling school to grow by offering his support."
"And now why would he do that, I wonder? A fancy duke like Westmoreland taking note of a humble lady typewriter?"
he asked, his tone suggestive.
"Perhaps you're warming his bed, Miss Hillgrove," the second man prodded. "Is that it?"
"No, of course not." Her cheeks flamed at the suggestion, and a rush of shame hit her, because the assumptions these awful men had made about her were not that far from the truth.
"Tell us everything you know, madam," demanded the leader of the two.
"I know nothing." She swallowed, still trying to gather her wits to formulate a plan. If the carriage would sway around a turn, perhaps she could throw herself from the bench before she was caught.
"You've been typing reports, you prim bitch," said the man who had cuffed her on the head. "Admit the truth, or I will hit you again."
"What do you want from me?" she asked. "Please, I beg you, release me. I do not have the information you seek. I am not privy to any of His Grace's correspondence. I know nothing of the Special League's business."
"You read his reports and compiled them. Tell us what they contained," commanded the first man. "Tell us everything you can recall. Names, places, dates, suspects, defense strategies. Give us the information, and you will be freed without harm."
"Very well," she relented, devising a new strategy. "I will tell you everything I read. There was a letter from his steward in Wiltshire, detailing a problem with the tenants. There was also the matter of the roof on the eastern portion of Manning Hall, requiring a repair. The architect His Grace employed to alter certain portions of his estate and bring them into keeping with our modern era wrote as well, questioning whether the Duke would prefer to import tile from Italy for the bathing rooms he is having constructed in the private ducal apartments. Westmoreland had once, quite unintentionally, given her some of his personal correspondence along with the reports he had wished for her to transcribe. She had glanced over some of the letters before realising he had not meant to give it to her.
"That is not what he hired you for, and you know it."
Undeterred, she continued spouting off useless facts, inventing when she could not recall more. "He is sending relief to the victims of the Spanish earthquake, so there were a great deal of letters concerning the disbursement of funds abroad." As she droned on, the carriage hit a large rut in the road, and Isabella seized the opportunity. She threw herself from the bench to the floor of the carriage and began frantically kicking in hopes she would reach the door. "Damn it, you were warned," growled one of her captors. Rough arms seized her, hauling her back to the seat. Another set of arms captured her legs, though her boots connected with something solid, and she heard a gratifying oof, which told her she had at least landed a blow somewhere on one of her captors. "Help me!" she cried, swinging wildly with her arms and kicking with her legs as desperate terror gave her new strength. "Help, please!" She landed a blow to something that felt like a nose with her bound fist, her knee connected with a stomach.
"Son of a bitch! We need to get rid of the troublesome wench!"
"Help!" she screamed again. But then a gag was shoved into her mouth and tightly tied, the fabric cutting viciously into the corners of her lips. She attempted to produce more sound, but her cries were muffled. Strong arms held her captive. The heaviness of a male body upon her legs rendered moving impossible. There was a sudden sound of a fist thumping on the roof of the carriage. The conveyance came to a halt. She found herself being roughly hoisted between two pairs of hands and lifted into the air. They were removing her from the carriage. "Dear Lord, do not let them kill me," she prayed. And then she fought with all her might.
"No one has seen any sign of Miss Hillgrove since the initial morning reports of her being snatched off the pavements,"
reported the latest of the Scotland Yard detectives tasked with interviewing nearby witnesses. Damn it to hell. Benedict ground his jaw.
No one I interviewed had either, and nor had any of the other detectives.
He stalked the length of Isabella's cosy salon, where the blasted book of poetry gifted to her by Lord Lambert still graced the table where she had last deposited it. Whilst the possessive part of his nature was gratified she'd not been paging through it in a lovelorn frenzy, the rest of him had taken note and then moved to more important matters, such as finding her before something happened to her, before she was hurt, or something far, far worse. Nay, he could not contemplate that. Not now. The mere thought of something happening to Isabella made his stomach clench and all the hackles rise on his neck. By only the sternest exertion of restraint did he refrain from casting up his accounts. His heart had been pounding like the hooves of a herd of spooked wild horses ever since Isabella's maid had arrived at Westmoreland House earlier that morning, announcing her mistress had been taken. Because he had known then, just as he knew now, the villains responsible. Isabella had been taken by the Fenians, Benedict had no doubt, and it was all his bloody fault. He had been so certain that beginning here, where she had first been abducted, would provide them the clues they needed to discover where she had been taken and why. But they were meeting with nothing save brick walls at each turn. He turned back to the detective, a man named Livingston, who was in his mid-30s and had an excellent reputation. For this mission, Benedict had used his power as Special League leader to summon only the best. Special League agents were scouring London as well, visiting known Fenian haunts and stopping suspicious-looking vehicles in the hopes Isabella would be found, a hope that diminished with every passing hour.
"Have you a description of the men who took her?" he demanded.
Thus far, every detective's gathered evidence had been the same. The men had seemed to be garbed in disguises, heavily bearded, hats pulled low. One had been portlier than the other. Aside from those slim details, they could have been any man in the blasted kingdom.
"The men were bearded. One wore a top hat. There was a taller man and a shorter man, with the shorter suspect much bulkier in frame," reported the detective.
Just as Benedict had suspected. His hands clenched in impotent fists at his sides.
"That corresponds with what the other witnesses reported. Thank you, Inspector Livingston."
Before he could finish, the door to the salon flung abruptly open, and there, on the threshold, stood one of the half-dozen Scotland Yard detectives on the prowl. At his side was a bedraggled-looking Isabella, clad in her customary black gown, wearing a pelisse but no hat, cheeks painted red from the chill January air. She was alive, by God!
"Isabella,"
he said, rushing forward without thought. So great was his relief that he crossed her salon in 3 strides and hauled her into his embrace. His arms tightened around her, and he buried his face in her cool hair. The familiar scent of orris root and clean floral soap hit him. "Westmoreland!" She clutched him back with every bit as much desperation, collapsing. He caught her, not giving a damn that they had an audience of 2 Scotland Yard detectives watching his unseemly display with startled expressions. He had called her Isabella, he realised grimly, and he was now holding her like he was her bloody lover. Still, he could not bear to let her go.
"Leave us,"
he ordered the detectives, not caring that he was shredding both their reputations in this moment. He had thought he had lost her, and now that he had her, everything and everyone else could go to the devil. All he cared about was her. She was shuddering in his embrace, though whether it was the lingering effects of the outside temperatures affecting her, or fear, or something else, he could not say. He needed to be alone with her, to find out for himself just what had happened, to make certain those bastards had not violated her in some fashion. The thought alone was enough to make him sweep her up into his arms.
"Close the door behind you, and stand guard at the front and rear entries," he ordered the detectives.
They heeded him, moving from the chamber and closing the door as he had asked. Benedict scarcely took note. Everything was a blur of colour and sound. Isabella was his sole focus. He stalked to the nearest piece of furniture, a divan as it happened, and settled upon it with her in his lap. Her chilled face was pressed into his neck, and though her pelisse and gown were cumbersome, billowing over his trousers, he held her to him as tightly as he could.
"What happened to you, Isabella? Tell me, sweetheart."
The endearment slid off his tongue, natural and right. He would not call it back. She did not appear to take heed, for she did not offer protest in her usual fashion.
"I was terrified."
For a woman ordinarily as opinionated and stern-minded as she, her pithy response gave him great cause for worry.
"What did they do to you?"
he demanded, trying to expunge the fury from his voice. The rage was not directed toward her, but part of him hungered to hunt down whoever had dared to take her and tear the bastards limb from limb.
"They hit me over the head," she said into his neck. "When I woke, I was blindfolded in a carriage."
They had hit her over the head. He slid his fingers into her hair, gently probing for an injury. He detected a lump, but no lacerations.
"Good God, sweetheart. Is it paining you?"
"It hurt like the devil when I woke, but strangely it scarcely pains me now." He had seen similar instances in the past, amongst men who had witnessed violence or been victims of it themselves. Likely the pain would return to her later. He would have to send for a physician and see her examined to be certain she was well. For now, he would settle for garnering as many answers as he could, so that he could set his men upon the right trails. He would run these villains to ground if it was the last action he took.
"Tell me more about these men, Isabella," he prodded. "What did they say?"
"They were asking me questions about you, about the reports I compiled for you."
"Damn it," he growled. "I knew this was all my bloody fault. Please forgive me, sweetheart. Had I an inkling they would stoop so low as to harming an innocent woman, I would never have employed any of your typewriters, let alone yourself."
Another shudder racked her. "I gave them nothing, of course." He stroked her spine, revelling in this tactile connection. Dear God, to think he could have lost her. It was inconceivable.
"Not at your peril, I hope," he murmured soothingly. "None of the reports you compiled contained privileged information. I cannot believe the daring of these villains, assaulting you, abducting you, and demanding information. Aside from the knock on the head, pray tell me they did not ill-use you."
"One of the men hit me," she said softly. "I was screaming for help. I did not know where they were taking me, only that we were in a carriage. I was blindfolded, my wrists and ankles bound. I was desperate to escape." To hell with tearing them limb from limb, he thought grimly. He would beat them to within an inch of their lives with his bare fists as retribution for daring to harm her. By the time he finished with them, they would be begging to swing on the gallows.
"How did you get away, Isabella?"
he asked, aware this informal interrogation was being conducted with a twofold purpose. He needed to report the information he gleaned back to Scotland Yard, the League and the Home Office, but he also needed to know personally. His first concern was not in an official capacity at all, but as a man who cared about the woman in his arms very much. So much. Too damned much. More than he had realized prior to her disappearance, though he admitted to himself now that he was a fool for ever thinking she did not have him in her thrall. No woman had ever intrigued him, challenged him, or excited him in the way Miss Isabella Hillgrove did.
"I did not escape them at all, in the end,"
she said haltingly, as if searching for words, or mayhap struggling to make sense of the terror she had just endured.
"When I did not give them the information they sought and proved myself too much trouble, they left me on the pavements not far from here. Before they left me, they cut my bindings. They warned me if I did not wait until they had gone to remove my blindfold, they would return for me, and this time they would not treat me as kindly."
"Kindly," he all but spat, his hold on her tightening, as if he could protect her from the horrific experience she had just endured.
"I will hunt them down and kill them like the villains they are for this."
I waited until I no longer heard their carriage," she said then. "I waited so long. When at last I thought it safe, I removed the gag and the blindfold.
I found myself in an alley behind a bookseller, not far from here. I did not raise a cry, just as they demanded of me. I simply walked until I was home. I have no wish for them to return for me."
"You need not fear," he reassured her, his mind decided. "I will make certain detectives are stationed in this area should they make a reappearance. Regardless, do not let them concern you. For the nonce, you will be staying with me."
She stiffened in his hold, back going straight as a fire-poker. Here at last was a hint of the return to his tart-tongued lady typewriter. She was a mystery to him, so small and yet so damned strong. He was in awe of her. How had he ever dared to believe he could make a magnificent woman like her his mistress? It had been a base notion, rash. He'd been thinking with his cockstand instead of his brain. "I cannot stay with you, Your Grace," she told him, interrupting his self-castigation. But still, she clung to him as if he were the bank of a flooded river and she was trapped in the uncompromising currents, about to be swept downstream. He did not mind, for he was similarly disinclined to release her. She felt too good in his arms, just as she always had. She felt, quite honestly, as if she belonged there. He was beginning to suspect she did. He would worry about what the devil he was to do with that disconcerting realization later.
"You can and you must."
He continued stroking her rigid spine, fancying he could calm the stubbornness out of her.
"Do not think to argue with me on this matter, Isabella, for you will lose."
"I did not give you permission to speak to me so familiarly," she reminded him, but her words held no sting.
"You feel like Isabella to me now."
He tightened his embrace.
"Perhaps I might feel like Benedict to you."
Her head jerked back, and he saw for the first time the sheen of tears in her luminous eyes. "This changes nothing, Your Grace."
"This changes everything."
He cupped her face with one hand, tracing the elegant ridge of her cheekbone. Her skin was still cold, but soft, so perfect. Upon closer inspection, he noted the redness had not fled from her opposite cheek. There was a faint tinge of purple mottling the surface. "I have already given you my answer." She swallowed, looking as if she wanted to say more. He longed to kiss the tears from her spiked lashes, but he knew he did not have the right.
"I put you in danger. The responsibility to see you safe is mine and mine alone."
Her chin went up. She had never looked more beautiful than in this moment, the defiant goddess who had just survived a terrifying ordeal and still stood up for herself in spite of everything. "I am my own responsibility," she insisted. He grazed the growing bruise gently with the backs of his fingers, taking note of her wince.
"This is where one of them hit you?"
"Yes." A fresh surge of bloodlust thundered through his veins, nearly overwhelming him.
"These men are violent, Isabella. They will harm anyone who stands in their way. They lay bombs on the railway, on the London Bridge, outside the homes of members of Parliament, any damned where they can, thinking nothing of the innocents they harm. I will not allow you to remain here on your own, not even with detectives on duty. There is only one place where I am assured of your safety, and it is Westmoreland House."
Unfortunately, he referred to bodily safety, but not the safety of her virtue. This, too, however, would be examined later. He forced it from his mind. He wanted her, yes, but this was not about the yearnings of his body for a beautiful woman. This was about making certain a woman he had inadvertently led into danger remained safe. He owed her that much, if not a whole bloody lot more. "I cannot stay at your home." She shimmied out of his grasp and out of his lap then, as if returning to herself at last. He released her, standing as well, feeling helpless and frustrated and furious that she'd been so ill-used by those dastardly ruffians.
"It is the only way to ensure this does not happen again, Isabella."
"But my school," she protested, her expression turning stricken. "I must manage my school. How do you propose to keep me safe?" He had not thought of that, damn her.
"I will assign a detail of guards to accompany you to and from your school," he decided. "You will travel in my carriage. No hired hacks."
She flushed. "I always travel in hired hacks." He had suspected as much. She was self-sufficient to a fault, even if she had once upon a time been the sort of lady to fall for a vapid fool like Viscount Lambert.
"No longer."
"You have no right to be so high-handed in this." She turned away from him, wringing her hands, so great was her distress. He knew a rush of shame at her accusation. He was being autocratic, but that was down to his concern for her and his incredible guilt at what had just befallen her, to say nothing of his desperation to keep her safe. He pursued her, determined to win this particular battle for her own well-being rather than his ego. He caught her arm in a gentle grip and spun her back to face him.
"Forgive me, Isabella. I have no intention to be overbearing. All I want is to keep this from happening to you again. You will be my guest. Your maid may stay as well. She has been at Westmoreland House since this morning, when she first raised the alarm that you'd been taken, and her loyalty ought to be rewarded."
"Bless Betsy's heart," she said, softening. The fight was seeping from her. He could sense it.
"Please, Isabella," he pressed. "There will be nothing improper about your stay, I swear it."
"For how long?" Her gaze searched his, seeking answers he could not give.
"Until the men responsible for this outrage are apprehended," he told her truthfully, neglecting to add that when such a feat would be achieved was anyone's guess. She sighed, relenting. "Very well. I will do as you ask, but only because I have no wish for harm to come to Betsy because of me. I do fear those men." She trembled beneath his touch, giving unspoken testament to just how much bravery it took for her to put on such a fiery display in the wake of everything she had just endured. Relief washed over him. In truth, whilst he was determined, he had not been convinced he would win this battle with her. He could not bloody well imprison her at Westmoreland House, after all, not even for her own good. "Thank you," he told her. "Go and gather some of your necessities. I can send some of my staff to collect the rest."
"Yes," she agreed, nodding. "I will be no more than a few minutes." He released his hold on her at last.
"I will await you in the front hall."
She turned to go in silence. He hated the haunted expression on her face, the glazed look in her eyes, the bruise marring her cheek. He also hated himself for being responsible for having caused this hellish mess. He would be damned if it would happen again. From this moment forward, Isabella Hillgrove was his to protect. Benedict liked the notion far more than he should. Chapter 12. "Your bath is ready, miss," announced Whitmore, the kindly lady's maid who ordinarily served Callie. "That should be just the thing to warm you after the day you have had wandering about in the cold. For shame, those awful scoundrels, taking a lady from her home, dragging her all over London and then leaving her to walk the streets in January, and today a foggy and chilly day too." Whitmore harumphed, her face pinched with disgust. She was a tall woman, bold of temperament, rather like Callie, with a shock of wild red hair tamed in a stern knot. Isabella had liked her instantly when she'd rapped upon the door to the opulent bedchamber she'd been assigned at Westmoreland House and introduced herself. And she had been right. Whitmore had instantly taken the reins, getting her meagre belongings settled and drawing a bath in the bathing room adjoining her chamber. Now it was almost impossible to think mere hours ago she had feared for her life, bound and blindfolded in a carriage with two strange men intent upon doing her harm. The pink and gold chamber was bedecked with damask roses everywhere, the finest carpet, beautiful wall coverings, an exquisite bed of carved mahogany dominating one wall, and a Louis XV writing desk arranged before a window. All the lights were electric rather than gas, and the water in the tub Whitmore had just readied was piped in, already heated. The private apartments of Westmoreland House were a miracle of modern function, blended with old-world elegance. She knew, without being told, the enhancements were all the doing of Westmoreland himself. Benedict, he had asked her to call him. But she must not think of that now. "Will you be wishing for me to attend you in your bath, Miss Hillgrove?" Whitmore asked next. "You look a wee bit tired. I cannot imagine how you are still standing on your own 2 feet after all you've suffered today, my dear. I will manage on my own, Whitmore, thank you, she said. I've always done for myself. That will not change now. Though she had allowed the lady's maid to fuss over her a bit, Isabella told herself that had been down to shock. Certain, Miss Hillgrove. Whitmore sounded sceptical. Certain, she echoed. I shall be fine, thank you. She watched the lady's maid depart the chamber before venturing toward the bathing room. Whitmore had not been wrong, of course. She felt tired. She also felt confused. Her time with her captors had been the most terrifying moments of her life. She had been so certain those men intended to kill her, or at the very least to do her great bodily harm. And then, in the end, they had merely abandoned her, left her behind a used bookseller's shop, all alone in an alley. How she had ever found her way back home was in itself a sort of miracle. She had walked in a stupor, buffeted by cold she had not felt, grateful to have been spared. All the strength within her had fled at the sight of the Duke standing there, his arms open for her. He had called her Isabella. And sweetheart, too, reminded a voice within. He had held her as if she were precious to him, as if he cherished her. Dangerous thoughts to entertain, especially while she was suddenly a guest beneath his roof. And what a roof it was to share. Not even her throbbing head could diminish her admiration for the private bathing room. Much like the bedchamber, it was lavishly spacious. But unlike the plush carpet, here, white marble tiles lined the floor. Gleaming wood encased a porcelain-lined tub, perfectly matched to the dark wall panels and the washstand at the foot of the tub. A water closet in the corner of the room boasted a pedestal in the shape of a mythical-looking sea serpent, complete with scales. A whimper of sheer amazement escaped her as she shed her gown and undergarments. There was a potted plant on the ledge overlooking the tub, its foliage green and lush. The air was scented with orange and rose oil, and steam rose from the inviting bath. She'd never seen the like. Of course, after the splendour of the library and the rest of the public rooms, she supposed she ought not to be surprised. It was quite unlike her to be impressed by such unnecessary superfluities. Perhaps her reaction was owed to the upheaval of the day. Perhaps it had been caused by the blows she had taken. Her cheek still smarted, and the back of her head ached with an insistent ferocity she suspected would plague her for several days to come. Also unlike her, she did not bother to neatly arrange her gown. She simply stepped out of it, allowing it to pool in a heap on the immaculate floor, the black of her skirts a sharp contrast, reminiscent of the differences between herself and the man in whose home she was now a reluctant guest. She made short work of her corset cover and corset before bending and unhooking her boots. The action enhanced the throbbing in her head. A wave of nausea assailed her, and she had to straighten, towing off her boots whilst she steadied herself with a hand against the wall. A deep breath, then another, eyes closed. She inhaled the sweet scent of the bath, and it soothed her frayed nerves. She was safe here. Westmoreland would protect her, of that she had no doubt. Her equilibrium restored to her, she returned to the business of removing the rest of her undergarments, her stockings the last raiment to be shed. At long last she lowered herself into the warm luxury of the bath. The calming lick of water engulfed her, easing the tenseness from her limbs. She sighed in bliss, sinking as deep as she could go all the way to her chin. It was glorious. So she remained for an indeterminate span of time, relishing the rare indulgence, until a shadow fell across the threshold of the door adjoining the bathing room to the bedchamber, which she had neglected to close in her distracted state of mind. An instinctive scream rose in her throat.
"Isabella!"
The familiar, deep voice, laden with worry, stayed her terror. But only for a moment. She scooted deeper into the tub, drawing her knees to her chest and crossing her arms over her bare breasts beneath the water, just before the Duke of Westmoreland appeared. "Your Grace," she gasped. "What are you doing in here?" Her eyes, however, devoured him in spite of her mind's stern warnings that he could not possibly be inhabiting the same space whilst she was entirely nude. In the bath. It was the height of impropriety. However, he was tall, golden and handsome, hovering at the doorway. Despite the mayhem of the day, he was unflappably graceful in a way few men possessed. His broad, lean form filled the doorway, clad impeccably in a dark cutaway jacket, matching trousers and waistcoat, and a crisp white shirt with a slate-grey necktie. His startling blue gaze connected with hers, sending a physical jolt straight through her.
"Forgive me for the interruption. I had not realised you were bathing. I knocked, and when there was no answer, I was concerned for you, after the blow you took to the head."
He had been fretting over her, and the knowledge warmed her in a way that had nothing to do with the sweetly scented hot water in which she was immersed. Still, she had her pride. She had already allowed him far too many liberties. "I am well, as you can see," she forced herself to say, keeping her tone tart. "Now, if you do not mind, Your Grace, I should like to finish my bath in peace. It is indecent of you to be in my chamber at all, let alone in the bathing room while I am unclothed." Reminding him of her nudity was a mistake, because his eyes dipped to the bath, searing her through the distance separating them. An answering yearning thrummed through her, landing between her thighs in a pulsing awareness. Oh, what this man did to her! She had been hit over the head, taken captive, carted through London terrified, and somehow all she wanted was to kiss him. He cleared his throat, seemingly shaking himself from the maddening attraction sparking between them better than she could.
"Of course, my dear. Pardon my alarm. It has been a trying day for us all. I merely wish to tell you that I've sent for my physician. He will arrive within the hour to attend you."
"I am perfectly well," she insisted, aside from her aching head, of course. "I do not need a doctor, though I do thank you for your worry on my behalf. It is quite unnecessary. I have already caused trouble enough in your household."
"You have caused no trouble at all."
He frowned at her, looking stern, suddenly reminiscent of the arrogant stranger she had met that first day when she had confronted him in his study. How far they had come since then. So far that having him here in the bathing room with her did not disturb her. Instead, the intimacy felt strangely right. "Still, I do not require a doctor. I have a will of iron and a hearty constitution."
"You will see him nonetheless,"
countered Westmoreland, his typical domineering self. Somehow she did not mind in this instance. Another blossom of warmth unfurled within her instead. "I am fine." Of course, she ruined her insistence in the next instant when her bottom suddenly slid against the slippery porcelain of the tub. She threw her arms out to keep herself from going under, but it was too late. She slid beneath the water, the world briefly a muddle of blurred sound and light. Large, capable hands hauled her back to the surface. She coughed and furiously wiped the water from her eyes.
"Fine, are you?"
His tone was grim. "I slipped," she managed to sputter.
"You should not be in here unattended."
His voice was curt, laden with disapproval.
"What the devil was Whitmore thinking? I should see her sacked for this."
"The fault is not hers." She blinked her eyes open to find his handsome face hovering shockingly near. "I asked her to leave me alone."
"I ought to take you over my knee,"
he muttered. But his motions were tender as he took up a towel and dried her eyes and face.
"You look like a drowned cat."
That was hardly a compliment, but she had no doubt he was right. In her rush to get into the bath and her awestruck ogling of the splendidly appointed room itself, she had neglected to take down her hair. As a result, loose tendrils were plastered to her face. She swiped at them now. "If you attempt to take me over your knee, I will scratch you like a cat," she warned him pointedly. His lips quirked into a smile.
"There is the lady typewriter with a backbone of steel I've come to know and admire."
She forgot her irritation. Even the throbbing of her head retreated to a dull ache when he looked at her thus. Not just admiring, but as if she were the most glorious sight he had ever beheld. He admired her, he had said. She could not linger over that revelation, however. The water was quite transparent, and her ability to resist him was waning fast. "You must go now, Your Grace," she forced herself to say. I will finish my bath and see your physician if I must."
"There is absolutely no way I'm leaving your side after this."
His low voice was austere, commanding, ducal.
"I will not chance you slipping beneath the water once more. You are in a weakened state, and until the doctor examines you, it is best if you are assisted in your bath."
He could not possibly be suggesting what she, in her addled state, thought he was. Could he? He finished drying her face and set aside the towel.
"I will attend you."
Isabella's expression reflected his own inward sentiment. This was madness, pure and utter madness on his part. He was trespassing in most egregious fashion, treading dangerously near to scandal, leading them both perilously close to ruin. He could not explain it himself, but when he had knocked at her chamber door and there had been no answer, the terror clenching his gut and radiating through him had been almost violent. He had instantly hearkened back to that morning, and fearing the worst, that one of those villains had somehow found their way through the defences he had arranged around the perimeter of Westmoreland House, had sent him into her chamber. When she had not been there, he had gone to the bathing room, expecting the door to be closed. He had intended to knock to assure himself she was within, but the door had been open, blessedly, temptingly open, and there had been Isabella in the bath, a goddess of cream and spun gold. Her wide blue eyes had sizzled into his, and he had been helplessly drawn. Moth to flame. She could burn him to ashes, and he would be her willing sacrifice. "You cannot attend me, Your Grace," she hissed, clearly horrified by the prospect of him playing the role of servant. Too damned bad. She may be made of steel and fierce as any queen, but she had clearly underestimated just how badly she'd been shaken by being taken captive and so thoroughly abused by those bastards.
"In the absence of Whitmore, I will do," he countered. "And before you offer maidenly protestations, rest assured that it is not my intention to ravish you, madam."
"Not now," said a wicked voice inside him, a voice he promptly silenced. Her countenance was sceptical, and he could not blame her, for he did not entirely trust himself when it came to her. However, he was not such a beast that he would attempt to woo a woman who'd just been through hell and had suffered a knock to the head. His sole intention was to see to her welfare. "It is horribly improper," she protested still. Yes, it was. He did not give a damn.
"If I release you, you will not go sliding back beneath the water again, will you?" he asked, ignoring her. He still held her with one arm around her back, her lush lips compressed with disapproval. "I already told you that I slipped." He released her, but only so he could shuck his morning coat, the sleeves of which were quite sodden after rescuing her from the bath. He hung his coat on a gilt hook before turning back to her, rolling up the cuffs of his shirt to his elbows. She watched him with wide eyes. "No more arguments, Isabella. I am assisting you in your bath, and that is final." He crossed back to her side, doing his best to avert his gaze from the tempting sight of her creamy flesh beckoning beneath the water. "I could scream," she countered, stubborn to the last. "No one will hear you," he lied, with a confidence he did not entirely feel. Westmoreland House was a vast, rambling monstrosity, it was true. However, it was also overrun with servants, any of whom were likely to hear a scream, particularly in the wake of the upheaval in the household this morning and the sudden abundance of detectives and agents swarming its perimeter. He pulled a chair near and seated himself at her side, taking up the soap and washcloth Whitmore had neatly laid out for Isabella's use. He had never bathed the woman before, and he found the prospect of washing her strangely appealing. Not in a sensual sense either, but gratifying. He wanted to tend to her, to take care of her, to reassure her she would always be safe with him. He cared for her. Good God! The errant thought, completely unexpected, nearly struck him dumb. He froze, his gaze tangling with hers, and thought for a heady moment he saw deep within their sparkling depths an answering profundity. "Your Grace," she objected once more, though her voice lacked the strength of her previous declarations. "You cannot." "Benedict," he told her. In this chamber I am merely a man tending to a woman he holds in high esteem."
"A woman he asked to be his mistress," she reminded him of his stupidity. He winced, then dipped the soap and cloth into the water, before rubbing the two together, creating a sweet-scented lather.
"A man who is an obtuse dunderhead."
But she was not in the mood to be gracious, it would seem. "A woman, he said, resembles a drowned cat." She raised a brow, lips pursed. He wanted to kiss those lips, damn it.
"The most beautiful drowned cat in history."
The corners of her lips twitched as if she were tamping down a smile. "It is too late for flattery, I fear."
"Then you will not mind my aid," he said swiftly.
Without waiting for further protestations from her, he moved the cloth over her arms. He had not allowed himself to admire her bare skin, but it was impossible not to look at her when he was cleansing her with the soap and cloth. He cursed himself for the foolishness of this plan once more when he caught a glimpse of the fullness of her breasts beneath the water, a hint of the rosy pink nipples he had dreamt about ever since a prim-gowned, disapproving proprietress had stormed into his study. Desire slammed into him, but he willed it away. He could control himself. "Your Grace, you must not. This is the height of impropriety." Her opposition continued, though seemed far less strident now that he was rubbing the cloth over the elegant curve of her shoulder. Dear Lord, even her shoulders were beautiful. Every part of her revealed to him was glorious. He felt as if he was seeing a woman unclothed for the first time, which was ludicrous. He had seen any number of his lovers bereft of their feminine trappings in the past, but none of them had been her. He cleared his throat, banishing the unwanted thought.
"To Hades with impropriety. I am helping you, that is all."
"I neither need nor want your help," she insisted, stubborn to the last.
"I begin to wonder if those miscreants delivered you to the alleyway because they recognized they had no hope of ever defeating you in a battle of wills," he remarked lightly, as he moved the cloth over her back, then her other shoulder and arm. She laughed then, one short, splendid giggle of reluctant merriment, before she rolled her lips inwards, staving off further levity. "Too late, my dear Isabella,"
he told her with mock sternness, seeking to lighten the heaviness of the moment.
"I now have proof you are capable of laughter."
So much had happened. He hated that she had been injured, hated that she had suffered, hated the feeling of helplessness which had taken hold of him when she'd been taken. "You are one to talk, sir," she said as he dipped the cloth beneath the water, soaping down her spine. "I have never seen you laugh."
"I have little cause to."
He worked his way lower, grinding his molars when his fingers inadvertently grazed the cleft of her bottom. Torture. Bathing Isabella Hillgrove was complete and utter torture. If he survived the next 5 minutes without snatching her from the bath and kissing her senseless, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Her swift inhalation of breath told him she had felt the contact, and that it had a similarly awakening effect upon her. "I can do the rest myself, Your Grace." She turned and snatched the cloth from him, but her hasty movement likely had a different effect than what she had intended, for her breasts bobbed free of the water, and he was granted a delectable, unobstructed view of them for just a moment. And what a moment it was! Her nipples were hard, jutting forward like offerings. He allowed her to snag the cloth from his suddenly nerveless fingers, and though he was doing his best to play the gentleman, he could not seem to tear his stare from her. She caught him. Her gasp told him so, as did the manner in which she suddenly plunged back into the water, up to her chin. Her lustrous eyes narrowed, those long lashes rendering the gesture sultry rather than prim. "Your Grace!" A curious heat stole over his cheekbones as he forced his gaze back to hers. My God, was he blushing like a callow lad who'd just seen his first pair of puppies? And oh, how it nettled that she still declined to refer to him as Benedict. His title had not been so despised since it had first settled upon him at Alfred's death.
"Fair enough," he said agreeably. "I will tend to your hair whilst you see to the rest."
Her nostrils flared. "No," he quirked a brow at her.
"On this I am quite firm, I am afraid. Your modesty shall have to martyr itself, my dear. I will be hanged before I leave you alone to drown in this tub. You are more overwrought after your ordeal than you realise. I would be remiss if I allowed you in here on your own. My honour as a gentleman demands it."
He was not prevaricating on this much, at least. He did very much fear that her stubborn nature refused to admit how greatly the events of the day had affected her, to say nothing of the blow she had suffered to her head, which had rendered her unconscious and had been the reason he had summoned Dr. Gilmore. He was responsible for her now, and he meant to uphold that duty with all that he had. "Did your honour as a gentleman not demand that you avert your gaze?" she asked him now, sliding a bit deeper in the tub, until her lower lip was a scant half-inch above the waterline. He wondered if she realised just how transparent the water was. It obscured nothing, but he supposed he would allow her to maintain the illusion of decorum it provided her.
"It happened so quickly, I saw nothing."
That was a despicable lie, but one he would have to live with for her sake. He could ill afford to continue this argument with her. The longer he lingered, the less control he possessed when it came to her, and the less control he had, the greater his chances of hauling her dripping from the tub, carrying her to the bed in the adjoining chamber, and claiming her as his own. Her eyes narrowed another measure, making it clear she did not believe him, but mercifully she sighed. "Very well, Your Grace. If you insist upon washing my hair, I suppose I must let you. You have already trespassed where you do not belong. My water is growing cool, and I have no wish to catch a chill." He did not bother to suggest draining some of the water and refilling with the heated water that was primed and at the ready, for if it gave him an excuse to remain here with her, caring for her in the only way she would allow, it would be enough to content him. Benedict relinquished the soap to her and moved to her damp hair. He began plucking the pins one by one, removing them and unwinding her standard tight chignon with great relish. Her hair was beautiful, like silken honey with a natural curl. The heavy skeins unwound around her shoulders, taking him back to the day he had kissed her in the library. Prim Miss Hillgrove was a delicious cipher. But Isabella, with her hair running wild down her back, was a sight to behold. Her hair was not just one shade, but many, containing shots of copper, streaks as brilliant as the sun, and a tawny amber running through it. It was as extraordinary as the rest of her, he thought now, as he tucked the last of her hairpins into the pocket of his waistcoat. Miss Isabella Hillgrove was turning him into a thief. He stole kisses and hairpins. Again and again. It was a sobering notion, but he kept the pins where they were just the same and stood to retrieve an ewer on the washstand. She was unusually silent as he filled the ewer with warm water before returning to her side.
"Tip your head back, and I shall wet it," he instructed her softly.
Part of him did not expect her to obey, but this time she offered no opposition. Instead, she paused in her ministrations and tipped her head back toward him. Her trust in him sent another spike of warmth straight to his heart, rather like a railroad tie being driven home, securing her place there. With trembling hands, he slowly tipped the warm water over her crown, taking care to keep the liquid from running over her face. Tending to her pleased him greatly, both that this fierce woman had finally relented enough to allow it, and that he could do something for her. Since he had become the Duke of Westmoreland, he had spent his life so oft being the one for whom everything was done, rather than the other way around. He returned the ewer to the washstand and took up the shampoo jelly to cleanse her hair. Gingerly he worked the floral-scented jelly through her locks, taking special care where the lump on the back of her head had formed. Feeling it with the pads of his fingertips sent fury and anguish coursing through him anew. She jerked away from his touch as he inadvertently brushed against a particularly sensitive area, and he could have kicked himself.
"I am sorry, sweetheart. I did not mean to hurt you."
"It is fine, Your Grace," she said, still clinging to her formality. It irked him now more than ever, for it was almost as if she denied what was between them. And how could she? He knew she felt this, whatever the devil it was, just as surely as he did.
It is not fine, damn you, he said then, bitterness lacing his voice along with all the pent-up rage he carried toward the Fenian menace. This never should have happened to you. She remained still as he worked the lather through her hair. It is not your fault, Benedict. Her use of his name at long last made him freeze. Gratification, the likes of which he had never experienced, settled over his chest. For a breath, he could not find his tongue or his wits. How right his name sounded in her rich, mellifluous voice. I hold myself responsible even if you absolve me, he told her, struggling to keep the thickness and unwanted emotion from his voice. He had not ever been so vulnerable to a woman. He was not sure he liked it. In fact, he bloody well knew he did not. You do not owe me anything, and yet you have been most kind to myself and to Betsy as well. Her voice was quiet, so quiet he nearly had to strain to discern her words. I have been remiss in failing to thank you for your hospitality. Here now, what was this? Could it be that the way to slay the dragon Miss Hillgrove was to wash her hair? I owe you a great deal, he countered, swallowing against a rush of more unwanted emotion. My hospitality and concern are the least I can offer you. When I thought something ill had befallen you earlier, I was beside myself. I never would have forgiven myself if anything worse had happened. What happened to you was evil enough, but if it had been something more— He could not bring himself to finish the thought, for something more would have been either her rape or her murder, perhaps both. He thanked God the villains who had taken her had possessed some manner of conscience and had not harmed her as severely as they could have. If you are acting out of guilt, sir, I beg you to cancel any such debts you feel you owe me, she said then, still facing away from him. How he wished he could see her face, read her expression, her eyes. Nothing I have ever felt for you has had a thing to do with guilt, Isabella, he assured her then, even if he did not know precisely what it was he felt for her. He had no inkling, though he harboured a suspicion that the unthinkable had befallen him. She rose then, and filled the ewer once more before sitting behind her. "And what is it you feel for me?" she asked him, as if guessing his thoughts. He stilled, the filled ewer heavy in his hands, rather symbolic of the heaviness weighing upon his heart. "I cannot define it, other than to say it is more than I have ever felt for another." He waited, holding his breath for an admission in kind. "You ought not to feel that way for me, Benedict," she said at last, to his eternal disappointment. "I do not belong in your world. When this storm passes, I will return to where I belong, and you shall go on with your life." He wanted to argue with her, but time was slipping away from him, and he knew it. He would save this argument for another day. For now he had to finish washing her hair and leave her chamber before his presence here was discovered by the diligent Whitmore. Or worse, Callie. "Tilt your head back," he ordered her instead. Once more she obeyed. He tilted the ewer, watching as the water trickled over her hair, washing the suds into the bath. If only the emotions inside him could be cleansed with the same ease. Chapter 13. Isabella woke the day following her abduction with a head that still ached and a heart filled with regrets. Morning light spilled through the window dressings, and she blinked the sleep from her eyes, stunned again at the sumptuousness of her surroundings. The bed beneath her was softer than any she had ever slept in, rather like a cloud. The ceiling overhead was moulded with scrolls and acanthus leaves and nymphs. The damask roses in the wallpaper were more beautiful in the rich light of day than they had been the previous evening by the glow of electric light. The pictures on the walls were whimsical and enchanting, so much so that she suspected Callie's influence in the decoration of the chamber itself. The bathing room, however, with its solid dark wood, was all Benedict. "Benedict," she whispered his name aloud to herself, though she knew, for her own self-preservation, that she must not think of him so familiarly. She must instead cling to her battlements, maintain the distance between them,
because if she allowed herself to soften toward him, she was in great danger of sacrificing everything she'd worked her entire life to gain, her independence and her school. She could not afford to lose either one. But the Duke of Westmoreland was not making it easy for her, that much was certain. He had been so tender in the bath yesterday, tending to her as if she were made of the finest porcelain. His touch had not been sensual, but gentle instead. And she had been so intent upon keeping him at bay and maintaining her emotional distance that she had been, in the end, rather rude to him. She had given in, quite foolishly, and referred to him by his given name as he had repeatedly entreated. He had been pleased. She had sensed it, though he had not remarked upon her calling him Benedict. The name suited him. It suited her far too much to allow it to roll off her tongue. It suited her even more to allow him intimacies she should not permit any man. Her feelings for him had grown since yesterday, and there was no help for it. After the time spent in fear with her captors, followed by the frigid walk through January's cold to return home, being in his arms had felt far too natural, far too good, and when he had intruded upon her bath later, it had required every modicum of control she possessed to keep from grabbing fistfuls of his immaculate waistcoat and pulling him into the bath with her. When he had washed her with that cloth, he had brought to life that same simmering warmth he always made her feel. This time, however, the raw desire had been more potent, and then his fingers had grazed her beneath the water, sending such a rush of need to her core that she had nearly cried out. But for all the repressed sensuality of the ablutions he had performed upon her, it had been the sweet, caring way he had let down her chignon, then gently worked the shampoo into her hair, that had filled her with the most yearning. Because those actions were not about seduction. He had wanted to take care of her, and the knowledge was far more dangerous than all the illicit kisses and touches in the world, because it made her foolish heart long for things she could never have. If she had any questions about the vastness of the differences between them, she need only look at the gilt and glossed exotic woods, the elaborate carvings, the thick Axminster carpets, and the sheer size of this chamber to remind her. Had she learned nothing from the mistakes of her past? Like that long-ago summer when she had visited Mamma's cousins at their country house, and she had met Henry, she was once more perilously close to believing the unattainable could be hers. She had been young and naive when she had believed the feelings she shared with Lord Lambert could have sustained the differences in their class. For although her mother had been born to an eminent family, her father had been a tradesman all his life, and though he had amassed a tidy fortune by the time of his death, it still paled in comparison to the ancestral wealth of the lady Lambert had gone on to wed, just as it paled in comparison to that of the Duke of Westmoreland. No, she reminded herself sternly as she rose from the bed. She must not allow herself to believe she could ever hope to obtain anything from Benedict other than another offer to be his mistress, and that she would not do, no matter how much she wanted him. Not even if Benedict had been attentive and sweetly respectful after he left her to finish her bath yesterday. Not even if he had hovered worriedly outside the salon while Dr. Gilmore had performed his examination of the injury to her head before proclaiming her mildly concussed, but otherwise in good health. Not if he had treated her as if she were a fine lady at dinner when she had dined with he and Callie. Today was a new day, and she would shake herself from the shackles of fear which had been holding her back since her abduction the morning before. She marched to the bathing room and washed her face and hands at the washstand. After drying her face, she went about the task of dressing herself, just as she had always done. When she was once more garbed in her standard black, hair secured in a knot at her nape, she took a deep breath and then left her chamber. For a moment she stood in the hall, forgetting which direction to turn. Westmoreland House was like nothing so much as a maze. Left, she recalled, and set off in that direction. She had not made it far when another door opened behind her. The charge in the air and frisson that went down her spine warned her who was emerging before she spun about and confirmed her suspicions. The unfairly gorgeous man she had been fretting over ever since, well, ever since she had met him, in truth, was striding toward her. His golden hair was perfectly parted, his jaw freshly shaved, and his cutaway and trousers were just as wonderfully tailored as the day before, and the day before that, and every occasion upon which she had ever seen him. Also unfair. For a wild moment, she considered turning and fleeing back to the safety of her guest chamber. But then she realised how silly she would appear, so she stood where she was and dipped into her best curtsy instead. "You can do this, Isabella. He is only a man, after all. You can resist him." But could she, when he was so tender and caring, rather than merely the skilled lover she found so alluring? How could she maintain her guard and defences? "Good morning," she offered, chasing her troubling thoughts. It was rather unsettling to discover he'd been sleeping so very near to her. 20 paces down the hall, that was all. He bowed, small smile flitting over his sensual lips.
"Good morning to you, Isabella. How are you feeling? Is your head paining you?"
His concern took her aback once more, though after yesterday she supposed she ought not to be surprised. How she wished he had been flippant or flirtatious. It would have been easier to tamp down her vacillating emotions. Still, she did her utmost to feign an unaffected air. "I am feeling ready to return to the work at hand today."
"The work at hand?"
He pinned her with a frown, a look of reproach.
"You cannot be thinking of returning to your school today, so soon after all you suffered."
Had he already forgotten their bargain? She had not. She had £1,000 to remind her, after all. "Not the school, Your Grace. Our work. You have acquired my services for the next week, if you will but recall." The moment the words fled her, she regretted her choice of words, for it sounded far more salacious than she had intended. Indeed, it sounded as if she offered him a different sort of service altogether. Her cheeks went hot. His frown deepened, his gaze sweeping over her face.
"Of course I recall the shameless manner in which I begged for your expertise. However, that was before you were injured yesterday. I have no intention of forcing you to the typewriter after all you endured. Dr. Gilmore says you are concussed."
Lightly, she reminded him, wondering if he had spoken with the physician separately. Knowing him, it was likely that he had expected a personal accounting. "My head aches, as the doctor told me it might for the next few days, but it is tolerable."
"Tolerable is hardly a recommendation for hours spent in drudgery," he snapped.
She stiffened, clinging to the steel his arrogance gave her spine. "My work is not drudgery, sir." His full lips tightened, the only sign he was nettled by her return to calling him Sir and Your Grace, after the different sort of intimacy they had shared yesterday in the bathing room.
"I did not mean to suggest it was. However, the act of sitting, reading dozens of pages, typing— Forgive me my ham-handedness. I merely meant to suggest you take the day to rest instead."
This was not the first apology he had offered her, and it was not lost upon her. He was an arrogant, powerful duke. But in this moment, it was almost impossible to believe he was the same ruthless man who had sent 3 of her typewriters away in tears. "The work is important to me," she said, forcing away the fresh wave of emotions threatening to surge. "It is a much-welcomed distraction. Besides, I can ill afford to waste time. Matters have been settled at my school for the next few days in preparation of my work with you. I have one of my most trusted associates training classes in my absence. Delays will interfere with my schedule." There, a return to business. After all, the school was her life's blood, and she must not forget that. It was the means by which she put a roof over her head and bread on her table. It was also the means by which countless ladies had found situations to better themselves and their families. She was Isabella Hillgrove, and she must not forget what that meant. She was her father's daughter. The Duke's countenance changed. For a moment she swore she spied a hint of a different emotion. But then it was gone, and his aristocratic mask was firmly in place once more.
"If that is what you wish, Miss Hillgrove, I have no desire to stand in your way," he murmured politely, mimicking her formality. Part of her, the wicked part of her, the part that longed for this man's kisses like she needed her next breath, wished he had called her Isabella instead, wished he had taken her in his arms as he had yesterday, wished for his mouth upon hers, wished for him to tempt and torture her. But he was unreadable, unshakable, every inch the Duke. "That is what I wish," she assured him. Another door clicked open then, and Callie emerged, wearing dark divided skirts and a billowing scarlet bodice. Her dark hair was swept into a loose Grecian braid that hung over her shoulder. "Benny and Isabella," she greeted, unaware of the tenseness of the air between Isabella and the Duke. "What a cosy idyll I have intruded upon. Are the two of you going down to breakfast?" Had the words come from anyone else, Isabella would have suspected underlying scorn. But not from Callie. Her heart was pure and true, even if her motives were sometimes idealistic. "We are, sister dearest," Westmoreland said, offering his sister an elegant bow. "Will you join us?" Belatedly, Isabella dipped into a curtsy. She had been so caught up in the Duke's presence and her clash of wills with him that she had forgotten herself. One more sign she did not belong in this world, where Gainsboroughs, Caravaggios and Titians hung proudly from the walls. "I will," Callie said, smiling as her eyes darted from Isabella to her brother. "Tell me, Isabella, how are you faring today after that nasty knock to the head yesterday?" "It is a dull ache, nothing more," she said, keenly aware of the Duke's gaze upon her. She felt it all the way to her core. Her eyes stole to his, and she jolted as if from a physical touch. Would it always be thus between them? The air seemed heavy and fraught with implications, possibilities, yearning. "Miss Hillgrove tells me she feels well enough to carry on typewriting this morning," he said to his sister, though his eyes had not strayed from Isabella. "Oh dear, already?" Callie's voice was wry. "I fear I have made plans for the use of the library this morning." "Calliope." The Duke's tone of voice was one Isabella had not heard before. It was stern and yet somehow indulgent, long-suffering. "We have already had this discussion, need I remind you?" Callie delivered a playful swat to the Duke's shoulder. "You need not fear that I have scheduled a ball or a dinner, Benny, though I shall never fully comprehend your objection to the last party I held. What harm was there in hosting a conjurer?" Memories of that particular evening returned to Isabella in a sudden rush. The darkness in the orangery, interrupted only by the silver glow of the moon. Westmoreland's fevered kisses, his touch beneath her skirts, the way he had made her come apart in his arms. Heat pooled between her thighs. Mortified, she pressed them together, staving off the impending desire and the thoughts of that night both. Once more, she felt his gaze upon her, searing her. When she met the Duke's stare, there was no doubt in her mind he was recalling every second of that evening as well. Those frenzied moments on the table, the scent of earth and blossoms and lust permeating the night, the desperation with which they had clawed at each other. "The evening was an enlightening one, I am sure, Callie," he said to his sister without breaking the contact of their gazes. "But the conjurer was a charlatan." Isabella forgot to breathe. Callie's laughter shattered the intensity of the moment, reminding them both they had an audience. She jerked her gaze back to her friend, who was watching the Duke with an assessing look. "The evening was most enlightening," Callie agreed. "He produced a bowl of fire from beneath his coat, Benny. I do wish you could have seen it yourself." "I'm certain it was a marvel, Goose," said the Duke, the affection in his voice undeniable. "It was," his sister insisted. "But this morning I do require the library for a meeting, I am afraid. Our Ladies' Suffrage Society is having another gathering to plan our strategies, and it is my turn to act the hostess. You do not mind terribly, do you, Benny?" "It is an admirable cause," he allowed, "and one which you know I favour. If you must have the library, Miss Hillgrove and I can adjourn to my study for the day." "Wonderful, my dearest brother."
Callie gave him a beatific smile. "Thank you. And Isabella, if you are able, you must join us as well, even for a moment. Supposing Benny can spare you, of course." Benny made a low sound in his throat. Isabella was reasonably certain it was a growl. "Oh," Callie exclaimed then. "And a goose I am, living up to my namesake. You will think me the silliest creature in all England, but I just realised I have forgotten to write in my journal this morning. I cannot begin my day properly until I have rectified my error. Do go down to breakfast without me, the two of you. I shall join you in a trice." Without waiting for either of them to answer, Callie turned and swept away, returning to her chamber. The door closed behind her with a quiet snick. Isabella was once more, and quite suddenly, alone with the Duke of Westmoreland. Benedict. She looked to him, reasonably certain Callie had intentionally deserted them. More matchmaking? Perhaps. But if so, for what purpose? Isabella was an independent woman. The Duke was, well, the Duke. And that was that. Was it not? He was still watching his sister's closed door with a rueful air, passing his hand over his jaw. He was so handsome, a pang went through her. Sometimes it was easier to appreciate the dazzling nature of his masculine beauty when she was not the focus of his arresting blue gaze. "You love your sister very much, don't you?" she asked softly. Having no siblings herself, Isabella admired the relationship between brother and sister. Callie was a butterfly flitting about, and the Duke seemed content to allow her to fly. The full force of his attention returned to her then, seeming to suck all the air from the hall.
"I would give my life for hers. That is the truest definition of love, is it not?"
She knew an instant of envy for Callie before she struck down the sensation. "In a perfect world, you would not need to give your life in exchange for someone you love," she pointed out.
"Ah, but my dear Isabella," he said, a sad smile twisting his lips. "Our world is so very far from perfect."
That was certainly true. If the world were perfect, she would not be falling in love with the Duke of Westmoreland. "You are right, of course," she agreed, doing her best to keep the emotions rioting within from her voice and expression. He offered her his arm, his countenance impassive.
"On to breakfast, Miss Hillgrove."
How she wished he would call her Isabella. She summoned a false smile and placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. "Of course." Chapter 14. Benedict was regretting the haste with which he had accepted his meddlesome sister's commandeering of the library. Not an hour into working with Isabella in his study, and all he could think about was kissing her, touching her. Beneath the cover of his desk, he was sporting a massive cockstand. He pored over a report of intelligence newly arrived that morning from his agents in Philadelphia. But the words were a sea of uninteresting garble beneath his distracted eyes. He blamed his lack of devotion to his duty upon the proximity in which he was currently working with the icy blonde goddess whom he had assisted in the bath just the night before. The woman who haunted his dreams and all his daytime thoughts too. Her scent lingered on the air, orris root and the sweetness of the soap from her bath. She must have brought her perfume with her. Good God, it was intoxicating. Not even the steady tapping of her fingers on the keys could distract him from how badly he wanted her. If anything, it made him want her more. He could not seem to keep himself from stealing glances toward her, from watching her dainty fingers flying over the keys. Watching her work was erotic. Perhaps he was going mad. He was envisioning those hands on his body, touching him, grasping his cock. Those pink, too wide lips of hers swallowing his cock. It would seem the gentlemanly concern he had clung to yesterday had been diminished by a restless, fitful night, during which he had been plagued by thoughts of her sleeping just across the hall, out of reach and yet so damned close. Worse, he was not just enthralled by her body. He did not just want her physically. Bedding her was a secondary conquest now, falling behind the raging need to make her his in every way, to own her heart. He could not quell the sound of self-disgust rising from his throat, half growl, half groan. She paused, her fingers hovering over the keys as she glanced up at him. "Your Grace, is something amiss?" Yes, hell yes, everything was amiss. He was tired of staring at reports and pretending he gave a damn about them. He was sick to death of relying upon formality to control his need for her. Being shut up in this chamber with her, mere feet away and yet unable to touch her, was pure and utter agony. He stood.
"Something is indeed amiss, Isabella."
She stood as well, her eyes framed by those sinfully long lashes that gave her an almost fey quality. "Have I displeased you in some way? The first report was rather cumbersome, and I needed to review it in its entirety before beginning."
"There is nothing displeasing about you, Isabella Hillgrove," he reassured her, his voice grim.
In truth, there was one displeasing thing about her. She was not kissing him. Mayhap, too, she had invaded his space and yet remained hopelessly out of reach. "Then do you wish to take a break?" Her eyes widened as he stalked closer. "I can ring for some tea if you would like." He would be damned if he would have her ringing for his tea as if she were his servant.
"I do not want tea."
What he wanted was her. He had spent the better part of the last hour fantasizing about all the places he could have her in this very room. Upon his desk, she could ride him while he was seated in his chair, against the bookshelves lining the wall, on the rug. The possibilities were endless. The torture was undeniable. Her lips parted. It had been too long since he had kissed her. Days had passed. Days. "I do not want tea either, Your Grace," she said, her voice deliciously breathless. She was not as unaffected as she pretended. Thank fuck.
"Excellent."
Barely restraining the urge to pull her into his arms, he stalked past her.
"Perhaps a break is in order, do you not think, Miss Hillgrove?"
And a return to the intimacy of the previous night would do as well. He despised calling her Miss Hillgrove, hated this forced distance between them, both physical and emotional, but he could not linger upon that now. Instead, he focused his mind upon the questions that had been eating away at him, along with the desire for her. "Of course, if that is what you wish." Her voice was hesitant, with a questioning air now that had been absent before. He was behaving erratically, and he knew it, but damnation, she did things to him. Things no woman before her had ever done. He stalked to the window, pretending to peer into the London traffic beyond the gate surrounding Westmoreland House.
"Perhaps we might indulge in a little chat. What do you think, Miss Hillgrove? I confess I cannot help but to wonder how it is you came to know Lambert."
"We were both guests at the same house party one summer, many years ago now," she said. "We spent a great deal of time together. I thought him charming and witty and so very sophisticated. We share a love of poetry, and later he was kind enough to send me the book you discovered." Indeed. Her ready response did not please him. He turned back to find her standing where he had left her, beside the typewriter, her hand gracing the back of the chair she had so recently vacated.
"How did you come to be a guest at the same house party?"
he asked, genuinely curious, trying to stamp the rest of her words from his mind. "My mother was the youngest daughter of Sir Richard Bowden. When she married my father, who was a tradesman, she was cut off from much of her family, including my grandfather." Isabella's gaze was unwavering, searing his. Not all the Bowdens were willing to turn their backs upon her. Some invitations would arrive, usually for country house parties where our additions were hardly noticed. Father never accompanied us, wanting nothing to do with the quality. This news was surprising, though he supposed it explained rather a great deal about the enigma that was Miss Isabella Hillgrove. Her aristocratic connections were thin and limited, but she carried herself with the air of a gentlewoman, and her intelligence spoke for her. So, too, did her work ethic and stubborn insistence upon adhering to class differences make sense. Her father was a tradesman and her mother gentry. Their alliance could not have been easy, particularly if Isabella's mother's own father had cut her off.
And yet he married your mother, he could not resist pointing out. A small smile flitted with her lips. Theirs was a love match. He met my mother when she visited his London shop. He lost his heart to her the moment he set eyes upon her, or so he claimed. I tend to believe him because Papa was not terribly soft-hearted. Mamma and business were his two great loves. What of you? He asked. Surely your father loved you as well. Her smile turned wistful. He did, in his way, I believe, but my mother's constitution was quite frail. After she had me, they did not dare risk her having another child, lest she not survive. I do think Papa would have preferred me to have been a son, someone to carry on his shop. As it was, I had no heart in keeping it alive. When he died, I sold the shop and invested most of the funds in my typewriting school and my home. Now he understood her devotion to her typewriting school. Her association with Lambert made sense as well. However, he still did not know what Lambert had meant to her, or what had occurred between them. He did not like to think of himself as a jealous man, but everything about his emotions when it came to Isabella was foreign and unpredictable. He had never known this intensity, this depth of feeling. He moved toward her slowly, drawn in spite of himself. You have created something of tremendous value, Isabella. I am certain your father would have been incredibly proud of what you have accomplished. Her composure cracked, just for an instant. Her full lower lip trembled. Thank you. No, Your Grace, but still not a Benedict either. I am not offering you inflated praise or false flattery, he told her, lest she doubt his sincerity. When I said I admire you, I meant all of you. The part of you that is so devoted to creating something of your own, to helping other ladies find the training to obtain situations that will support them and their families. I admire that as well, not just your beauty. And her fragile, wild beauty was intrinsic to who she was. She was thorny as a rose, mysterious as fog, elusive as a bird, more magnificent than any woman he had ever known. A lady like her would never again cross his path. He understood that instinctively. Every part of her was unique. She was a true original. Pink flared to life in her cheeks. I'm not beautiful at all. How wrong she was about herself. You underestimate your allure, he said simply, wondering if that no-account fop Lambert was responsible for the manner in which she buried herself in sombre, colourless sacks and hid the glory of her hair in joyless chignons. Why? I have no allure. Her fingers twisted nervously in the folds of her skirts, the dainty knuckles white-boned and rising in stark relief. I believe our break has gone on long enough. If you do not mind, I should return to typewriting this report for you, else I shall never complete it by lunch. Hang the report, he declared on an impulse. I want to speak with you. You have just spoken with me, Your Grace, a great deal. Her full mouth tightened into a prim line. Was it disapproval, or was it an act of repression? Either way, the formality had returned, and he did not like it. She clung to it rather like a shield for her own protection. You called me Benedict last night, he reminded her, stopping just short of her. Close enough he could catch her waist in his hands if he chose. But he would not force this. He wanted her to meet him halfway this time. He could not forever be the one who initiated intimacies between them. The pink in her cheeks darkened. God, she was adorable when she was embarrassed. His lips ached to feel hers beneath them once more. Last night I had suffered a blow to the head, she dismissed, her tone deliciously tart. My wits were addled. Even when she rebuffed him, he wanted her more than he wanted his next breath. When the devil had he become so besotted with her? I do not think that is why you called me by my given name, sweetheart. He paused, his eyes on hers as he dared the endearment once more. He had used it before, of course, but when he used it now, it held a different significance, a stronger meaning that had been absent before. He touched her then, reaching out to take one of the hands buried in her skirts in his. He twined their fingers together, and she did not resist. Instead, she held him tighter, clinging,
Their palms touched. The expression on her lovely face turned stricken. There was no other way to describe it. She bit her lip, and her eyes glistened. Stormy violet and smoky grey drowned in blue, and he was drowning too, in her. Lost. Or perhaps found. "Benedict," she whispered, "I cannot do this with you." It was a plea, but not the plea he wanted to hear. He was going to fight her in this.
"What can you not do?"
he prodded, wanting to make her say the words aloud. Again, her lower lip trembled. "What do you want from me?"
"Everything."
The word was a confession, the stark, absolute truth, a truth he had done his best to ignore, to banish, a truth he could not outrun, no matter how hard he tried. She shook her head slowly. "You cannot have that." Yes, he could. He was determined, but he kept that to himself for now. Instead, he posed a different question.
"Then what can I have? What will you give me?"
"This is wrong." But as she spoke, her fingers tightened on his. She did not look convinced the words she spoke were truth. Instead, she looked torn, beautifully, heart-wrenchingly torn. He did not falter.
"Why?"
"I am not like you. I do not belong in this world." She shook her head again, slower this time, as if to dispel some notion she could not seem to expunge. "I learned my lesson at that country house party so long ago. Lords and shopkeepers' daughters do not belong together." Of course she did not belong with a milksop like Lambert. Everything in him railed at the notion. But not because Lambert was a viscount and Isabella's father was a tradesman. Because Lambert did not deserve the sole of her shoe.
"Did you love him?"
he asked, the hated question rising from him before he could quell it. He did not want to know the answer. It was none of his affair, and he knew it. And then something far worse occurred to him.
"Do you love him?"
"No," she denied softly, studying him. "I understand that now. Anything I felt for him pales in comparison to the way—" She had almost betrayed herself. Hope, that incessant fool, came back to life.
"To the way you feel now?"
he asked. "To the way I feel about you," she confessed, though from the pained expression pinching her face, he could tell the revelation gave her no joy.
"Isabella,"
he began, about to tell her he felt strongly for her as well. But she stopped him, pressing her finger to his lips. "Hush, Benedict. I am going to be brave now, and foolish and impractical, and everything I am not." Good God, yes. Though he could argue she was brave. What she had endured yesterday, only to calmly walk herself home in the January cold, that was true courage. Before he could voice his approval of such a plan, she replaced her finger with her mouth. All further thought ended. Everything was Isabella. His Isabella. Lord help them both. Lord help her, she was kissing the Duke of Westmoreland, kissing Benedict. She had started this, alone, but she was not alone in participating. From the moment her lips settled upon his, he had responded. Somehow her arms had looped around his neck. His were wrapped around the small of her back, his big hands flattened on the curve, holding her to him tightly. But aside from the way he kept her anchored to him, he seemed content to allow her to control the moment. So control it she did, without a thought for what would happen should they be interrupted once more, without a hint of regret, because kissing him was bliss, angling her lips over his, taking his succulent lower lip in her teeth and nipping him there, kissing the corners of his mouth, filled her with a heady sense of power. She wanted more. Her tongue traced the seam of his lips and slid inside the velvety heat. He tasted of the sweetness of his breakfast tea, sugar and mystery and Benedict, darkness too, desire, the forbidden. He was a duke, she was common. None of that mattered when he groaned, his restraint at last collapsing under the brunt of her hunger for him. He kissed her back, sucking her tongue. He clasped her face in a gentle hold, consuming her as if she were a delicacy, as if he were ravenous for her. And perhaps he was. God knew she felt the same for him. She could not get enough of this man, no matter how hard she tried. The same pulsing ache throbbed to life between her thighs. She remembered him touching her there, the way he had stroked her until she had exploded. She wanted that again, only this time she wanted more. She was not entirely certain what that entailed. Her mother had explained to Isabella what she could expect from the marriage bed. Still, the pallid description left her with a painful dearth of knowledge. It had never bothered her before, for she had been content with her lot in life as she had perceived it. She had been content with her school, content to remain alone, content to be an independent woman, until the Duke of Westmoreland had somehow found his way into her heart. Into her heart! She jerked her head back, ending the kiss as the realization slammed into her. Their gazes met, her lips stinging from the ferocity of his kiss, and she knew in that moment that she loved him. Somehow, against all reason and logic, she had fallen in love with the Duke of Westmoreland. How horrible, how wonderful, how terrifying.
"Isabella,"
he rasped, cupping her face. His gaze devoured her in the same way his lips had. Not enough. She was insatiable for him. It seemed that something inside her had shifted. Perhaps it had been the conversation between them, his frank admiration of her school. Mayhap it had been the way he tended to her in the bath, or the way he had kissed her just now, or her love for him. Whatever the reason, she needed more. She could not stop here, not with this. "No more talking," she ordered him, and then she tugged his head back down to hers. This kiss was impatient. It was ravenous. His hands found her waist, and he lifted her from the floor. Without breaking the seal of their mouths, he walked them backward to his desk. She told herself she should stop him, but she wanted him too much. He held her to him, kissing her voraciously, feasting on her lips as he waved one arm behind her. The sound of papers and books fluttering and thumping to the floor reached her. It was the orangery, Redux, but this time was different. This time she could not blame her weakness on the magic of the night, or the spell of the moonlight seeping through the windows overhead, or the surprise of colliding with him where she had not expected him to be. This time there were no excuses. There was only want, need, desire. This time she was not going to stop. The surface of the desk was hard, crushing the bulk of her skirts and underpinnings into her, but she gave it little heed when his hands made their way beneath her layers. His warm, knowing hands stroked up her legs, urging them apart. She opened for him, sucking his tongue into her mouth as he had done to her. Need thundered through her, pounding between her thighs. Every part of her was swollen, aching, wanting him. Later, she would wonder how she'd lost herself so thoroughly. She would ask herself how she'd gone from calmly typewriting to spreading her legs while the Duke of Westmoreland's fingers trailed up her inner thighs. Still, he needed to know something. She broke the kiss, her breaths ragged, her heart pounding. "I will not be your mistress." This was, she did not know what it was. All she knew was that she wanted it, and him quite desperately.
"I do not give a damn about that."
His gaze was almost obsidian. It was dark and stormy, scorching her.
"All I want is you."
"Then have me," she told him. On a growl, his lips claimed hers, but only for a moment. He ended the kiss abruptly, before sinking to his knees on the carpet before her. She frowned down at him, heart beating against her breast like the wings of a dove as it took frantic flight. He lifted the hem of her skirts to her waist, exposing her to him. She was nothing but boots, drawers, and stockings.
"You are a goddess," he said roughly. "Hold your skirts in place."
Her legs were shamelessly splayed, and though she was still covered, cool air kissed her core through the split in her drawers, sending an erotic charge through her. "What are you doing?" she asked, confused. From what she understood, he needed to release his member and join it with her. This, him on his knees, hands caressing her thighs, made no sense.
"Having you,"
he said succinctly. He caressed his way to the waistband of her drawers. With shocking ease, he located the buttons, sliding them free of their moorings. Then he tugged the simple white cotton down her hips. She swallowed as she felt the fabric leave her. She was seated upon his desk, bereft of her drawers, her legs still open, which meant that the hot, large hands travelling over her thighs were caressing her bare flesh, and which also meant that his possessive gaze, fixated upon her most intimate flesh, was seeing her, all of her. Instinct had her drawing her knees together, desperate to preserve her modesty. His hand stayed her, as did his words.
"Do not hide yourself from me, Isabella. You are beautiful everywhere, every part of you, just as I said."
Had he said that? Her cheeks were hot, but her blood was hotter. There was something inherently wicked about what he was doing. She had not been told about such an intimacy, but if she were honest, she would admit there was something deliciously exciting about it. His eyes were devouring her, as surely as his mouth had hers with kisses.
"This is depraved," she protested half-heartedly. "You should not be looking upon me so."
"You are pink and pretty hair, darling,"
he told her, his voice a low, decadent rumble.
"I am going to do more than merely look."
She supposed he had intended it as a warning, and she ought to have been warned. But nothing could have prepared her for what he did next. Those knowing, tender hands of his continued stroking her thighs, kneading her flesh, knowing just how to handle her. Everywhere his fingertips travelled, they sent fire and fresh need in their wake. His head dipped. He was not going to. No, he could not mean... "Oh!" she cried out when his mouth settled upon her. A kiss first. His beautiful mouth was upon her core. Then the slick brush of wet heat over her parted flesh came. She jerked, her hips instinctively seeking more. Her breasts felt achy and full, her nipples hardened into painfully tight points beneath her corset. Another slick, warm glide worked over her. His tongue, she realised weakly. Lord in heaven. He licked into her, finding the pulsating centre of all her raw desire for him. She was so sensitive there, where he had brought her to a crashing crescendo with his fingers. He flicked his tongue over her, then sucked her into his mouth. When the gentle abrasion of his teeth worked the most responsive part of her, she moaned. Her hips lifted from the desk. She shamelessly ground herself against his face, seeking more, more. She was desperate, so close, on the edge already. After the last time with him, she understood now what pleasure was, how easily it could be reached, and she knew she was almost there. He sucked again. She sank her teeth into her lower lip, doing her utmost to keep from crying out. His tongue flicked over her again, travelling along her slit, then sinking lower to another equally sensitive place, to the place that ached with a need to be filled. He sank his tongue inside her. She could no longer control herself. Her nails bit into her skirts, which he still held pinned to her waist, and she rocked into his face.
"Oh dear, sweet heaven," she whispered on a strangled moan.
He murmured against her fevered flesh. "This is the closest to heaven I have ever been. You taste so sweet, like the finest dessert. I could lick you forever. Tell me what you like, sweetheart."
She could not find words. Indeed, she did not know precisely what it was he was doing to her. All she did know was that she wanted, nay, needed more.
"Everything,"
she said on a gasp as his tongue slid inside her once more.
"I like everything. Do not stop."
The anguish inside her grew to the same delicious crescendo as it had before. She ought to be ashamed of herself, sitting on his desk as he pleasured her. Some dim part of her mind knew this was wrong and wicked, but nothing had ever felt more right. There was something about the sight of this great man on his knees before her, golden head bent, as if he were a slave to his desire, that undid her. He returned to the responsive bud, flicking his tongue over her in long strokes, then alternating between licking and sucking. When he delivered a playful nip with his teeth, her hips jerked. She lost herself. Bliss rippled from her centre, radiating through her body in white-hot waves. She gasped his name. Still, Benedict was relentless. He stayed with her, lapping at her, his gaze fastened on hers as he devoured her. She could not look away. She was his willing prisoner, held captive by need. Hers for him, his for her. When the last swell of desire rolled through her, he stood. Cool air replaced the humid heat of his lips and tongue. He settled himself between her legs, aligning the prominent ridge in his trousers with her aching core, and thrust against her. Another gasp escaped. A new need burned. She should be shocked. He had just loved her quite thoroughly, and now another, more demanding part of his anatomy was glancing over the flesh he had tormented. But she writhed against him instead, seeking more. She wanted his bare skin on hers, without the barrier of his trousers. His gaze was fiery and intense, the slash of his jaw tensed with restraint. He cupped her face. "I want you, Isabella, so bloody much." She released her hold on her skirts and reached for him, clutching his shoulders. "Yes." He rocked against her, his hardness brushing over her in a way that made her moan. She wrapped her legs around his waist, bringing her closer, but it was still not enough. "Damn it," he growled, thrusting again, lowering his forehead to hers. "I cannot take you on a desk." She did not want to hear his denial. She wanted action. She wanted him. Inside her, filling her. Nothing else mattered. She had crossed a divide. On one side lay the scattered remnants of her good intentions. On the other, freedom. Isabella kissed him then, determined to convince him in the only way she knew how. His lips were slick, warm, furious. He angled his mouth over hers, held her face in his hands, and kissed her mercilessly, taking charge. He tasted different now, the sweetness of tea blended with the musk of her essence. She ought to have been repulsed, but she felt strangely elated instead. Needy sounds tore from her. Her tongue danced against his. He ground into her again, and a new pressure began to build. Her legs clasped him tighter, and she arched into him. Still not enough. He bit her lower lip, kissed her nose, her chin, her cheek. When his mouth settled on her ear, she shivered. "I want you in my bed the first time." His voice was hot, dark, decadent. She kissed his cheekbone, the sharp blade of his jaw. Her fingers were in his hair now, sifting through the thick, silken strands. His scent mingled with hers, and he felt so big and strong against her body. He made her feel small and powerful all at once. "Take me now," she whispered. She did not know what she was saying. Not exactly, nor did she know the particulars of what to expect. All she did know was that she was on fire for him, desperate for him. Only he could quell the feverish hunger. He groaned, rolling his hips. "I cannot." Frustration surged along with desire. She moved against him, rubbing herself shamelessly over his trousers. The friction only increased the ache inside her. She felt unlike herself, as if she were inhabited by a beast which could only be sated in one fashion. She kissed his ear, then bit it, gratified when he growled. "Take me, Benedict." He froze. "Damn it, Isabella, I do not want to hurt you." "I ache," she told him, pressing closer, seeking more. "Please." A guttural curse fled him. He kissed her throat, then reached between them. His fingers glanced over her, finding the tender bud that throbbed with awareness. "I will make you spend this way, with my fingers. This is how it must be, darling." How stubborn he was, but she was stubborn too. Her hand travelled to the front of his trousers. The fabric was slick from her dew. He was long and thick. She grasped him. "Isabella!" Her name was a groan on his lips. He bit into the sensitive chords of her neck. "I want you inside me, Benedict," she said, not knowing where the words came from. She scarcely recognized herself. Her confession seemed to blast through the last of his determination to wait. His fingers left her, and then he undid the fall of his trousers. His manhood sprang free, hot and surprisingly smooth. She touched him for a moment, reveling in the way the breath hissed from his lungs at the contact. He chased her hand away, dragging the blunt tip of his rod over her sensitive folds. Up and down he moved, making her quiver as he slicked her juices over himself. With his other hand, he cupped the base of her skull, raising his head to meet her gaze. He looked as if he were in agony.
"You want this?"
he asked, his voice strained. She did not hesitate. "Yes." He kissed her then, long and slow and sweet, as he slid the tip of his manhood lower to her entrance. He moved. The invasion was sudden, not entirely unexpected, but shocking all the same. He felt larger inside her, stretching her, filling her. He broke the kiss, raising his head to stare down at her, concern and restraint evident in every tense line of his face.
"Isabella, shall I continue?"
This was different, so different than anything she had anticipated. It was so much more. "Yes." He moved again, slowly, another shallow thrust, lodging himself deeper. A pinch of discomfort accompanied his next thrust. Her fingers dug into his shoulders. She had known to expect pain, but the pain paled in comparison to the frenzy. She needed to answer the ache. He kissed the corner of her lips, then worked his way to the pulse fluttering in her throat. Her heart was beating so fast, she feared it would pound out of her chest and fly away.
"Relax, sweetheart,"
he commanded against her skin.
"Let me in."
She had clenched her inner muscles without realizing it. His words and the tender kiss he pressed below her ear soothed her. She relaxed, her legs opening wider. His hand found her hips, holding her still as he moved again. One deep thrust, and he was seated inside her, all the way. They sighed as one. His other hand slipped between their joined bodies, his fingers brushing over her swollen bud. Ruthlessly he applied pressure there, and the bliss he had given her before rose like the waters of the Thames at high tide. Any twinges of pain she felt were chased away by the excruciating joy of him inside her, of his fingers dancing over her intimate flesh. "Kiss me," she begged, all her pride gone. She was still seeking, searching for more, for release. He took her lips then, and he began to move again. Slowly he withdrew, then thrust, then withdrew, only to thrust again, striking up a new rhythm. It was a revelation. Desire careened through her, sparking from deep within and exploding everywhere. His possession of her was exquisite. He was inside her so deep, touching a part of her she had not realized existed, and she was coming apart in a new way. In and out he slid, over and over again. His pace increased. So did her desperation. The sounds of their ragged breaths filled the chamber. His thumb glanced over her, and she was lost. Something inside her tightened, bringing him deeper, and she came apart in 1,000 splintering shards of herself. She cried out, and he sealed his mouth over hers, silencing her with another kiss. His tongue was in her mouth. Another furious pump of his hips, and he groaned, stiffening beneath her touch. A hot spurt of warmth flooded her as she clamped on him, holding him. Her legs were locked around his waist, her arms around his neck. She never wanted to let him go. He broke the kiss, caressing her cheek gently, his gaze searing hers.
"Isabella, I—"
A knock at the study door ended whatever he had been about to say.
"Your Grace."
Reality came crashing down upon Isabella. She froze, aware of the precarious nature of her situation. She had just been deflowered by the Duke of Westmoreland on his study desk in the midst of the morning, and now someone was at the door. He slid from her body as if he'd been caught committing a crime, tucking himself back into his trousers and fastening them.
"What is it?"
he asked curtly. As if he had not just been inside her, as if her world had not just forever changed. Stunned, the mind-numbing pleasure vanquished by the interruption, she flipped down her skirts and shimmied from his desk. Good God, where were her drawers?
"An urgent message has arrived for your Grace,"
reported Young from the other side of the door.
"It would seem there have been several explosions." Bloody fucking hell, Benedict growled, raking a hand through his hair as his gaze remained fastened upon Isabella. Just a moment, young. At last she found her drawers, a bright reproach cast upon the dark wall of the Axminster. What had she been thinking? Isabella, he said softly, his hand upon her shoulder as she bent to retrieve her drawers. I must see to this, but we need to talk. She snatched up her drawers, stepping into them as if she were an automaton. There is nothing to talk about, she denied, her pride belatedly returning to her. There is everything to talk about, he countered grimly. I lost my head. I had no intention of... By God, I ought to be horsewhipped for this. She turned her back upon him as she lifted her cumbersome skirts to button the waistband of her drawers. Her modesty, like his obvious regrets over what they had just done, came too late. What had happened between them could not be undone. I lost my head as well, she murmured. Think nothing of it. You must go, see to your messenger. Reports of explosions could only mean one thing. The Fenian menace had struck again. Hands clamped on her waist, spinning her about as her hems fluttered to the floor. His expression was grim, uncompromising. He was starkly beautiful, and she had never loved him more. I will return as soon as I am able, and we will discuss this, he vowed. There is nothing to discuss. She gave him a tremulous smile. What happened was a mistake. It will not be repeated. For the sake of her heart, it could not be. A muscle ticked in his jaw. Like hell it will not be repeated. You are mine, Isabella Hillgrove. Yes, she was. Far more than he knew. I am mine, she countered with a calm she did not feel. You must go, Benedict. Yes. He kissed her again swiftly, and she kissed him back, fool that she was for him. But I will return, and when I do, we will talk. With that stern edict, he turned and strode from the study. Chapter 15. Benedict returned home far later than he had intended, nearing midnight. He was weary to the bone after having spent the entire day caught up in investigations, following bombings in the armoury at the Tower of London and the House of Commons. The Fenians had brought their campaign of destruction to a whole new, devastating low. Worse, he was likely to blame for it. He had diverted a notable number of his agents and Scotland Yard detectives, tasking them with finding the men responsible for Isabella's abduction. Innocents had been injured. The damage at Westminster was great. The Peers' gallery had been decimated, great pieces of stone and wooden beams dislodged and blown apart. A fire had spread in the wake of the Tower of London bomb. Only one suspect had been arrested, the man presumably responsible for the Tower bombing. The villains who had laid the bombs in the House of Commons and the Westminster crypt had seemingly slipped away. Also his fault. His conscience was heavy as he made his way to his chamber. The lights had already been lowered for the evening, with only a footman still awake to greet him when he returned. But the darkness enrobing the halls fit his mood. Guilt threatened to eat him alive. Not only had he failed in his duty, but he had also taken Isabella's maidenhead on the desk of his study and then promptly fled. What must she think of him? Christ, he scarcely knew what to think of himself. She had never strayed far from his thoughts throughout the course of the day. With every moment, as he had coordinated between the Special League, Scotland Yard and the Home Office, he had been contemplating what he would do. The answer that came to him was always the same. He was going to make Isabella Hillgrove his Duchess. Benedict crossed the threshold of his chamber, closing the door at his back. The lights were low in anticipation of his return. He stripped off his coat and waistcoat, deciding to forego ringing for his valet to assist him. After the day he had just endured, going from the bliss of making love to Isabella straight to the fires of Hades as he scrambled to chase down leads and witnesses, along with the teams of London's finest, he wanted to be alone. He was unbuttoning his shirt when he took note of a letter laid on the table in his dressing room. He snatched it up, his eyes scanning the typeface. Of course she would have typed the damned thing. Snippets of the letter, impersonal in nature and yet just personal enough,
worked their way through the haze of self-loathing clouding his mind. When he reached the final sentence, rage chased away all other emotions. "You will find all the reports in your study prepared. I cannot help but feel it would be in the best interest of all that I should leave tomorrow, returning to my home." His blood boiled. He crumpled the letter. Over his dead, mangled corpse. She was not returning to her house, not with the men responsible for the Westminster bombing still out there somewhere. Perhaps looking for her. After all, she had seen their faces as they approached her. Only one man was in custody and 2 had taken her. Even if the man arrested for the Tower bombing had been one of her captors, the other remained out there somewhere. Without a thought for the consequences of his actions, or a fear that he would be seen, he stalked from his chamber. In a dozen angry strides he was at her door, and in another 8 he was standing over her bed, still clenching the letter in his fist.
"You are not going anywhere, madam," he announced to the silent darkness. "You are going to remain here where you are safe, and that is final."
She said nothing. The absence of electricity humming in the air whenever he was in her presence filled him with initial suspicion. He patted the bedclothes, finding them carefully drawn, perfectly flat. Isabella was gone. Fear clambered up his throat. Surely she had not returned already. Or what if, worse, she'd been taken again? Dear God, what if those villains had come for her? He stalked from her chamber, dread tangling around his heart like ivy, squeezing tight. He would spend all night searching for her if he had to. He would stop at nothing. Determined, he strode from her chamber, descending to the next floor. And that was when he noted the faint glow beneath the door of the library. He did not know how he had failed to see it when he had first entered, but he could only suppose he had been too caught up in the heaviness of his thoughts. Hoping and praying she would be within, he jogged to the other end of the hall and threw open the library door. The hint of a small flaxen-haired head was visible above one of the overstuffed wingbacks positioned near the hearth. As the door bounced off the shelving lining the wall, she jumped and stood, spinning about to face him. She was clad in a dressing gown, the hem of a long virginal night rail peeping from beneath. It was high-necked and prim, much as he would have expected. When she was his duchess, he was going to have her dressed in nothing but the most seductive silks and lace. No more buttons to her bloody chin, he vowed it. She was too beautiful to hide herself away beneath all those layers. "Your Grace," she said, her eyes wide. This was not the response he expected from a woman he had made love to just that morning, the woman he wanted to make his wife.
"Benedict,"
he growled, his ire getting the best of him. He closed the library door at his back with more force than necessary and stalked toward her, the offensive letter still crumpled in his hand.
"What is the meaning of this, madam?"
"Forgive me." Her voice was hesitant, quite bereft of her ordinary sang-froid. "I hope you do not mind my trespassing here in the library. I could not sleep."
"I am not speaking of your presence in this chamber, Isabella."
He did not stop until he was close enough to haul her into his arms where she belonged. He resisted, just barely.
"I am speaking of this."
He held up the crumpled remnant of the letter she had left him. "An explanation?"
"No,"
he bit out. Her brows rose. "Yes, it is."
"Perhaps, but not one I accept."
He strode past her toward the fire crackling low in the grate and pitched the letter into the flames.
"You are not leaving Westmoreland House tomorrow."
Of course, there was still the matter of where she would be staying after they were betrothed, unless they married within the next few days. Yes, sooner would be better. Tomorrow, if possible. He could have her in his bed instead of on a bloody desk. "What happened earlier cannot be repeated, of course," she said coolly. "It is improper for me to remain here after this morning's folly." This morning's folly? He spun back to her.
"The only folly is you leaving her. There is far too much danger. Today, bombs were laid in Westminster and the Tower of London. Only one dynamitard has been captured thus far. It is entirely possible, indeed quite likely, that the men responsible for today's outrages are the same as the men who took you outside your house yesterday."
"I am so sorry to hear about the bombs," she said, sincerity lacing her dulcet voice. "Was anyone hurt?"
"Unfortunately, yes, and some of them gravely."
He hated to think of the cost of these actions of political violence in the name of achieving home rule for Ireland.
"I was unable to protect them, but I will be damned if I allow any harm to come to you."
"Surely you can see the necessity of my leaving here at once. I have no wish to make things more difficult for you than they already are." She was speaking to him as politely as if they were strangers, as if he had not just been inside her that morning.
"There is only one necessity I give a damn about at the moment, and that is your safety," he told her. "You are safest here."
"On the contrary, here is where I am the most in danger." Her voice was soft. Her words hit him in the heart as if they were a barb.
"You are not in danger from me. I promise to take care of you."
She shook her head. "I have already told you I will not be your mistress, Westmoreland, nor will I remain under your roof beyond tonight. The temptation is too great, and the risk to your sister's reputation clear. She is my friend, and I have no wish to do her harm." He lost the fight to keep from touching her then. It had been hours since he had held her in his arms. Far, far too long. He clamped his hands on her waist, finding it deliciously soft and sweetly curved without the encumbrance of her stiffly boned corset. She fit against him as if her body had been made for his. He was convinced it had been. No one had ever made him feel the way she did.
"I do not want you to be my mistress, Isabella. I want you to be my wife."
His revelation had the opposite of the intended effect, however. Instead of softening, her resolve seemed to double in size. She wriggled from his hold, putting distance between them, her expression as unreadable as her gaze. She wrapped her arms around her midriff, watching him. "You cannot be serious." He met her stare, unwavering, unflinching, more certain of this than he had been of anything, even if it scared the hell out of him.
"Utterly."
"No."
"Yes."
He closed the space separating them, taking her hands in his. They were cold, trembling.
"Isabella, I would not jest about marriage. I do not find the institution amusing in the slightest."
No, he found it as serious as the Great Fire of London. He hoped to hell it would not ravage him in the same way the flames had destroyed so much of the city long ago. "You are offering out of guilt, then," she said definitively, as if she had just arrived at the only reason why he would wish to marry her. "You need not fear on my account, however. I have no intention of ever finding a husband. There will be no one to notice the loss of my virginity."
"You have already found a husband,"
he countered, pulling her back into his chest.
"Me."
But still she remained rigid in his arms, a far cry from the wanton, seductive siren she had been that morning. "That is impossible. I am not of your class. Dukes do not marry the proprietresses of typewriting schools. They employ them." He could argue dukes did not take the maidenheads of proprietresses on a study desk either, but he did not. Best to direct his scorn inward, where it belonged. Shedding more light on the ugliness of his flaws could not help his case.
"This duke does,"
he told her stubbornly. "This particular proprietress has no wish to marry you, however." Her full lips compressed. In her high-necked nightrail and her economical plaid dressing robe, she looked somehow innocently sensual. He wanted to peel her out of these ugly garments and give her the best of everything. He wanted to stop her from labouring on her own. He wanted her in his bed, in his life every day, and not seated at a damned typewriter. He wanted her without excuse, without apologies. He wanted her, Isabella Hillgrove, and that was that. Because he loved her. Yes, he did. Damn his feelings to hell and back. This was a deuce of a time for them to emerge. But somehow his lips would not form the three words which may help his suit most. The emotion was too raw, too new, too unlike him. He, too, had been determined to avoid marriage. He had thought, at the very least, if he determined a need for an heir in the future, he would deal with the unwanted particulars then.
"You could be carrying my child," he said instead. Have you considered that?"
Her lips parted, a furrow marring the delicate skin between her brows. No.
"We need to marry as soon as possible,"
he pressed, thinking perhaps he had found a vulnerability in the defensive walls she had erected around herself during the hours he had been gone. "If there is a child, I would not hold you responsible." Her stubborn nature came to the fore once more.
"For God's sake, Isabella, I would hold myself responsible,"
he thundered, hating the way she was retreating from him. She was in his arms, warm and lush, and yet it was as if she had already left him.
"I was reckless with you earlier. I did not take precautions as I ought to have done because I lost my head. But in truth, I do not regret it. I do not want to marry you because there may be a child. I want to marry you because I want you. I want you as my Duchess, by my side, beneath my roof, always."
It was the closest he could come to a declaration, and for a man who had avoided emotional entanglements for 30 years, it was one hell of a step, especially on the heels of watching the magnitude of his own failure today, first with Isabella, then in his duties as Special League leader. She was pale in the firelight and the glow of the lamps, her beautiful eyes a sea of mystery and shadow he longed to chart. "You do not mean that. Today was a trying day for you, and the hour is late. Undoubtedly, you're out of your head."
"Yes, I am out of my head."
At last they had found a point on which they could agree. He was grim, his grip on her waist tightening.
"I am out of my head with wanting you."
"Your Grace," she protested weakly. But though she clung to her formality, he detected the breathlessness in her voice, giving her away. The air was hung with the heaviness of their attraction, undeniable and potent as ever. He wanted her more now that he had made love to her. She was a fever in his blood, besotted to not begin to describe him. He slid his hands up her spine, caressing her slowly, as if they had all the time in the world. He hoped to God they did. Hoped he could mow down her resistance, making her his in name as well as deed.
"Benedict,"
he corrected her, drawing her more firmly against him. Although he was exhausted to his soul and wading in his own self-hatred, his need for her had never diminished. He was hard as a marble bust. He ground himself against her, his cockstand pressing into the softness of her belly. Her maidenly dressing gown and night rail did nothing to hide just how much he longed to be inside her. She had been so tight, so wet. Her heat had been perfection. She had been everything he had imagined she would be so many nights as he took himself in hand. Only she had been more. Her eyes were luminous now, the jet discs of her pupils wide and dilated with the evidence of her own desire. She could deny him, but she could not hide the way she wanted him. "This madness cannot continue," she whispered. But as she spoke, her hands were travelling over his chest. She was caressing him through his shirt, reminding him that he too had been stripped of his civility. He was clad in his shirt sleeves and trousers.
"Walk away from me, then,"
he dared, knowing full well she would not.
"Go, Isabella. Run. Flee this library and me, and never look back."
A frustrated cry tore from her, and she bit her lower lip once more in an action he was coming to recognize betrayed her inner turmoil. "Why do you do this to me?"
"Because I want to make you my wife."
That was the easy explanation, the finite one. The real explanation was far more difficult to decipher, rather like Egyptian hieroglyphics, but this one would have to do. She plumbed his gaze with hers, seeking something, answers, he supposed. "I will not be your wife out of duty or guilt."
"Then be my wife because I want you more than I want my next breath."
His hands moved with a life of their own, caressing the fragile strength of her neck, his fingers caressing her nape, plunging into her chignon. He wanted to muss her perfection, to take down her hair and her resistance as one.
"Because you are the only person in my life I cannot fathom living without, aside from Callie. Because I am yours and you are mine, but you are too bloody stubborn to admit it."
Her eyes glistened with unshed tears.
You speak such pretty poetry, but what will you say when you tire of me, when you are shunned for marrying a woman so far beneath you? If she believed he would ever grow to resent her, she did not know him at all.
I am not a poet,
he told her, spreading his fingers through the heavy silken threads of her hair, pins scattered to the floor with dull little thumps.
I am a man, not even a duke. I was never meant to be Westmoreland. This library, this house, the title, it was meant to be my brother's, never mine. I hated the day I had to take up his burdens.
She stilled, her expression questioning. He realised it was the first time he had ever mentioned Alfred to her. His beloved brother was not a subject he discussed with anyone, save Callie. Until now. "You and Callie had a brother?" she asked softly, her hand coming up to cradle his cheek in a touch so tender he could have wept. But he kept his composure by the barest measures.
We did. He died a year ago, quite unexpectedly. So, you see, I was never meant to be Duke. You cannot hold it against me.
You are a Duke's son, a Duke's brother, and now a Duke yourself. Her thumb stroked his cheek. I am sorry, Benedict. At last, his raw grief won him her use of his given name. It was a hollow victory.
I do not want your pity, my love, but your understanding, he bit out. Along with your promise to become my wife.
She froze. You have my understanding, but I cannot make you a promise I cannot keep.
Keep it, then, he gritted.
Benedict, you—
Enough,
he interrupted, and then the frayed rein he had kept upon his control snapped. He covered her lips with his. He kissed her with everything in him. All the love, the need, the desire, the frantic, cursed want. She had him broken apart, like a ship beating upon rocky shoals in a violent storm. She decimated him. She kissed him back, her mouth moving with the same urgent hunger she had always shown him, kissed him so sweetly and desperately. With her lips she saved him. With her kiss she gave him hope again. Simple kisses between them were no longer enough, not after what had happened that morning. He licked into her mouth. She tasted of wine and Isabella, and nothing had ever been more delicious. Her tongue writhed against his, stroking boldly. A delicious sound of surrender tore from her throat. Yes, she could deny him all she wanted. She could say she would not marry him. She could call him a duke and herself a mere proprietress of a ladies' typewriting school, all she wished. But this kiss made a lie of all her words. Her every protestation fell at their feet like dust motes, visible in sunlight, gone with the wave of a hand. The sun had set. The moon was high over London. Darkness blanketed the city. And tonight he would have her in his bed. It would be the first of many such nights, he vowed. He broke the kiss, breathing harshly as he plucked the final pin from her hair. Freed from her ruthless chignon, her hair cascaded over her shoulders and down her back like liquid gold. Her eyes were limpid pools of fire.
Come with me.
The demand emerged from him. Not a question, not a lover's plea, but a command. He had not meant to be so autocratic. She kissed him again. The priceless susurrus of her acquiescence fanned over his lips. Yes. He kissed her harder, and then he took her hand and wordlessly led her from the library. For the second time in one day, Isabella found herself squarely within Benedict's territory. Even without his presence earlier, when she had deposited her goodbye letter on his dressing-room table with shaking hands, the room had been overwhelming. Everything about it, from the bold, stark colours of the wall hangings to the pictures on the walls, to the heavy Baroque-style wooden furniture, was him. His scent had lingered on the air. But now that she was in his chamber, alone with him in the midst of the night, her senses alight, their fingers entwined as he tugged her over the threshold, her earlier clandestine visit could hardly compare. She felt as if she had entered the lion's den. One more time, her foolish heart said. This would have to be their goodbye, and she knew it.
Being here in his chamber with him was wrong. The risk was great. The reward, Benedict, was greatest of all. The door closed softly behind them. The light in his chamber was warmer and lower than the library's lamps had been. The book she'd been reading was abandoned, and she neither knew nor cared where. All she cared about was the man whose fingers had tightened upon hers. He thought he wanted to marry her. In the morning he would regret his haste, but she would not be here to witness it or to suffer a broken heart. She would be gone. But he did not know that yet, and his glimmering eyes were upon her, hard, searching, seeing more of her than she wanted, as always.
"You are serious, sweetheart,"
he observed solemnly. If he were a cruel man, she could resist him. If he were as arrogant and unkind as she had once supposed, she never would have been vulnerable to him. But beneath the facade of handsome, golden god, he was not fashioned of cold stone at all. He was all too real. Warm flesh, breakable bone, her heart that pounded beneath her hand when she flattened her palm over his chest. "I should not be here," she said simply.
"I do not want to be alone tonight."
The admission seemed torn from him. Pink stained his cheekbones. The Duke of Westmoreland was flushing. Not long ago, such a weakness would have been unthinkable, but she knew him now. He was the older brother who adored his sister, the younger brother who mourned the brother he had lost. He was the man who had swept her into his arms when she had returned from the cold, the only one who made her feel safe, as if she belonged. Leaving him in the morning would be akin to tearing her beating heart from her own breast, and still she knew she had to do it, for the both of them. She loved him enough to see what he could not. "I do not want to be alone either," she admitted at last.
"Good,"
he said, tugging her into him. Her heart gave a pang at the way he looked at her, his expression as unguarded as she had ever seen it, raw and real. She took his handsome, strong face in her hands then. "Kiss me." The request had scarcely left her lips before he was chasing it with his own. This kiss was deep, branding, powerful. She came to life. All the fire burning inside her, all for him, reignited. An inferno, that was what she was. For this man, all for him. How she loved him. Their tongues tangled. The belt on her dressing robe came undone. He slid it from her shoulders. She shrugged it away. His fingers found the buttons on her night rail, starting at her throat. When his touch grazed her bare skin, she shivered and sucked on his tongue. She wanted his skin. If this was to be her last time with him, she was going to forget her inhibitions. She was going to be reckless and bold and wild, as she'd never been before, and she was going to revel in every second of it. She would remember it forever, carry these memories inside her heart when she returned to her staid life as Miss Isabella Hillgrove, proprietress. She would remember the man who had turned her to flame with his clever hands, wicked mouth, and impossible heart. She attacked the buttons on his shirt with equal fervour, all while she drank in his kiss. Benedict's kisses ruined her for all others, but his kisses ruined all those which had come before his as well. Together they shed his shirt. Her night rail went next, then his trousers and smalls, until they were naked, completely, gloriously naked, as they had never been before, bare skin on bare skin. He was a marvel of plains and sinews, his skin dusted with fair hair on his chest. She kissed him everywhere her lips could reach, in a delicious fever. His flat nipples, his sculpted shoulders, the protrusion of his collarbone, the jut of his Adam's apple. And then she was feasting upon his beautiful face, his jaw, his ear, his chin, the corners of his lips, his brow. She kissed his slashing cheekbones, the perfectly carved philtrum that rendered his mouth so tantalizing. She used her teeth on him, feeling wild, feeling dangerous. He made a low, keening sound of desire when she nipped his shoulder. Because she liked the way his skin tasted, she licked away the sting. He was salty and masculine and Benedict. Delicious. He caught her face in his big hands, holding her still while he devoured her with his gaze. as if committing her, this moment, to memory.
"You make me mad with wanting you."
She was about to tell him he made her feel the same way, but his mouth was on hers in a kiss of bruising force. He moved them across the chamber without taking his lips from hers. With a gentleness that belied the urgency of his passion, he helped her onto his massive bed. He joined her, all lean, hard angles and imposing strength. She ran her hands over him with wonder, enjoying the contrast between his body and hers. But when she reached for the part of him which jutted tall and proud and thick, he caught her hand.
"If you touch my cock, I will lose control."
He lifted her hand to his lips for a reverent kiss.
"And I want to take my time. I want to savour you."
His words made her throb between her legs. She longed to have him inside her again. Once had not been enough. She did not lie to herself that twice would be either, but it was all she could allow herself. "But I want to touch you," she protested.
"Not yet."
He kissed her wrist.
"Hands at your sides, darling."
She obeyed, pressing her restless palms flat to the bedclothes, watching him. He lowered his head to her breast and took the aching nipple into his mouth, sucking. On a hiss, she arched her back, her hands going instinctively to his hair. He raised his head.
"Stubborn, darling. No touching yet."
When she hesitated, he caught her nipple in his teeth and bit. Painful pleasure seared through her. He flicked his tongue over her lazily, as if this night would go on forever. Her hands went back to her sides. His demands heightened her awareness. She was at his mercy, breathless, ravenous for him. He suckled her other nipple greedily, a sound of approval rumbling from deep within his chest. His hands were everywhere, sending frissons of desire in their tantalizing wakes. He kissed her breasts, then replaced his mouth with his hands, cupping them, rolling her nipples between his thumbs and forefingers. He kissed to her clavicle, then kissed the hollow at the base of her throat. He kissed her ear, her hair. Her fingers itched to touch him, but she remained still beneath the torture of his travelling mouth and hands. He kissed her forehead, the bridge of her nose.
"Close your eyes,"
he ordered. She did as he asked. Without sight, her other senses were sharpened. His lips fluttered over each of her eyelids while his touch moved once more. He caressed her waist, her hips, kissed her cheeks, her jaw, back down her body then. He kissed the tip of each breast. Eyes closed, hands pressed to the bed, she awaited the pleasure he bestowed upon her. He worshipped her. More kisses on her shoulders, down her arms, all the way to the tips of her fingers. "May I open my eyes?" she asked, desperate to see him, even as her lack of sight enhanced the desire thrumming through her.
"No,"
he said against her skin, as he kissed her belly next, then her hip.
"Part your legs for me, darling."
Under the guidance of his hands, she did as he commanded, her bare flesh gliding over the luxurious bed linens in a whisper of sound. Cool air hit her hot core. She wondered if he was looking at her there, and then she had her answer when his lips brushed over the bud of her sex. Her hips jerked, body bowing from the bed. But still she kept her eyes closed, her hands flat at her sides. He cupped her bottom, angling her to his mouth, and then his tongue flicked over her. She bit her lip to tamp down a moan. The slick glide of him over her starving flesh was more potent with her eyes closed. Molten desire sparked through her. He sucked her entire pearl into his mouth then. The wet sound of his suction echoed through the stillness of the chamber. A helpless cry tore from her. He sucked harder before catching her in his teeth and tugging. She rocked into him, pumping her hips, desperate for more, seeking the relief only he could give her. "Please, Benedict." He hummed against her, the vibration as delicious as his mouth was.
"Please what, love? Tell me what you want."
She wanted the same glorious rush he had given her that morning. Her cheeks prickled with heat. Wicked as it was to be naked in his bed, his mouth upon her most intimate place, she could not give voice to her wanton thoughts. Instead, she moved her hips in a silent plea. His tongue slid over her in sweet torment before he moved away.
"Tell me."
"I want your mouth."
The truth was ripped from her. His hands moved from her rump to stroke her inner thighs in long, slow caresses. But he did not give her what she wanted. He used his fingernails to lightly score her skin.
"Where?"
She swallowed, almost wild with need now.
"You know where."
"Here."
He kissed her left thigh.
"No,"
she bit out, her fingers tensing in the bedclothes. His mouth found a sensitive patch of skin on her right thigh next.
"Here."
"No."
She felt as if she were going to burst. The throbbing between her legs was so intense. Her nipples were hard, breasts achy and full. The musk of her own excitement permeated the air.
"Where, love?"
He kissed her hip bone.
"I want to hear it from your prim and proper lips. Do you want my mouth on your cunny?"
Such a wicked word. Heat whipped through her like a lash.
"Yes."
"Say it,"
he prodded, his voice a decadent, sensual growl she felt to her toes.
"Open your eyes and tell me, sweetheart."
Her eyes opened to find his face a scant inch from where she wanted him most. Their gazes clashed. A physical jolt went through her.
"I want your mouth on my cunny," she whispered.
"With pleasure."
A beautiful smile curved his lips as he lowered his golden head, his stare never leaving hers. The heel of his palm pushed her legs wider apart, and then he slowly, tantalizingly, ran his tongue over the pulsing bundle hidden in her folds. Ecstasy hit her. She trembled beneath the power of her climax as he sucked her bud back into his mouth. Her fingers clawed at the bedclothes, and she thrust herself against him shamelessly, seeking more as bliss roared through her.
The Duke of Westmoreland was going to be the end of her. She was certain of it.
This woman was going to be the death of him. Benedict ran his tongue down Isabella's slit. Teasing her like this had made the pressure in his bollocks into an almost unbearable ache. His cock was rigid, demanding to be inside her. But still, he took his time, mindful of the fact that she had been a virgin. She could be sore, and he had no wish to hurt her. Instead, he would make her mindless with lust, as mindless as he was. He probed her entrance with his tongue, thrusting it inside her. Her sweet gasp and the way she twisted from the bed, trying to bring him deeper, were his rewards. She was wet, so wet. He had her almost where he wanted her. Slowly he licked his way back to her pearl, and then he sank a finger inside her channel. She moaned, gripping him tightly, and he could not suppress his own groan as her heat engulfed him. His cock twitched, eager and ready.
"Are you sore, love?"
he asked her, curling his finger and moving it gently in and out of her.
"No,"
she gasped, gripping the covers at her side. He took a moment to admire her, lush, creamy curves and sweet, feminine pink. At his sensual mercy. His, all his. He withdrew his finger and then positioned himself over her, unable to wait any longer. He gripped his cock and probed her entrance with the tip. Warm wetness bathed his cockhead. The pressure within built to a raging crescendo, but he told himself he needed to go slowly. She was yet a novice, and he had much to teach her. When she was his duchess, he reminded himself. Today was an aberration. Tomorrow he would make amends. He would not bed her again until she was his duchess. But tonight she was all his.
"You want this?" he asked her, needing to be sure.
"I have never wanted anything more."
Nor had he.
"Put your hands on me,"
he said, craving her touch.
"Thank God,"
she breathed, her hands on his back, his shoulders, his arms. Her touch on him was electric. Longing was a sharp current pulsing through him. He could not wait another second longer. He thrust, filling her to the hilt. He was as deep as he could go. He had not intended to act with such haste, but he had lost all restraint, and he could not stop now. She was tight all around him, slick, divine. He withdrew, then thrust again. Her body was eager beneath his, undulating in tandem with his rhythm. Dear Lord, he was going to spill. He guided her legs around his waist, then reached between them to find her pearl. A few swirling strokes over the bud, and she clamped down on him, stiffening as she cried out another release. Her dam inside him broke. On a hoarse cry of his own, he moved harder, faster, deeper, so deep into her liquid heat. He lowered his head, sucked her nipple into his mouth, voracious now. His need was out of control. Desire licked down his spine, flaring in his bollocks. As the ripples of her spend trembled through her, he spilled, emptying himself inside her. Triumphant. That was how he felt as he collapsed against her, heart thundering, breath ragged. He kissed her sweet brow. Mine, said something deep within him. Mine forever. God, how he loved this woman. Too much, he feared. Chapter 16. Benedict woke with a strange sense of unease in his gut. Perhaps it was the amount of light spilling in through the window dressings which told him he had slept far later than was his custom. Perhaps it was the memory of Isabella in his bed last night, which was the only part of her which had lingered. He sat up, glancing wildly around the room for signs of her. She was gone, and she had taken her dressing gown and that infuriatingly prim night-rail. He supposed he ought to be relieved she had slipped unobtrusively from his chamber before the servants were about and someone caught sight of her. However, all he knew was disappointment, along with a strange, nagging sense of unease. He threw back the bedclothes and stalked naked to the attached bathing room. At the washstand, he splashed cool water on his face. Today was not going to be an easy one. Not only would he have to continue the investigation into yesterday's shocking bombings, but he also needed to find a way to persuade Isabella to marry him, immediately, which meant he needed to find her, also immediately. In haste, he dressed himself, once more not bothering to ring for his valet's assistance. There was no time to waste, for he had come to know Isabella quite well over the last few weeks, and he suspected she would not simply accede to his wishes, regardless of how responsive she had been in his arms last night. His pocket watch told him it was nearing noon, and the alarm coursing through him as he fled his chamber in search of her could not be quelled. He went to his study first, hoping to hell he would find her there, already engaged in the act of typewriting his reports. The room was mockingly empty, irritatingly silent. His sense of foreboding increasing, he stalked through Westmoreland House, attempting to locate her. There was no sign of Isabella anywhere. At last, he encountered his long-suffering butler.
"Young,"
he greeted, attempting to keep his rising concern from his voice. Why the devil had he overslept?
"May I trouble you to find Miss Hillgrove? In all the clamour of yesterday's events, I overslept, and I'm in need of seeing a number of reports settled."
That was a lie. The only thing he needed settled was his relationship with Isabella, namely, her word that she would become his wife. Young frowned.
"Miss Hillgrove is not in residence, Your Grace."
No, surely his butler was misinformed. Surely Isabella would not leave him. Not like this. Not after last night. But the sick sensation twisting his gut told him she would. She was independent, fierce. She was the woman who had been abducted by Fenians, bound, gagged, blindfolded, and then abandoned in an alley in the midst of January, only to calmly walk home. Her bravery was undeniable, so too her stubborn streak.
"I beg your pardon, young."
He cleared his throat, doing his utmost to maintain a mask of indifference on his face.
"What do you mean she is not in residence?"
"Precisely that, Your Grace," intoned his butler. "She left this morning quite early with Miss Vinton."
She left. She was gone. And she had taken her damned maid with her, which meant she had no intention of returning. He felt as if he had just received a blow to the midsection.
"Where has she gone, young?"
His butler's expression remained carefully imperturbable.
"I cannot say, Your Grace. She did not leave her direction. The ladies hired a hack, and 2 of the footmen aided in loading their luggage."
Damn it all to hell. How had he failed to see this coming?
"Where is Lady Calliope, young?"
he asked next. After all, Callie was friends with Isabella, was she not? It stood to reason that if Isabella had confided in anyone, it would be his sister.
Lady Calliope is in the dining room, I believe, his butler informed him. Concluding her breakfast. Paper is awaiting you there as well, Your Grace. The Times could go to perdition today for all he cared. He had to find out where Isabella had gone. He had to make her see reason, to bring her back to him, to make her his duchess. When had he become so desperate for a woman? He passed a hand over his jaw, contemplating that grim question. The answer came swiftly, like a kick in the arse. Since you fell in love with the most vexing woman in the history of England, you daft prick. Your correspondence awaits you there as well, Young added. You received an urgent communication from the Home Office about a quarter of an hour ago.
The Home Office? Christ! How could he have forgotten where his duty lay first with the Special League? His only thoughts had been for Isabella. He had been so caught up in her that somehow he had banished all thoughts of the outrages which had occurred yesterday from his mind. Bloody hell, he'd been sleeping while Rome burned. Clearly, falling in love had addled his wits.
Thank you, Young,
he managed before turning on his heel and stalking off for the dining room. He found Callie sipping tea and fiddling with the untouched food on her plate. They exchanged perfunctory morning greetings, and he dismissed the footman dancing attendance on the sideboard so they could have privacy. His correspondence awaited him, along with his perfectly ironed paper. Everything was ordinary, typical, except for the panic swirling through him. He scarcely waited for the door to close behind the servants before he turned back to Callie.
Where is she?
Callie did not bother to ask him who he referred to. Either his feelings for Isabella were horribly transparent, or his sister suspected he was irritated that his typewriter had once more disappeared, flitting away like a bird winging into the sky. She eyed him calmly. "You are overset, Benny. Do sit down and have some breakfast before you start making demands of me." He was not in the mood for his sister's antics today, no matter how much he loved her. He slammed his fist on the table, rattling crockery and silverware and sloshing tea over the rim of her cup.
Overset does not begin to describe the way I feel at the moment, Callie. Do not be coy. Did she tell you where she was going?
His sister gave him a look of unadulterated disapproval. "I expected better of you, Benny." Sweet God, Isabella had not told Callie about what they had done yesterday. Twice, had she?
"I beg your pardon,"
he bit out, his ears going hot. It was a hell of a thing to receive a dressing down from his innocent sister over his behaviour with a woman. Then again, if the scurrilous rumours from Paris and her time with Aunt Fanchette were to be believed, Callie was not as innocent as she ought to be. It was a notion he struck from his mind, for it mattered not, and thinking of his sister engaged in improper behaviour with a man would only make him want to do violence upon the fool who had dared to lay a hand upon her. "Isabella seemed quite overset when she left," his sister informed him now, raising a brow, her lips pursed. "I gather you are, once more, the reason for her distress." He did not particularly care for the manner in which his sister addressed him.
"This is a personal, private matter between myself and Miss Hillgrove. Now tell me where the devil she is gone."
"So you can find her and cause her more upset? I think not." Callie calmly sipped her tea, as if she had not a care. Mayhap his bold, wayward sister did not, but he bloody well did. He thumped his fist on the table once more.
"Damn you, Callie, this is not your battle to fight. Tell me where she is gone."
"Perhaps this is not my battle, but I do think it my war," his sister said. "Penny, your behaviour concerning her has been unconscionable. Do you deny it?" He raked a hand through his hair, self-loathing, never far, crashing down on him with renewed fervour.
"Of course I do not deny that I've acted in a manner that is most unbecoming of a gentleman. However, that is neither here nor there. All that matters is that Isabella could be in grave danger at this very moment, and I cannot protect her if I do not know where the devil she is gone."
By the time he finished his diatribe, his voice had raised, quaking with emotion. If anything happened to Isabella because of this stubborn stunt, he would never forgive himself. He should have damn well locked her in his chamber until she agreed to marry him. "She is safe," Callie assured him, her customary pose unshakable. "You need not fear on that count. I would never allow Isabella to go anywhere that she would be in danger." His sister's reassurance was not enough. He wanted to make certain for himself that Isabella was safe from harm, and the only way for that to happen was for her to marry him and live beneath the very roof she had just fled.
"You cannot be certain she is not in danger," he told his sister, trying a different tactic. "How would you feel if something happened to her? Just 2 days ago, she was taken captive by Fenians, perhaps the same villains who just laid bombs all over London."
Callie's mouth flattened into a grim line, but her countenance remained impassive. "She is safe, Benny, I promise you that. Those monsters shall not find where she has gone." She had not returned to her home then, thank God. But that knowledge did not lead him any closer to discovering where she had gone. His patience was waning.
"I need to know where she is, Calliope."
"The dreaded given name." She flashed him a mocking smile. "I shan't bend on this, my darling brother. I love you, but Isabella is my friend, and I made her a promise that I would not share her situation with you." Isabella had known he would chase after her. Of course she would have done. He would follow her to the river Styx if need be. He would swim it shore to shore.
"Has it not occurred to you that keeping her situation from me will only do more harm than good?" he asked coolly.
Damn it, since when had he resorted to begging for clues from his younger sister? Ah, yes, same answer as before. "Since you fell in love with the most vexing woman in the history of England, you daft prick." "You compromised her, Benny." Callie tapped her poached egg, breaking the shell with her spoon. He could not help but to feel that cracking egg was symbolic.
"My behaviour was inexcusable,"
he agreed, hoping to hell that when Isabella had confided where she was hiding herself in his equally vexing sister, she had neglected to mention just how thoroughly he had compromised her.
"However, I am determined to make amends for my injudicious actions."
"I gave Isabella my word, Benny." Callie struck her egg again, with more force than necessary. Shell and egg went catapulting over the table. She was not as unperturbed by all this as she pretended.
"I am your brother, Calliope," he growled, frustrated with her. "Surely blood is stronger than whatever friendship you have newly developed."
His sister threw down her spoon in a rare show of violence. No matter the sorrows she had known in her life, she had always remained unflappable. She never broke. It was part of what made her Callie, the bold, vivacious creature society loved, even as they whispered about her behind their fans. "You are my brother, yes, and it is only down to my adoration of you that I have not boxed your ears for the way you have treated Isabella," his sister snapped. "She is a rare woman, intelligent, strong—"
"Brave," he interrupted. "And beautiful, too. She is unlike any woman I have ever known, and she is the only woman I want as my Duchess. I was reckless with her. In that, you are correct. My only defence is that I lose my head the moment she is within reach. But I love her, Callie. She owns my heart."
He had made the revelation to his sister in anger. The words hung in the air between them. His entire face heated with mortification, for he had never intended to reveal so much. Not to Callie, not to anyone. But the words had flown from him. He had been carried away, and now it was too late. "Oh, Benny." All the fight drained from his sister. Her shoulders slumped. Her dark eyes, so like their mother's, pinned him to the spot. "You love her?" Here was his chance to deny this weakness, to claim he had misspoken. His pride told him to deny it. He had certainly never expected to fall in love. Hell, he had believed it impossible. He was the product of a loveless match. Romantic love was a notion he scoffed at, as better belonging in fiction. And yet he could not help himself.
"I love her," he affirmed grimly. "Desperately."
But still, his fierce sister remained hesitant. She frowned. "Love does not necessarily suggest good intentions, Benny." She was not wrong. However, his intentions were good. They had not always been good, much to his shame, but he had spent his life believing marriage was an intolerable social institution, created as a means of unifying wealth and stature, rather than as a means of obtaining happiness. Their parents had been the perfect illustration of a dynastic marriage. Their mother had been the daughter of a duke, their father the heir to the Duke of Westmoreland, an earl in his own right. Their marriage had solidified the union of vast properties, and it had also engendered vast misery. After they had produced 3 children, they had lived separate lives, mother living with her various paramours on the continent, father living with the mistresses he had taken before marrying mother. They had hated each other, had made each other's lives hell. He had never wanted that for himself, and so he had thought to avoid it for as long as possible, until Isabella had appeared in his life and broken down every one of his walls, until making her his duchess had supplanted any fears of unhappiness he had once harboured.
"My intentions toward Miss Hillgrove are as honourable as can be," he told his sister at last. "I intend to marry her and make her my duchess. However, I cannot do so if I cannot find her."
For an indeterminate span of time, his sister studied him, her expression unreadable, and then, at long last, she relented. "You are serious about marrying her?" she asked.
"As serious as I am about taking my next breath,"
he answered honestly, because Isabella was as necessary to him as air.
"I have already asked her, and she has denied me."
Callie nodded then, as if something in her mind had at last clicked into place. "She is staying with the Duke and Duchess of Bainbridge. The Duchess helped to start the Ladies' Suffrage Society, which is how Isabella first met her. Anyway, the Duchess offered her hospitality after learning about her being taken away by those fiends, mere footsteps from her own home. That is where Isabella told me she was going when she left this morning." Relief hit him, along with a fresh wave of worry. The Duke and Duchess were likely ill-prepared for the nature of protection Isabella would need. The bombings yesterday had proven, without a doubt, that this war against the dynamitards was far from being won.
"Thank you, Callie," he told his sister. "You will not regret this confidence, I vow it."
His sister's lips pursed. "I had better not, Benny." As much as she loved him, she did not have much faith in him, it was clear.
"I promise you," he said solemnly, "all I want is to make Isabella Hillgrove my wife."
And to fuck her into next century. But that was decidedly not the sort of thing one said to one's sister about one's future wife. Supposing one's future wife would cease being so bloody stubborn and actually agree to the marriage at all. "Does she make you happy, Benny?" his sister asked next. He grinned, for this was a question he could answer without prevarication.
"She completes me, Callie."
Callie smiled. "If you had told me that when you first entered the room, you would have known where she went at once. You deserve to be happy, Benny, and so does Isabella."
"As do you,"
he returned. Callie had suffered a great loss, but the time had come for her to forge a new path. "I am happy when you are," she said simply. "And when Alfred's death is avenged."
"Our brother's death was an accident," he reminded her sternly.
"It was not, and you know it." Callie flashed him a forced smile. "But that is an argument for another day. You know where Isabella has gone. The next move is yours." Yes, bloody hell, it was. If only he had an inkling of what the devil it should be. Before he could go chasing after her, however, he had duty to attend to, and a band of ruthless dynamitards to catch. Throwing herself upon the mercies of the Duke and Duchess of Bainbridge had not been an easy decision for Isabella to reach, but it had been a necessary one. She sat opposite the Duchess now, attempting to enjoy afternoon tea as her heart lay in shattered wreckage. Leaving Benedict's bed had been agony, but fleeing Westmoreland House before he woke had been nigh impossible. "You are dreadfully Friday-faced, my dear Isabella," said the Duchess then. She had no doubt she was. Isabella attempted a smile for her friend's benefit. "Forgive me. I cannot thank you and His Grace enough for your generosity in allowing me to be your guest." When Beau had made the offer the day before in the midst of Benedict's absence, Isabella had readily accepted, knowing she could not remain at Westmoreland House. and that had been before the exquisitely passionate love-making of last night, which rendered it more imperative that she go. He presented far too much temptation. The longer she stayed there, the more difficult it would be to resist his offer of marriage. Even if he had asked only out of a sense of obligation, a union between them was impossible. Distance, however, was necessary.
"You have already thanked us quite profusely."
Beau paused to take a sip of her tea, raising her brows.
"You are a friend, and we are more than happy to have you here with us in the wake of what happened to you. There is no earthly way we would dream of allowing you to return to your home until those dreadful fiends are arrested. I am certain Westmoreland will see to it that they are captured with all haste."
Benedict would do everything in his power to bring them to justice. That Isabella knew. Being a protector was in his nature. "Yes, His Grace will," she offered non-committally, trying and failing to force all thoughts of him from her mind.
"I am surprised Westmoreland did not want to keep a closer watch upon you."
Beau's gaze was assessing, intelligent. Isabella's cheeks warmed. "The Duke has enough to fret over after yesterday's bombs. I did not want to give him anything else about which to worry."
"That is selfless of you, my dear."
Beau paused.
"Forgive me, Isabella, but I thought perhaps there was more between the two of you."
"There is nothing," she lied. Nothing which could continue, anyway. Her love for him was doomed. Their worlds were too disparate. "His Grace is my employer, and that is all." But last night he had been her lover. She could not shake the memory of his touch, his kisses. He had made love to her with such agonizing reverence, and she would remember every moment for as long as she lived.
"I do beg your pardon," Beau said, smiling then. "Since I found myself in my delicate condition, I cannot seem to quell my insatiable urge to see romance all around me. Bainbridge had been indulging this by providing me with an endless supply of reading material. Perhaps it has caused my imagination to go wild."
The Duke and Duchess were madly in love. Isabella could not help but to feel envy as she watched their ease with each other, the open fondness with which they spoke of one another. It was little wonder they were expecting a child. They wore the perpetually besotted looks of true lovers whenever they were within the same room. Oh, to have a love like that! But a one-sided love was hardly love at all, was it? No, indeed. It seemed rather more like torture to Isabella. Splendour and agony, all at once. "That is most accommodating of His Grace," she forced herself to say, before taking a sip of her own tea.
"Anything to keep Her Grace happy," said a masculine voice from the threshold of the salon.
How such a large, handsome man moved with so much stealth perplexed Isabella. She'd not heard the Duke approach.
"Darling!"
Beau's happiness at seeing her husband was undeniable.
"What are you doing, hovering about in the doorway? Do come in. Would you care to join us for tea?"
"I am here to whisk you away for a few minutes," Bainbridge said. "Westmoreland is here, and he needs to have a word alone with Miss Hillgrove."
Isabella's heart seemed to freeze. Benedict had found her. Already? She had been gone but a scant few hours. She had not imagined he would give chase so readily, or that he would locate her with such alarming ease. Had Callie broken her promise? She stood, panic descending. Her expression must have given her away.
"Shall I remain?"
Beau asked her quietly, concern lacing her voice. Yes, she longed to scream. Of course not. She forced another smile, attempting to gather her rapidly fleeing composure. I shall be fine.
"Come, my love,"
Bainbridge said to the Duchess with a look of undisguised adoration. Isabella scarcely had enough time to rise from her seat and attempt to steel herself against the prospect of seeing Benedict again when he stalked into the room, slamming the salon door at his back. His jaw was hard, his eyes dark and stormy. He was seething. It was a stark contrast to the way she had left him that morning. How innocent he had looked in slumber as she'd left him by the light of dawn. He had appeared so much younger, as if all the weight holding him down had been removed. "Your Grace," she greeted him tonelessly, dipping into a polite curtsy. His strides ate up the distance between them, and he did not bother to bow.
"Damn you, Isabella, do not pretend we are strangers."
"Why have you come?" she asked, almost flinching at the vehemence in his voice.
"To make you see reason," he ground out.
"I did see reason, and that is why I left." She moved away from him, knowing that if he was within reach, she could be far too tempted.
"After what happened last night, how can you possibly believe leaving me is the right decision?" he growled, stalking after her. "Have you forgotten you could be carrying my child?"
The thought of carrying Benedict's babe filled her with a warmth she had no right to feel. She clung to her pride instead, which reminded her she would not marry a man who only wanted her in his bed and not his heart. Besides, she had worked far too hard on her ladies' typewriting school to give it up so summarily. Too many others depended upon her. She clutched her skirts to hide her trembling hands. "How did you convince the Duke of Bainbridge to grant you an audience with me alone?" Not that it mattered. The damage was already done. Benedict was here, infuriatingly handsome, far too enticing, searing her with his angry eyes, making her want to throw herself into his arms. Had it been just that morning when she had left his bed? It seemed somehow a lifetime ago now.
"Bainbridge is a man of reason," he told her coolly. "He acts rationally, makes decisions wisely."
He was insinuating she did not. Her spine stiffened. "I, too, act rationally and make decisions wisely. I know there is no hope in a union between a shopkeeper's daughter and a duke who only asked for her hand out of guilt."
"Tell me if this feels like guilt to you,"
he bit out, and then he yanked her into his chest, taking her lips with his. Just like that, she was lost. There was no resistance in her. She felt, instead, as if she had come home. The trembling hands she had hidden in her skirts rose to frame his face as she moved her lips against his, opening to the seductive onslaught of his tongue. This was not just a kiss, it was a claiming. His jaw was warm, prickly with whiskers. He had not shaved that morning, and she wondered if she was the reason. She told herself it did not matter and that she must stop kissing him, but somehow she could not stop. At last he stopped for her, ending the bruising kiss. His head lifted, his eyes glittering.
"I asked you to marry me because I want you to be my Duchess, Isabella. I do not give a damn if your father was a shopkeeper. I obtained a license this morning. We can marry any time you wish. The sooner the better."
He could not want to marry her, not truly. She frowned at him. "You are not thinking clearly. Yesterday was fraught with a great deal of upheaval."
"On the contrary, I have never thought more clearly than I am now."
He was steadfast. His voice was strident, confident. She shook her head, as if doing so could clear the fog threatening to take up residence there. "I will not give up my ladies' typewriting school."
"Nor have I asked you to do so."
He cupped her cheek, rubbing his thumb over her skin in slow, soothing strokes. He had not. However, she was not naive enough to believe a duke would countenance his duchess operating a school. "If I were to marry you, I would have no choice," she said, telling herself she should release him. Instead, she could not seem to stop clinging to him. Why had he not stayed away?
"When you marry me, you can carry on just as you have done," he told her calmly. "My only difference is that you will not leave me at dawn, and nor will you typewrite my reports. And if I have my way, you will never again wear black or buttons to your throat."
He toyed with the high neck of her gown as he spoke, his fingers grazing over her bare skin just above it. She shivered, but she was not cold. The ache between her legs returned, and her nipples were hard beneath her corset. Her body was a traitor. Fortunately, her mind was not. "You know as well as I that a duchess cannot be the proprietress of a ladies' typewriting school." She swallowed as his fingertips danced over her skin, undoubtedly finding her racing pulse. Her heart beat so fast. His delicious scent filled her senses. His strength and heat burned into her body. And her body, well, in return, it burned for his.
"The Duchess of Westmoreland can be whatever she wishes," he said softly.
She wanted to believe him, fool that she was, but she had learned her lesson long ago. My mother's family largely disowned her when she married my father. If I were to marry you, I would be a social outcast from the onset because of who I am. Imagine the scandal of a duchess running a school.
There have been worse scandals.
You're not taking this seriously, she accused at 6s and 7s.
I have never been more serious about anything in my bloody life, woman, he rasped, his voice low. There are dynamite-tards running about London, and I am here with you when I am needed in a dozen different places.
Why? The whispered question left her before she could rescind it. His brow furrowed.
Why am I serious about marrying you? Or why am I here with you when I have a mountain of duties awaiting me?
Neither of those. She knew she should stop touching his jaw, but she could not seem to refrain from caressing him there, the sharp, tense edge where he held all his stress. Why do you want to marry me, truly, if not because of some sense of guilt or obligation? He hesitated, seeming to struggle inwardly.
Because I have never felt for another woman the way I feel for you. I will be honest, Isabella. It frightens the hell out of me. God knows I never expected to feel this way about anyone, let alone you. My parents had a loveless match. They grew to hate each other. I do not want that for myself. I do not want a passionless, emotionless union.
He had feelings for her. Her stupid heart swelled with hope, although he had said nothing of love, and of course he would not have. She struggled to maintain her composure. Her resistance was dissipating fast. I still do not understand.
Isabella.
He kissed her forehead, her nose, the corners of her lips.
Marry me.
She should tell him no. Common sense dictated her refusal. She relished her independence. She had no wish to be a duchess. She did not care for society. He kissed her cheek, her ear.
Say yes.
No, she whispered. He bit her earlobe.
Stop being so bloody stubborn. There is nowhere you can go that I shall not follow. You were made for me, and you know it.
His words made molten warmth roll through her, pooling at her core. She was made for him, weak for him, wild for him, foolish for him. Benedict, she protested as he licked the shell of her ear, then tongued the hollow behind it.
Tell me you do not care for me,
he dared, kissing down her throat all the way to the stiff, lace-trimmed collar of her gown.
Tell me you feel nothing when I touch you, when I kiss you.
Gently, he nipped the sensitive chords of her neck.
Tell me to go.
She could. She should. It was one word. Her head tipped back. He dragged his lips across her skin as if he fashioned her a necklace of kisses.
Tell me you do not want me, sweetheart.
She could not, and she knew it. Worse, he knew it as well. She wrenched herself away from him, summoning all her will to do so. Her heart thumped in her breast, her breath ragged. Need coursed through her. All her good intentions had been cut to ribbons. I need time, she told him. Time to think. His lips tightened into a grim line.
Time?
Yes. It was not the answer he wanted to hear, nor was it the one she wished to give. If she had any strength at all, she would tell him no. She would put an end to this madness once and for all. But something had changed between them. His concessions were not lost upon her. Still, she needed space to breathe, quiet to think. She needed to contemplate her next move very carefully in this chess game of her life.
How long?
He bit out, his jaw tightening. How long, indeed? 1 week, she said, thinking 7 days surely ought to garner her enough space and distance, enough room to make her decision, without his maddening presence and delicious kisses to influence her.
Too long,
he clipped flatly, his displeasure at her response apparent. 5 days, she relented. He kissed her again, long and slow and sweet. Unlike the urgent kisses he had given her earlier, this one was gentle, tender. He fitted his lips between hers and sucked on her bottom lip. Making a sound of frustration, she wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on her toes to kiss him more fully. Her breasts crushed into his chest, and even with the barrier of her corset stiff boning, keeping her from the muscled walls she had melted into last night, it felt right, wonderfully right. He felt right too. Kissing him, yes. Making love with him, yes. Marrying him, yes, said her heart. Hush, she told her heart. She kissed him harder, taking out all the confusion swirling within her upon his lips. He did not seem to mind. His hands went to her waist, grasping her in a possessive grip, anchoring her to him. It was not enough. She traced the seam of his mouth with her tongue. He opened for her on a groan, and she took advantage, sliding her tongue into his mouth. Which one of them was winning this battle? She could not be certain. One moment she'd been determined to refuse his suit, the next she was the aggressor. What was wrong with her? Oh, yes, she loved him. And love was a cruel, callous beast. It made her want that which she should not, could not have. Or could she? Did she dare? She kissed him furiously, punishing him with all the tumult roiling within her, and still he held her tightly and kissed her back, as if he needed her every bit as much as she needed him. He broke the kiss, his ragged breaths falling upon her swollen mouth in a tantalizing tease.
1 day.
3, she counted instantly.
2,
he relented. Their gazes locked. 2, she agreed. What in heaven's name was she thinking to contemplate nuptials with this man? And yet another part of her wondered how she could not. He kissed her swiftly.
2 days, my darling.
Chapter 17. The hours passed at a torpid pace. One day turned into the next. Isabella's time to decide whether or not she would accept Benedict's proposal waned, and still she remained undecided, hopelessly torn. She sat in the library at the Bainbridge townhouse, miserable in a window seat, forehead pressed to the icy leaden pane, as she clutched the volume of poetry he had sent her in her lap. She had not seen him since the day before, when he had rendered all her defences nothing more than crumpled piles of dust at his beautiful feet. His absence should have made her decision easier, but instead he had sent her small reminders, flowers, notes. The first had been a list of reasons why she should marry him. Some of them had made her flush, others had made her chuckle, and all of them had made her heart ache. The day beyond the window was not aiding her mood. It was dull, foggy and grey, with the barest glimmers of sun occasionally bursting through, as indecisive as she felt. How could she tell him yes? But how could she tell him no? She glanced back down at the book of poetry, flipping it open to the first page and his inscription.
My love, my own. Perhaps you may be inclined to replace the volume currently in your possession with this one. Yours, B.
She smiled in spite of herself as she traced her forefinger over his bold, slashing scrawl. Not only had he remembered the exact volume of poetry Lambert had gifted her, finding this replacement, but he had also used words from an Elizabeth Barrett Browning poem, which told her the man who did not care for poetry had been reading poems. For her. How could she not love him a little more for that?
"Here you are, my dear," said Beau, breezing into the library. "I've been looking everywhere for you. Another delivery has come."
The swell of her friend's belly was scarcely visible beneath her fashionable blue silk gown, but her radiance was undeniable. She fairly glowed with happiness. Another prick of envy sliced through her. You could have that happiness, whispered a voice inside her. But could she? Would she be as happy with Benedict as Beau was with Bainbridge? After all, Bainbridge and Beau were madly in love. Isabella loved Benedict, but of all the reasons why she should marry him, the one she would have found most convincing had been glaringly absent. Love. "Another delivery?" she asked, shaking herself from her troubled ruminations. What could he have sent this time?
"A typewriter,"
Beau answered her unspoken question for her, crossing the room and settling into the seat beside Isabella. A typewriter? Oh, Benedict. Knowing him, it would be the most expensive, finest model available. "Westmoreland is not making my decision easy," she said grimly.
"He is a man determined," Beau agreed. "And yet you hesitate. What gives you pause? Many ladies would be only too happy to accept an offer of marriage from the Duke of Westmoreland, I should think."
In the wake of Benedict's visit, Isabella had confided in her friend about his proposal. Beau was wise, understanding. She had taken great care not to influence Isabella in either direction, but to calmly listen and offer her support instead. "I love him," she admitted at last. Saying it aloud, sharing it with someone else, felt freeing, as if a great burden had been lifted from her chest.
"Of course you do," said Beau. "You have loved him for some time, I expect."
Misery washed over her. Am I so very transparent, then? She hated to think her feelings for him had been so obvious. Worse, that he suspected she loved him.
"Not transparent," her friend reassured her. "However, the signs were there. You are both horribly besotted with each other, which begs the question, why are you not deliriously overjoyed with the prospect of marrying?"
"Because he does not return my love." This revelation, unlike the one which had come before it, only enhanced her wretchedness.
"How do you know?"
Beau frowned at her.
"He has not shared his feelings with me, other than his desire to wed."
And that desire, she was sure, remained firmly rooted in guilt, or perhaps a need to have her in his bed once more.
"And if he did love me, which he does not, I'm not certain it would be enough. I'm not fit to be a duchess. My father was a shopkeeper, my mother a gentlewoman who was disowned by much of her family for marrying so humbly."
And even Benedict himself had originally offered for her to be his mistress. That inescapable fact still nettled.
"My dear, I'm quite sure Westmoreland does indeed love you," Beau said then. "No man would chase after a lady with this much ardent fervour if he did not. And as for your perceived difference in stations, it is hardly an insurmountable obstacle. You are a respectable lady and the proprietress of your own school. Your reputation is quite spotless."
Perhaps her reputation was, but her conscience was not. She had been wicked with Benedict, reckless. She had gone beyond the bounds of what was right and proper, and still she could not regret her actions.
"I would have to give up my school if I were to become a duchess," she said. "I have worked hard to build it, and I've always treasured my independence."
Beau frowned at that.
"Has Westmoreland asked it of you?" "He insists I may keep it," she grumbled.
Beau's frown dissipated.
"I understand all too well your desire to maintain your freedom, but believe me when I tell you that love with the right man will not feel like a cage, entrapping you. It will feel instead as if you are a bird, set free to fly for the first time."
Indecision skewered her still.
"How do I know if Westmoreland is the right man?" "Put aside all your fears and doubts and ask your heart," Beau directed her sagely. "That is where the true answer lies."
Could she? Did she dare? She stared down at the book, still open on her lap. 4 words taunted her. My love, my own. She took a deep breath, then exhaled on a long sigh, praying what she was about to do was right. "I believe I have my answer." 1 day to go. It loomed before him like a grim eternity as Benedict attempted to focus upon the reports he'd received that morning from his League agents overseas. Word from Philadelphia and New York suggested the dynamitards responsible for the attacks in Westminster and the Tower of London had emerged from a new, more dangerous faction of the Fenians. Previously, they had operated out of New York under the direction of Drummond McKenna. In the wake of McKenna's death, the Fenians had fractured, splintering into different groups. There was strong suspicion that more such outrages would be perpetrated in the days to come, unless the men responsible could be apprehended. 1 man had been arrested, but 1 man alone could not have planted 3 bombs at once, which meant the others remained out there somewhere, capable of bringing more destruction to London, capable of attempting to harm Isabella once more. Damn it! Why the hell had he agreed to give Isabella 2 days to contemplate their marriage? The reports also contained confirmation of what he had already suspected. But the London Fenians had used Isabella's abduction as a distraction technique, attempting to rattle him. Their plan had worked, and he had played right into their hands, diverting detectives and League agents while the dynamitards laid their bombs. He had his best agents on their trails now. Scotland Yard, meanwhile, had released the address and movements of the man they had arrested on suspicion of the Tower of London bombing, imploring the public to come forward with more information. For the moment, it seemed, every part of his life was a game of waiting. With a frustrated sigh, he stood, needing to take a break from the monotony of his day. He stalked from his study and nearly mowed down an elegant female form. Jarred from his thoughts, it took him a moment to realise who he had just almost trampled. Roberta.
"Westmoreland,"
she greeted him with a smile. Unlike Isabella, Roberta considered dressing an art form. She wore a smart navy walking dress accented with thin ivory stripes, a fall of delicate lace on her bodice. Her brilliant hair was piled extravagantly atop her head, a fringe of bangs on her forehead au courant. She was a striking woman, and yet when he looked upon her now, he felt nothing.
"Roberta,"
he offered her an abbreviated bow, wondering what the devil she was doing here.
"Forgive me for my haste. I'm afraid my thoughts were otherwise occupied."
"Of course." She studied him. "I confess I am happy to see you, though I had been calling upon Lady Callie. I have missed you." Bloody hell, this was not the complication he needed in his life today.
"I have been meaning to speak with you, Roberta."
Her smile faded. She was an intelligent woman. "I see." He looked about, realising they stood in the midst of the hall where any servants might overhear.
"Have you a moment?"
She had been on her way out, and knowing Roberta, she also had a social calendar laden with calls and obligations. "I always have a moment for you, Your Grace," she said softly, her voice tinged with an underlying sadness he could not ignore. He led her into his study, closing the door for privacy before turning back to her.
"Roberta, I hold you in high esteem."
She raised a brow. "However," he sighed.
"However, I must put an end to our arrangement. I should have done so a long time ago."
"Who is she?" she asked, solemn.
"Miss Isabella Hillgrove,"
he answered without hesitation.
"I intend to make her my wife as expeditiously as possible."
Her expression reflected her shock. "The typewriter woman?" He was surprised Roberta recognised Isabella's name, but then he supposed his endorsement of Isabella's school in the Times had not gone unnoticed.
"She is the proprietress of a typewriting school, yes."
"I had not thought to see you marry ever, and certainly not to a woman so obviously beneath you," Roberta said sharply. Some of her response was, he did not doubt, tainted by her own disappointment, but he did not care for the manner in which she scorned his future duchess.
"On the contrary," he countered coolly, "she is my better in every way."
"You fancy yourself in love with her, do you not?" Roberta questioned. He detected the scorn in her voice and her expression. After having suffered a vastly disappointing marriage of her own, Roberta had little respect for the institution. It had been one of the qualities which had made her an ideal lover. There had been no expectations on either of their parts. He had long believed his parents' awful marriage had cured him of the desire to ever wed himself. Isabella had proven him wrong.
"I know I am in love with her,"
he told Roberta, though his feelings for Isabella were hardly her concern. He owed her no explanation, but neither did he want her to harbour any illusions he would change his mind. He was marrying Isabella Hillgrove as soon as she gave him a yes. "I wish you well," Roberta said then, dipping into an elegant curtsy. "Thank you for your honesty." He bowed, then watched as Roberta walked from his life forever. There was not a hint of regret in his soul, nor was there a modicum of fear that he had chosen the right path. Isabella was a bundle of worry as she waited in the entry hall of Westmoreland House beside Beau, who had joined her on this mission in a show of true sisterly solidarity. And so when she heard footsteps approaching on the marble floor, it took her a moment to realise they were not the butler's measured footfalls, but feminine ones. Callie, perhaps. Her supposition was instantly proven wrong when a strikingly beautiful woman rounded the corner, sailing through the stone busts and pastoral pictures lining the hall with the natural elegance of a true peeress. The woman stopped when she saw Isabella waiting, almost as if she had been physically struck. Her gaze flicked over Isabella, assessing her. She felt rather like a crow in the presence of a swan at that moment. But she offered Beau a tight smile first. "Your Grace, what a pleasure it is to see you again." Beau inclined her head, possessing the regal air of a queen. "It is a pleasure to see you as well, Lady Entwistle. Have you met my dear friend, Miss Isabella Hillgrove? Miss Hillgrove, I present to you the Countess of Entwistle." Lady Entwistle's nostrils flared, her smile turning acrid. "I have not yet had the pleasure, Miss Hillgrove. I must say you're not at all what I expected." Suspicion struck. Isabella frowned. "I beg your pardon." "Oh, do forgive me." Lady Entwistle's tone was patronising. "I'm an old, dear friend of Westmoreland's. Pray do not be cross with him for sharing your happy news. He has only just told me of your impending nuptials. I meant no insult, of course. You are simply not the sort of lady I ever envisioned capturing Westmoreland's interest, particularly since your situations are so very dissimilar." An old, dear friend, one who had just been paying a call upon Benedict, one who was on such intimate terms with him that he had shared his intention to marry Isabella, one who was beautiful and sultry and wearing a dress befitting a duchess, whilst Isabella was garbed in a prim day gown of dove-grey wool. "Miss Hillgrove's family has an almost ancient friendship with the Marlowes," Beau said, jumping to Isabella's rescue with ease as she referenced Bainbridge's incredibly illustrious family. It was also a bold prevarication, but the Duchess showed no indication of concern her falsehood would be discovered. "Her situation is not so very dissimilar from Westmoreland's, given that her family harkens back to the days of the Conqueror, and I, for one, cannot fault His Grace for his choice in future bride. Miss Hillgrove is refreshingly unjaded, intelligent and kind, unlike so many others in society." Her pointed tone left no doubt that the Duchess of Bainbridge was delivering a thinly veiled jab to Lady Entwistle. Isabella was most appreciative, but her heart was in agony. The beautiful woman before her was the personification of her fears. "I wish you every happiness," Lady Entwistle told her coolly. "But be warned, His Grace is difficult to please, and he grows bored quite easily." Isabella resented the Countess's implication that she knew what pleased Benedict, and worse, that he would grow weary of Isabella. Her chin went up, and she found her tongue at last. "Thank you for your well wishes, Lady Entwistle. It was a pleasure meeting you." The Countess's gaze flitted over Isabella's practical gown, a smug smile flirting with her lips. "It was a great pleasure indeed, Miss Hillgrove, Your Grace." She dipped into an elegant curtsy. Then she sailed past them, claiming her coat, hat and reticule from a footman, before disappearing into the cold, late January day. Isabella shivered, but her sudden chill had less to do with the blast of frigid air than the insinuations Lady Entwistle had just made. "Do not let her shake you," Beau advised, voice low. "She was attempting to upset you because she is jealous." "Jealous?" She searched her friend's gaze, seeing the answer she'd been dreading there. "Of me? Dear God, did Benedict truly have some sort of relationship with the Countess, as she had inferred?" Her words returned, mocking. "I am an old, dear friend of Westmoreland's." Her sudden upset must have been visible upon her face. Beau's countenance turned sympathetic. "Any number of ladies in London would dearly love to be the new Duchess of Westmoreland. Lady Entwistle is among them, no matter how much she declares her distaste for matrimony. She is a widow, of course, who suffered an unwanted husband. Entwistle made her quite miserable while he was alive, but it would come as a surprise to no one if she had secretly harboured expectations where Westmoreland is concerned." "Why should she have expectations?" Isabella asked quietly, though she very much feared she already knew the answer, and that the answer very well could change her mind. Beau was saved from responding by the return of a harried-looking young. "His Grace and Lady Callie will receive you in the gold salon," he announced. Beau gave her arm a reassuring squeeze as they followed the butler through the expansive main hall of Westmoreland House, stopping at a chamber Isabella had never seen. Of course, that was hardly a surprise. Westmoreland House was unusually immense by London standards, the veritable size of a palace itself.
Her Grace, the Duchess of Bainbridge, and Miss Isabella Hillgrove, Young intoned.
Isabella felt as if something had come loose inside her. She'd been so certain of her decision, determined to follow her heart. But now, she entered the room like an automaton, following in Beau's elegant wake. Intentionally, she avoided Benedict's gaze, though she felt it upon her, searing her. Her panic increased. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her brow. Her stomach felt as if it were being clasped in the unrelenting grip of an invisible fist. More questions swirled. Who was Lady Entwhistle to Benedict? Why had she been here at Westmoreland House? She thought she dipped into a perfunctory curtsy before seating herself on a settee. Callie's concern was almost palpable as she watched Isabella, as was Beau's. Still, she could not look upon Benedict. Meaningless chatter, polite and stilted, began. Isabella clenched her skirts, unable to speak amidst the tumult churning through her. How could she promise herself to him if she did not trust him? There was so much about him she still did not know. Coming here had been a mistake. Her decision was a mistake as well, she feared. Benedict cleared his throat.
I am told there are ripe strawberries in the orangery today, Miss Hillgrove. Perhaps you would care to take a stroll there?
No, she did not want to stroll about the orangery or to return to the place where he had kissed her senseless in the moonlight. But 3 sets of eyes were upon her, expectant.
Callie and I shall remain and have our tea, Beau told her. My feet are positively aching today, as is my back. I hope you do not mind keeping me company, Callie.
Not at all, Callie said with false brightness. There was no question about it. Beau and Callie were giving Benedict and Isabella the chance to speak, in private. She did not know if she could bear it.
Miss Hillgrove, he prodded.
She gazed upon him at last, his tense jaw confirming her suspicion. He was on edge, so was she. Of course, she said, rising along with him, then taking his arm. His warmth seemed to radiate through the sleeve of his coat. His deliciously masculine scent hit her. Together they walked from the salon. She counted their steps. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You are a day early, he said, breaking the silence.
Yes, and more confused than ever.
Have you decided?
He asked rigidly, politely, as if they were speaking of the weather rather than the rest of their lives. Who is Lady Entwhistle? She asked instead of answering him. Beneath her hand, he stiffened.
An acquaintance, nothing more. Why do you ask?
They moved down the hall, approaching the entrance to the orangery. She had rather a great deal to say about you, and the Duchess and I passed her upon our arrival.
Oh, and what did she say?
Though his tone was mild and his strides did not hesitate, she detected the hard edge to his voice. The door to the orangery was closed. Benedict moved forward, holding it open so she could pass. She moved past him, hating the longing his nearness unfurled within her. It was such a rush of sweet need, her knees almost went weak. Her body was a devilish traitor. That much was certain.
Isabella,
he prodded, following her into the orangery, allowing the heavy door to close at his back. By daylight, the orangery looked less like a fey landscape and more like a lush, verdant summer garden. More attainable, perhaps, except for the size, which was as cavernous as the rest of Westmoreland House. Green leaves, tall trees, small plants, and exotic blossoms extended in seemingly endless fashion. But the beauty of so many plants and the warmth of the room, in spite of the cold winter beyond the panes of glass, was lost upon her. She turned back to Benedict, who had strode toward her, a troubled expression upon his face. She said she is an old, dear friend of yours, Isabella told him. She also said you told her about our impending nuptials and that she was surprised you would marry a woman beneath you in social class.
Damn her to perdition, he growled. She had no right to insult you in such an egregious fashion.
Who is she to you? She asked. knowing she needed to have the answer and yet dreading it all at once.
"She is no one," he bit out, rubbing his jaw. "An acquaintance. I am sorry, sweetheart, for anything she may have said."
"She hardly seemed like no one," Isabella pressed. "The Duchess of Bainbridge believed she may have had hopes to marry you herself. Why would that be?" He stared at her, saying nothing, a muscle in his jaw ticking.
"I certainly never gave her such a hope."
But neither had he answered her question. She feared she knew why. "Is she your mistress, Benedict?"
"No."
His eyes slid closed, and he raked his long fingers through his golden mane.
"She is not, nor was she ever. However, we had an understanding of sorts."
She felt ill. "What manner of understanding? Is she your lover?"
"She was," he admitted.
Isabella felt as if all the air had been sucked from her lungs. She spun away from him, needing distance, separation. Tears stung her eyes, tears of humiliation, outrage.
"Isabella," he called. "Allow me to explain, if you please."
His footfalls followed her. She stopped before a tree weighed down heavily with lemons and spun to face him. "When?" He clenched his jaw.
"Before I met you, Isabella. From the moment you stormed into my office calling me everything but a gentleman, you are all I have wanted, upon my honour."
"Pray do not swear anything upon your honour when I find myself hard-pressed to believe you possess any," she spat.
"Isabella!"
He reached for her. She shrank from his touch, knocking into the lemon tree. A ripe fruit dropped to the floor with a heavy thud and rolled between them, a brilliant yellow symbol of defiance. "How dare you send me poetry?" she demanded. "How dare you give me a typewriter and a list?"
"You did not like the list?"
he asked, reaching for her again. She had loved the list, because it had been so very Benedict, laden with practical brevity. Or at least that had been the Benedict she had thought she knew. "That hardly signifies when you have had your paramour here just before my arrival," she said, trying and failing to temper the hurt rising within her. "You told her about me, about us."
"I did not invite her here, Isabella," he said. "She paid a call upon Callie and I ran into her, quite literally in the hall. Because I had not seen her in some weeks and because she was mistaken in her belief that our understanding would continue, I told her I have every intention of marrying you, supposing you will consent to be my wife."
She wanted to believe him, but still, the notion of him making love to the beautiful, seductive Countess shook her, because Lady Entwistle was everything Isabella herself was not. Indeed, she was everything Isabella could never, ever be. Even if she became the Duchess of Westmoreland, she was still herself. She adored practicality, functionality. She was proud of her typewriting work, her school, everything she had built. She was not ravishingly beautiful. She did not wear French silk gowns. She did not wear her hair in the current styles. How could she ever compare to such a creature?
"Isabella,"
Benedict said, his hands finding her waist, drawing her against him.
"Answer me. Will you consent to be my wife?"
She flattened her palms on his chest. "I need more time." It was not the answer she'd been determined to give him prior to her interview with Lady Entwistle, but in the wake of his revelations she did not know what she wanted any longer. She was conflicted, dreadfully confused.
"You came here today with an answer," he said.
"Yes," she agreed. "But after everything that has occurred, I am no longer as sure of my decision. I need more time to think about what I want."
"Decide today,"
he ground out, his storm-tossed gaze unrelenting, burning into hers.
"Will you marry me or will you not?"
"Why would you want to marry me?" She shook her head. "Lady Entwistle was correct in her assessment of me. I am not the sort of woman who should ever become a duchess. Perhaps you ought to marry her instead."
"I do not want her, I want you," he ground out.
"Desire is not enough."
"What is enough, Isabella?" he demanded.
Love. His love was enough. Indeed, it was all she wanted. But he had not offered it to her, and she was not certain he ever would. She stopped short of saying all that, revealing far too much of herself. Instead, she remained stern, implacable. Her future depended upon her ability to maintain her composure. "I do not know, Your Grace." She was, once more, clinging to formality which she knew he hated. However, it helped her to keep her distance, to maintain her composure. She could not afford to be weak or to allow her heart to rule her head.
"Lady Entwistle means nothing to me," he told her. "And you, Isabella, mean everything. I've done my damnedest to make it clear to you just how much I hold you in my utmost esteem. How else can I prove to you what I want?"
She stared at him, bereft, unsure of what answer, if any, she could give him. She did not want proof, she wanted love, and she was becoming increasingly concerned there was no hope this man could give it to her. The taunting words of Lady Entwistle haunted her now. "Be warned, His Grace is difficult to please, and he grows bored quite easily." "I require more time to find my answer," she said, ignoring his question. "I cannot give it to you now." His expression was as tense as if it had been carved in stone.
"Need I remind you of the consequences of what has already passed between us?"
As if she could ever forget. The intimacies she had shared with him would burn in her memory forever, regardless of whether or not she became his wife. And if there should be a child from their folly— No, she did not want to think upon that now. She wrenched from his grasp. "My freedom is precious to me. I will not surrender my future, my independence, my whole life to a man whom I do not dare trust." He stalked after her, following her to the opposite end of the orangery, where the ripe strawberries he had mentioned earlier hung plump and scarlet from their overburdened stems.
"You can trust me, Isabella. I have never lied to you, nor will I ever. I am a man of honour, a man of my word, I swear it."
She faced him. "I need more time, Benedict. I am sorry I cannot marry you now. Not like this." His lips tightened to a firm, grim line.
"If more time is what you wish, I cannot stop you from taking it."
No, he could not. "You would do better to find a lady who would do you credit," she said softly, painfully. "Good day, Your Grace." Before he could offer another word of protestation, she fled down the path of green vegetation and lush fruit, leaving him behind. Chapter 18. 2 days passed. Benedict threw himself into his work for the League. Another arrest was made in the Tower of London bombing, but the men responsible for the Westminster explosions remained out there, somewhere, capable of perpetuating more crimes upon London. A 3rd day passed. Still no word from Isabella. By the morning of the 4th day, grim realization hit him as he received his daily reports from the Home Office and Scotland Yard. There would be no word from her. Her answer was her silence. He had been determined to give her the time and the space she had needed, hoping she would come to her senses concerning Roberta and understand that whatever had existed between them meant nothing now. But it was clear to him that no amount of time would change her mind. He loved a woman who did not love him back. It was a hell of a situation to find oneself in, especially as a man who had supposed he would never experience such a tender emotion. Even more so for a man who had never intended to marry. The only woman he wanted did not want him. A knock at his study door disrupted him.
"Enter,"
he called. Callie bustled over the threshold in her usual burst of bold colour. "Penny, you look positively dreadful." He stood at her entrance, grimly passing a hand over his jaw.
"I expect I do."
His nights were mostly sleepless, and he alternated between spending his time studying reports and new information arriving from America and visiting Scotland Yard to check upon the status of the investigations. But though he took his duties seriously, he would be lying if he said the reason for his lack of slumber and general unrest was caused by anything other than Isabella and the mounting fear he had lost her forever. "Will you not come and take tea with me?" she asked, her voice laden with concern. It was not like Callie to be a mother hen. He must look pathetic. Lord knew he felt pathetic.
"I haven't the time for tea, Callie."
He sighed, thinking of the call he would have to pay upon Scotland Yard. More witnesses were being gathered for examination today, with the hopes that additional arrests would be made. But Callie persisted, moving deeper into the study. Why are the window dressings closed, Benny? It is depressingly dark in here. He had scarcely given notice.
I have requested solitude, he said pointedly. There is a great deal of work to be done. Was there something you needed?
Yes, there is. She moved to the window, opening the curtains herself. He blinked as light filtered through the panes. Right. Perhaps it had been depressingly dark in the chamber. Apparently London was enjoying a rare day of early February sun amidst all the grim winter fog. He wished he had some bloody whiskey on hand.
If you want to throw another ball, the answer is no. Also no to conjurers, dinner parties, gathering of suffrage societies, and any other form of societal entertainment running through your Machiavellian mind.
I do not want to host any entertainments, Benny. Apparently satisfied with her work at the window, she moved toward his desk with purposeful strides. I want to know what you are doing about Isabella. Isabella? Just her name aloud was enough to make his heart pang. He clenched his jaw.
There is nothing to be done, Callie. Miss Hillgrove has rejected my suit, and I must gather my pride and carry on.
If only doing so were as easy as he made it sound. Carrying on from Isabella seemed not just untenable but unthinkable. I greatly regret what happened with Lady Entwistle, Callie said then, settling herself in the chair opposite his desk. I feel responsible. He lowered himself into his chair with another sigh.
The fault is mine.
He ought to have made himself clear to Roberta long ago. Indeed, he ought never to have bedded her. But regrets could not change the past, nor would it bring Isabella back to him. It was poorly done of you to have an affair with her.
Calliope, he chided. You are not to know of such matters.
She flashed him an unrepentant grin. It is fortunate indeed that you were not in Paris, Benny. Good God. He shuddered to think what she'd been about, running wild on the continent. Aunt Fanchette had clearly been a poor duenna. He reminded himself to pen her a sternly worded reprimand.
I agree with you on both counts.
He pressed his fingers to his suddenly throbbing temples.
If you have only come to berate me, you may go, dear sister. I have been doing enough berating of my own.
She raised a brow. Wallowing in pity is more apt. How are you going to win Isabella's heart if you shut yourself inside your study, hiding away from the world? He sat up straighter.
I am not wallowing in pity, nor am I hiding. I'm merely inundated with work, trying to do my part to see every last Fenian in London arrested.
And wallowing in pity and hiding away from the world. He banished the thought. If you say so. His sister's voice was sceptical. But I dislike seeing you so unhappy, Benny. I do not think I have seen you this wretched since Alfred's death. Nor had he been.
I shall survive, he told her. As always.
Callie considered him. Have you told her you love her?
There was hardly time when she was interrogating me about Lady Entwistle in the orangery and telling me she will not surrender her freedom by marrying a man she does not trust.
He could not keep the bitterness from his voice. What a pathetic ass he was. Well, you can hardly fault her for that, Callie said. Imagine how you would feel had a gentleman with whom Isabella was intimately acquainted approached you, and I do applaud her sense of independence. I cannot say I would willingly give up my freedom for any man either. He gritted his teeth.
Whilst I am gratified you agree with Miss Hillgrove that she ought not to marry me, I have, as I said, rather a mountain of work to attend to.
Oh, I never said that Isabella should not marry you. Callie's smile returned. On the contrary, I would dearly love to have her as my new sister.
Unfortunately, the lady in question needs to agree, he said wryly. And since she does not, it is all rendered a moot point.
No, it is not. Callie pinned him with a stern glare. You must go to her, Benny. Tell her you love her. I have seen the way she looks at you, and I cannot believe your feelings are not returned. Isabella is not an inconstant woman. Surrendering without a fight is not the way of us Mannings. She was right about that. Still, he had his pride, or what remained of it.
She has made it more than apparent that she does not want to marry me, Calliope. Now please allow me to lick my wounds in peace.
He nodded toward the study door.
"And to resume my work."
"I did not think you were a coward, Benny." Callie shook her head sadly. "I always thought you the bravest man I know." Damn it all. Was his sister right?
"Callie,"
he began sternly. "If you love her, you should fight for her, Benny," his sister interrupted.
"I love her more than I ever imagined possible."
The admission was torn from him, and in that moment he knew what he had to do. To hell with his pride. He was going to Isabella. Isabella walked slowly through the newly appointed classroom at her ladies' typewriting school, making certain the latest typewriters and desks she had ordered some weeks ago in preparation for an expansion had been properly placed. There were no classes today, and the solitude within the school seemed almost eerie. Without the clicking of keys and the rustle of paper, it was strangely quiet and solemn. Then she supposed it matched her inner somberness. As much joy as being back at her school for the first time in so long gave her heart remained heavy, because she was still more torn than ever about Benedict. She walked down a row of desks, trailing her fingers lightly over the keys of the new typewriters. Demand for ladies with typewriting skills was rising. So many ladies wished to apply for training that she'd been forced to amass a list, accommodating each lady in the order in which she had applied. Cambridge University had just accepted a number of her latest typewriters in excellent situations. The success of her school far exceeded her expectations. Yet it was not her school that occupied her mind. When she woke in the morning, when she ate her breakfast, when she read her correspondence, when she planned future growth of her school, when she laid in bed at night, there was one man alone who owned her thoughts. He was the same man who owned her heart. A creak disrupted the silence of the room. She froze, alarm clamoring in her heart. It had sounded almost like a footfall. But how could that be? She was alone. None of her staff was present, as it was a Sunday. Likely she had imagined the sound, she told herself. After what had happened to her, venturing about London on her own, an act she had ordinarily undertaken with ease, imbued her with a new sense of trepidation. She had reluctantly accepted Beau's offer to use Bainbridge's carriage to bring her here, rather than her customary hired hack or the omnibus. But then she heard another creak. The hairs on the back of her neck stood. She was not alone. Dear heavens! She was certain she had secured the door. How would someone have entered the school? And who? Why? Heart pounding, fear making her palms cold with sweat, she slowly moved toward the door, holding her breath. The door was ajar. Working carefully, she found her way to the periphery of the chamber, then to the door itself. Through the crack between the door and the wall, she could observe the hall. And that was when she saw him, one of the men who had taken her captive. She gasped, then clapped a hand to her mouth.
"Where are you hiding, Miss Hillgrove?" he called tauntingly. "I know you were in here."
Icy fear licked through her. She held still, praying he would walk by the classroom, giving her enough time to attempt to escape. But it was not to be. He moved closer, and then his gaze met hers. A satisfied smile crept over his face.
"There you are, my dear lady. Come out where I can see you, and you have my word I'll not hurt you."
But she did not move.
"What do you want from me?" "I want to talk with you is all," he said. "Step around the door, Miss Hillgrove. I've been watching your school for days in the hopes you would eventually return. Imagine my surprise when you chose to accommodate me by reappearing on a day when no one else is present. I suppose I ought to thank you."
Her mind was frantic, attempting to think of a way she could escape him. But the windows were on the opposite end of the room, and even if she were fast enough to race across the chamber and throw them open to flee, they were a floor above the streets and pavements below. She would not survive such a fall.
"Come now, Miss Hillgrove. I give you my word as a gentleman I will not hurt you," he prodded,
keeping the barrel of his pistol upon her through the crack.
"You are no gentleman," she bit out. "Nor do I believe any of your reassurances. I have told you already that I am not privy to the information you seek. Nothing has changed." "Very well. If you will not come to me, I will come to you."
She acted on instinct, slamming the door closed, but she was not fast enough to turn the skeleton key in the lock. He set his shoulder to the door, breaking the latch and forcing it open as she shrank back, bumping into one of the typewriters and setting off a host of clacking keys in the process.
"I knew you were going to be troublesome," he snarled, stalking toward her, pistol aimed at her heart. "Isabella?"
The voice echoing through the school was familiar. Beloved.
"Benedict!" she called out. "Be careful! He has a gun!"
The man smacked her across the face.
"Shut your mouth!"
Pain exploded, but all she cared about was Benedict.
"Do not come in here!"
she cried out, pressing a hand to her throbbing cheek. The man hauled her against him, pressing the barrel of his pistol to her temple and incapacitating her with an arm wrapped around her neck.
"If you go, I will kill her," he yelled.
"No, Benedict,"
she managed past the man's choking grip on her throat.
"Leave me here."
But Benedict did not heed her. He stood on the threshold wielding a menacing-looking pistol of his own. His gaze flicked over Isabella briefly, assessing, his jaw tense.
"Release her,"
he demanded of her captor.
"Not a chance," the man snared. "Remain where you are, or I will shoot her."
Terror clawed at her. Her heart pounded so fast, her mouth dry, her hands, clutching at the man's arm in an effort to keep him from choking her, shook.
"He will shoot me regardless of what you do," she told Benedict. "Please, you must go. Save yourself."
"I would never leave you here,"
he returned calmly, before addressing her captor once more.
"As the leader of the Special League, I believe I may be of far more use to you than Miss Hillgrove could ever be."
The man whistled.
"Well, if it is not the high and mighty Duke of Westmoreland, I knew she was your whore all along. Looks as if my luck has gotten better." "Yes, it has," Benedict agreed evenly. "I will make a bargain with you. Release Miss Hillgrove. Let her go, and I will go with you wherever you wish to take me. I will answer all your questions, tell you anything you want. All you have to do is promise me that Miss Hillgrove can go free."
"No, Benedict,"
she denied, scratching at the man's arm, frantic now.
"He will kill you."
"I expect he will."
Benedict was calm, unemotional.
"I will happily trade my life for yours."
"I would give my life for hers," he had said of his sister.
"That is the truest definition of love, is it not?"
He was making the same offer for her. But no, Benedict did not love her. He had never spoken the words. "No," she cried out, attempting to get away from the man to no avail. He was far stronger than she was, and the barrel of his pistol remained a cold and hard presence, jabbing viciously into her temple.
"Fair enough," her captor said. "Lower your weapon and kick it to me, and then I will let her go." "I want your word that the lady goes free," Benedict said, solemn.
"No," she said again, tears blurring her eyes. She would not allow him to trade his life for hers.
"No, you must not."
"You have my word as a gentleman," said the man.
He had no word as a gentleman, Isabella was sure.
"Do not trust him, Benedict."
But Benedict was already slowly lowering his pistol to the floor. He stood, leaving the pistol at his feet.
"Kick it to me,"
instructed her captor. Benedict gave the gleaming pistol a nudge with the toe of his shoe, sending it skittering across the smooth surface of the hardwood floor. The man released her suddenly, giving her a shove that sent her tumbling to the floor. She caught herself on her hands and knees as two loud pops reverberated through the chamber in rapid succession. Terror coursing through her, she rose to her feet, spinning about. The man who had been holding her captive slumped to the floor, bleeding from the head. But Benedict still stood on the threshold, his face starkly white, a smaller pistol in his hand that he must have had secreted somewhere else on his person. He had saved them both, acting fearlessly.
"Benedict!"
Relief washed over her as she rushed forward. But before she could reach him, he fell to his knees, his hand going to his chest.
"Isabella,"
he gasped.
"Are you hurt?"
"I am fine."
She was at his side, clutching him, watching as all the colour drained from his high cheekbones.
"Benedict, what have you?"
Beneath her palm, something was warm and sticky. She drew her hand back and found it coated with blood.
Dear sweet God, he had been shot.
"I think He got me, Isabella. His breathing was ragged, his voice tense. Blood seeped onto his white shirt front, a hideous blossom visible in the gap between the lapels of his greatcoat. "I need to go get you help, my love," she said, clasping his face, forcing his gaze to hers. "Stay with me, Benedict. I will be back in a moment." Thank heavens she'd asked the Bainbridge driver to await her. He should be close, and between himself and the footman Beau had sent along for extra protection, the two of them would be able to heft Benedict into the carriage. She needed to get him out of here and into the care of a physician as soon as possible. "Isabella," he whispered, wincing, as if he found the act of talking too painful. "Make sure he's dead." Bile rose in her throat as she lifted her gaze to the man who had so recently held his pistol to her head. He was lifeless and still, a rapidly growing pool of blood surrounding his head. "I think he is," she reassured Benedict. But he did not hear her. His eyes rolled back on his head, and he slumped to the floor as well. Desperate to save him, she raced from her school. Chapter 19. Benedict woke to utter darkness. Pain seared his shoulder. Horror gripped him, cruel and unmerciful. Where the hell was he? What the hell had happened? As lucidity returned to him, with it came the last memories he recalled. Isabella, a gun pressed to her head and a madman's arm around her throat, the terror in her eyes, the desperate need to save her, even if it meant sacrificing himself, the risk he had taken, reaching for his hidden derringer, the explosion of agony in his shoulder as the man's bullet buried itself in his flesh. His heart was pounding, panic making his breaths come in ragged gasps. Where was Isabella? He had lost consciousness with the bastard still on the floor of her school. "Benedict!" The sweetly melodious voice was unmistakable. "Isabella," he rasped, his throat sore and dry. He attempted to reach for her with his uninjured arm, but met with only emptiness. His arm shook. He was astonishingly weak, he realized. "Hush," she said soothingly. There was the unmistakable sound of a lucifer being struck, then a flare. An oil lamp lit the room with a warm, flickering glow. By God, he was somehow in his own chamber at Westmoreland House, and Isabella was in a chair at his side, her beautiful face a study in worry. She brought a cup to his lips, and the miracle of cool water hit his parched palate. He was so bloody thirsty. He drank greedily, great gulps until she removed the cup before he had finished. "Slowly," she ordered firmly, laying a hand on his brow. "You are not feverish. That is a good sign. How do you feel, my love?" Her love? He thought he would happily take a bullet again just to hear her refer to him thus. "As if I was shot," he grumbled, his voice still rough. "Oh, my darling." Tears glistened in her eyes. "I thought I'd lost you forever." "I thought the same of you." Words took a great deal of effort out of him. He reached for her again, needing the reassurance of touch. He wondered how in the hell she had gotten him out of that school. Wondered how in the hell she had come to attend him on his sickbed. She seemed to sense his need, tangling her fingers in his and giving him a squeeze. "You saved my life, Benedict, and in the process you almost lost yours." "Told you," he said, feeling his energy seeping from him. God, he was weak as a babe. "The definition of love." She squeezed his fingers tighter, as if she feared he would slip away forever if she released him. "Oh, Benedict, you never should have put yourself in danger for me." "I love you," he told her, because that was the only explanation he needed, and because he was growing weaker by the moment. His eyelids felt as if they had been weighed down with coins for a journey across the River Styx. She raised his hand to her lips, giving it a fervent kiss, then rubbing it on her cheek. "I love you too, my darling man. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me for doubting you?" His eyes slid closed. "Forgiven, darling, as long as you love me too." "I do, Benedict. I love you so very much." Soft, womanly fingers stroked his hair.
He wanted to move toward that touch like a grateful cat, but the energy was not in him. He was weary to the bone, but not too weary for the question he needed to ask her most.
"Marry me."
"Yes, my love, my wonderful, fearless Duke. It would be my honour to be your wife." He did not think he imagined the tremble in her voice as she spoke the words, but he was too exhausted to open his eyes and test his theory. He managed to smile.
"I will hold you to your promise."
Her lips fluttered over his brow. "I would expect nothing less. Sleep now, my love. You need your rest to heal." He obeyed his future Duchess. Queen Mab claimed him. Isabella woke to morning light and an aching back. The last few nights had been spent in the chair at Benedict's bedside. Between herself and Callie, they had tended to him without fail. He had never been alone. To her credit, Callie had not argued about propriety. Certainly it was shocking for an unmarried lady to be tending to the sickbed needs of a man who was not her husband. But Isabella had vowed she would not go, not until Benedict was well again. She owed him her life. He had saved her. His bravery still astounded her days later as she stretched in the uncomfortable chair, raising her arms over her head and stifling a yawn. Her gaze took in his supine form, making certain, as she had done hundreds if not thousands of times, that his chest rose in steady, even breaths beneath the bedclothes. After days of being in and out of consciousness, it had truly seemed in the depths of the night that he had turned a page. It had been the most lucid she had heard him since he had been wounded. His gaze had been clear, and his brow had not been feverish. She prayed he was finally returning to himself. She would never have forgiven herself if he had died to save her, especially after the manner in which she had doubted him. Thinking of the way she had treated him now filled her with shame. His past had been none of her concern, and in truth, she had allowed Lady Entwistle to prey upon her own feelings of inadequacy. She had been wrong, so wrong, and as a result, she had almost lost the man she loved, twice over. She would do everything in her power to keep that from happening again. Gently, she placed her hand on his forehead, making certain it was not too hot to the touch. In sleep, he looked so innocent, almost youthful. She traced over his brow, then brushed his golden hair back from his forehead. Touching him was a gift. There had been a time when she had not been certain she would ever be able to touch him again, when his life had been hanging in the balance. The bullet had travelled straight through his shoulder, but the damage had been significant. He had lost a great deal of blood, all to save her. He had made the ultimate sacrifice for her. "Oh, Benedict," she murmured, "what am I to do with you?"
"Marry me,"
he said, his eyes opening to reveal the startling sky-blue orbs she had fallen into so many times before. "How long have you been awake?" she asked, trailing her fingertips over his cheek next. His whiskers had grown a great deal over the time he had been an invalid. The coarse stubble pricked her fingertips. She relished it, as she relished him. He was so vital, so alive, and she was so incredibly thankful.
"Long enough to know you must be deuced uncomfortable in that chair," he told her, smiling boyishly. "Join me."
"That is positively scandalous, Your Grace," she told him teasingly. They both knew they were well beyond the bounds of propriety. Had there been any remnants, they had been thoroughly banished by her presence here at his sickbed. She did not care.
"Humour me."
His expression turned serious.
"I thought I'd lost you forever. All I want now is to feel your body against mine."
"I thought the same thing." Without hesitation, she rose from the chair, ignoring the ache in her lower back, and settled upon the bed at his right side. "I still cannot believe you were willing to give your life for mine. That was dreadfully reckless and foolish of you, my darling." His left shoulder had been injured. She still suspected the Fenian who had shot him had been aiming for his heart, so she curled against his right side, loving the weight of his arm around her. She buried her face in his neck and pressed a kiss to the place where his pulse was a steady, reassuring thrum. What a beautiful gift, his life. This man had been a blessing to her. The sunshine at dawn, chasing away the strains of night. She'd never imagined love could be like this, but she rather fancied this was the way Mamma and Papa had felt about each other, their feelings so strong that they had been willing to overcome any obstacles in their way just to be together.
"I would do it again,"
he said, his voice low. He kissed the crown of her head.
"I would do anything to see you safe. That is the definition of love, is it not? I would give my life for yours, protect you over myself. You are my heart, Isabella Hillgrove, and I want nothing more than to have you at my side forever."
He humbled her, this man. His fearlessness inspired her. She kissed his neck again, that sweet and steady promise of life that was his pulse. "I love you."
"I love you, sweetheart."
He kissed her forehead, the fingers of his right hand tangling in her hair.
"Did you mean it when you said you would marry me?"
How could he question it? "I have never meant anything more." She kissed her way up his neck, over his strong jaw to his lips. Her mouth moved over his slowly, tentatively, waiting for him to respond. And respond he did. His lips settled over hers. This was not an erotic kiss by any means. It was a kiss of understanding, a kiss of love, a kiss of reunion, a kiss of brightness and potential after the darkness.
He said against her mouth. "If we are not careful, I will have you on your back in this bed in the next 5 minutes."
She smiled, then kissed the well-defined philtrum that so oft had driven her to distraction. "You do not have the strength, you wicked man."
"Test me, and you shall see,"
he teased back, sucking her lower lip, then nipping it. She lifted her head after a few moments of kisses so sweet they brought tears to her eyes. "I am sorry about what happened before, about my reaction to Lady Entwistle." A cloud seemed to pass over his countenance, and his jaw hardened.
"Isabella, we need not—"
She held a finger to his lips, staying his words. "Yes, we must. Or rather, I must. I owe you an apology. I allowed Lady Entwistle to heighten my worries about not being worthy of being your Duchess. That was wrong of me, and I am so very sorry. You deserved better." He kissed the pad of her fingertip and then moved his head, dislodging her.
"I should have been honest with you from the start, and I should have been honest with her as well. I could have saved us all a great deal of heartache and pain. It was never my intention to cause you upset. I cannot imagine any woman more worthy of being my Duchess than you. There is no one else I would have by my side, no one else I have ever loved in the way I love you."
He was breaking her heart. "Oh, Benedict," she cupped his face. "I have never loved another the way I love you either. It would be my greatest honour to become your Duchess." He caressed up and down her spine, his hand travelling slowly, as if he savoured her, and she clung to him too. They were quiet for a moment, revelling in the rare understanding of a man and a woman who had nearly lost each other forever. She breathed deeply of his scent, relishing the tactile beauty of his large body against hers.
"Did I kill that bastard?"
he asked suddenly. She thought again of the horrors of that day, a shiver going down her spine. "Yes, darling, you did."
"Thank God."
"And according to the Times, his death enabled Scotland Yard to find the last man responsible for the Westminster bombings as well," she told him. "So you see, you did not just save me, you saved all London as well." She thought back upon the frantic moments of that day. She had found the driver and footman, and the two had hauled Benedict's bleeding, lifeless body back to Westmoreland House. The doctor had been summoned, and then Isabella herself had sent word to the Home Office and to Scotland Yard. The Fenian's body had been collected from her school, and she had been forced to close its doors while she tended to Benedict, and hired staff to clean the blood from her new schoolroom. Part of her wondered if she could bear to ever set foot inside the establishment again, given what had happened there. But that was a worry for another day, because Benedict had not died that day. He was here, so very alive and loved.
"We did it together, sweetheart," he said then. "If not for your calm in the face of such violence, neither of us would have survived.
Together, she agreed, kissing him again. Chapter 20. April 1885. Isabella decided there was no better sight in all the world than that of her husband standing before her in his dressing gown. "Husband," she greeted him, trying out the word. It sounded good. It sounded right. Perfect, in fact. "Wife," he returned, offering her an elegant bow at odds with his state of dishabille. She curtsied to him, holding the silk of her dressing gown as if it were the finest ball gown. In truth, it was as fine as any ball gown. Part of the extensive trousseau Benedict had insisted upon commissioning for her in preparation of their nuptials. It was fashioned of ivory lawn and lace. His edict had been definitive: no black. They had married earlier that day in a grand ceremony attended by all current and former Special League members. Their wedding breakfast and subsequent trip to Manning Hall had passed in a pleasant blur. Now, at last, the moment she'd been waiting for was upon them. "Is your shoulder paining you?" she asked him tentatively. "Nothing could pain me now." A charming grin curved his lips, making his eyes crinkle at the corners. "I feared this day would never come." Her heart gave a pang. So much love for him filled her. "I am sorry we had to wait so long." Though he had wanted a hasty wedding, his recovery had taken time. He had stepped down from his role as leader of the Special League, and she was heartily glad for it. No more danger would chase them ever again. He drew her into his arms then. "The wait was more than worth the reward, my love." She cupped his face, gratitude rushing over her anew that he was alive and that he was hers. "I love you." His smile turned tender. He feathered a sweet, fleeting kiss over her lips. "I love you, my wife, my love, my duchess, my heart." "You did not always speak of me in such glowing fashion," she could not resist teasing him. "Do you recall that first day? You called me Miss Killjoy." "What an ass I was." He kissed the corner of her mouth. "It is a miracle you deigned to return. I was right about the joy half of the word, however. You are the source of all mine." "And you are mine, Benedict." How she meant those words. Today had been the happiest of her life. Knowing she was his forever and that he was hers filled her with a new sense of wonder. The warmth burning inside her burst into flame as longing pooled between her thighs. They had not made love since the night she'd spent in his bed at Westmoreland House, seemingly a lifetime ago. She pressed her mouth to his once again. He instantly deepened the kiss, his tongue sliding along hers. She opened for him, eager for more. His delicious scent inundated her. He groaned when she sucked his tongue, and she slid her fingers into his thick mane of golden hair. Her nipples tightened. The need built steadily as she nipped the fullness of his lower lip. He broke the kiss, staring down at her with storm-tossed sea eyes. "My love, my own. If you do not take care, this evening will be over before it has begun. It has been far too long since I last had you in my bed." Her hands drifted to his shoulders, relishing the warm strength of him. "For a man who proposes to despise poetry, you certainly do speak a lot of it." "Minx." He kissed her again. "I still think it is all lovesick twaddle." Her husband did not fool her. She could not suppress her smile. "I caught you reading the volume from Elizabeth Barrett Browning, you know, Your Grace." "So you did, Your Grace." He kissed the tip of her nose. "Mayhap I was bored on the train ride here." "Is that so?" She caressed down his chest. He was so vital, so powerful. She vowed to never again take him for granted, to always be thankful for his presence in her life, for his love. "I suppose I should have done a better job at distracting you." "You distract me endlessly." He kissed her cheek. "Deliciously." Her ear.
"Wickedly."
The sensitive patch of skin beneath it.
"I read the poetry so I would not toss up your skirts and ravish you in the rail car."
Her right hand paused over his heart, absorbing its steady thumps. "Perhaps I wanted you to ravish me."
If it is a ravishment the Duchess wants, then a ravishment she shall have."
Sensual intent simmered in his baritone. He caught the hand over his heart.
"Feel what you do to me."
With her free hand, she found the belt, keeping his dressing gown in place, and tugged. It gaped, revealing his bare chest and the lean plane of his abdomen, but also revealing his long, thick cock jutting proudly outward. She grasped him boldly, wrapping her fingers around his shaft. "I do feel it," she whispered, rising on her toes to kiss him again. The luxury of touching him so freely was not lost upon her, nor was the delicious weight of him. His hips rocked forward. He kissed her back hard. She savoured the bruising intensity, stroking him from root to tip. A low growl sounded in his throat, telling her he liked what she was doing. So she thrust her tongue into his mouth and did it some more. He ended the kiss and tore off his dressing gown in 2 savage motions. The scars on his shoulder were still pink and new, though they had healed. She kissed him there on the everlasting symbol of the day he had saved her life, reverently, gently. All the while, she continued to stroke him. "I love you," she said against his skin.
"And I love you, my sweet darling."
His fingers began to work upon the line of buttons fastening her dressing gown.
"Blast it, Isabella. I thought I told you no more buttons to your neck."
She laughed at his teasing. "It is not black, however."
"No, it is not,"
he agreed. His hands trembled as he worked the buttons free.
"An improvement, to be sure, but not as good as this."
Tenderly, as if he unwrapped a precious gift, he slid her dressing gown from her shoulders. Beneath it, she too was naked. His hands were upon her then, cupping her breasts, fingers stroking her puckered nipples, caressing the curves of her waist, her hips. Liquid seeped from the head of his cock as she grasped him more firmly. She slicked it over the crown with her thumb. On another low sound of pleasure, he began moving them as one to the bed. Their lips clung, hands roaming everywhere. In a blur of sweetly escalating desire, she found herself on her back, legs spread to accommodate his big body between them. He leveraged himself with his uninjured arm, his cock pressed against her aching centre. She wiggled beneath him, the friction of him on her slick folds sending pleasure radiating through her, along with need. He bowed his head and took a nipple in his mouth, sucking. She arched into him, her fingers once more sifting through his silken hair. Benedict released the greedy peak.
"You are perfection."
She had many faults, and she knew it, but in the intensity of his gaze, love blazing there, she felt more beautiful than she ever had before. "There is nothing perfect about me," she said, breathless. He licked her nipple, then bit it.
"On the contrary, my love, your breasts are perfection."
He kissed the swell, then drew her other nipple into his mouth. Wet heat engulfed her. The suction made an answering pulse pound deep in her core, where she wanted him most. He abraded her nipple with the sharp white edge of his teeth. Air hissed from her. "Wicked man!"
"See? Perfection."
He nipped her.
"Perfectly sensitive, perfectly delicious."
The pressure between her thighs grew almost unbearable. She undulated against him, and when the tip of his rigid cock glanced over her pearl, she could not suppress her moan. He kissed his way down her belly.
"Utter
kiss.
Perfection."
He tongued the impression of her navel, making her shiver.
"Every part of you is so damn beautiful."
Kiss, 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 all the way to her mound. When his tongue dipped between her folds, it was as if she had been touched with an electric current. He flicked over her in wet, quick strokes. Liquid pleasure shot through her.
"You are perfect here, too," he said. "Pretty and pink and so wet."
He sucked hard on her pearl. Her hips lifted from the mattress. A moan fell from her lips. His tongue moved lower to her entrance, and he licked into her. She grasped his hair, undulating against him, needing him to fill her, to stretch her, to take her. The slick intrusion was too much, and yet it was not enough. She was restless, wanton.
Perfection,
he said, looking back up to her pearl, his eyes intense upon hers. She could not look away. The sight of his handsome face between her thighs was unbearably erotic. As he sucked once more on the bud of her sex, he slid one long finger deep inside her channel, stroking as he had done with his tongue. She twisted beneath him, trying to drag him deeper. As he tortured her with his mouth, a second finger joined the first. She gripped him, this new sensation atop the decadent pleasures of his lips and tongue, sending her careening dangerously close to the edge. Desire was a knot, spiraling, growing. One nip of his teeth and she flew from the ledge. All the pent-up passion she had nursed for the last 2 months released in a rush. She shuddered. An almost violent pleasure exploded inside her, stealing her breath. She threw her head back against the pillow, giving in to the bliss until the last ripple radiated through her. He rose over her then, but she stayed him with a hand. "Not yet," she urged him to his back. "It is my turn to tell you how perfect you are, my love." His jaw was tense, his ready cock a testament to just how much restraint he had exerted.
"Isabella, if you touch me, I am likely to spill in your hand."
Her body humming with the release he had given her, she straddled his hips. "It is only fair, my darling." Without awaiting his response, she lowered her head and kissed the prominent ridge of his clavicle. Though they had already been intimate, she longed to explore him in the way he had her. Every part of him fascinated her. His flat nipples, the light dusting of golden hair coating his chest, the firm muscles trapped beneath his skin. She kissed him everywhere, worshipping him, loving him. She flicked her tongue over his nipple as he had done to her. "Perfection," he grunted.
"Isabella."
"Hush!" She pressed her forefinger to his lips, stilling them. "Lie there like a good husband. No protestations."
"Damn it, woman."
He reached for her, cupping her breast. And though she loved his hands upon her, another thought emerged as she recalled how incredibly sensual it had been to obey him when they had last made love. She took his wrists and pinned his arms to the bed on either side of him. "Do not move until I tell you to," she ordered him.
"Isabella,"
he said again, ignoring her command. She nipped his shoulder. "I told you to hush. It is my wish to enjoy my husband."
"Enjoy me any more and you'll not enjoy my cock inside you," he grumbled.
But when she released his wrists, he kept his hands at his sides. She kissed his throat, his Adam's apple. She inhaled deeply here, where his masculine scent seemed most rich. And then his jaw, his beautiful lips. "Utter perfection," she whispered against his mouth. And then she worked her way down his body again, over his neck, his wounded shoulder, kiss, 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 to his forearms, kiss, his hands, kiss, his hip bone. When she reached his straining cock, she glanced up at him just as he had done to her, and then she took the tip of him into her mouth. His taste flooded her tongue, salty, earthy, delicious. On a groan, he reached for her. She released him. "No moving, Your Grace." She flicked her tongue over the slit on the head of his cock, where a pearly bead of his seed had leaked. She liked him on her tongue. How wicked of her. But that was the effect he had always had on her, was it not? He made her want him, with a desperation unlike any she had ever previously known. And it was time for him to experience some of that same delicious torment. She sucked. His hips jerked, sending him deeper into her throat. The hiss from him told her he liked what she was doing, so she continued. Her mouth was full of him, the rich, musky scent of him spurring her on. She grew wetter between her thighs as she continued to suck and lick him. Just when she thought she was going to get what she wanted, his complete surrender, he pulled her away from him and turned them in one swift move. "That was most unfair of you," she protested. "I ordered you not to move." He settled between her legs, his cock slick from her mouth, brushing over her hungry flesh.
"I want to spend inside your cunny tonight, my love. A moment more, and I would have lost that particular battle."
"I will have to punish you for your disobedience later," she told him breathlessly, as his fingers dipped between them to drive her back into a writhing frenzy.
"If your punishment involves what I think it does, I shall happily accept."
He gripped his cock, positioning himself at her entrance. Impatience and need were in concert now, making her pump her hips toward him. He surprised her then by hooking her legs over his shoulders. The position opened her to him in a new way, and for a moment she feared this angle and his large manhood would not possibly work. But then he thrust, filling her in one fluid motion. And he was deeper than he had ever been before, it seemed, reaching a part of her that was more sensitive than she could have dreamed. They sighed as one, as he held himself there, buried to the hilt within her. They were one. And this time, unlike the last, she would not have to leave him in the morning. This time, she could fall asleep in his arms and not dread the sunrise. With a newfound urgency, she spurred him on by rocking against him. He withdrew from her almost completely before sinking inside again. She was stretched, gloriously full. No sensation could ever rival this one. She was soaring on a cloud of rapture as he quickened his pace, moving in and out of her with faster strokes. She never wanted it to end. Benedict was doing everything in his power to prolong making love. Weeks of waiting and anticipating was pure heaven. Of course, that she had taken him in her pretty mouth beforehand certainly did not help matters. Good God, his new Duchess was an insatiable siren. He loved it. He loved her. After nearly losing her and coming far too bloody close to death, he appreciated her in a way he never could have before. He felt every sensation as if it were the first time. With each stroke he slid into her, and she gripped him like a homecoming. She was smooth, so smooth, and wet, so wet. She was on his lips, the scent of her surrounding him, her pale legs over his shoulders. He caressed her thighs as he drove into her again and again, increasing his pace, thrusting harder. He could not resist watching their bodies joining. His cock was glistening with her juices as he rammed in and out of her cunny. She was pink and flushed, her slick folds parted to accept him. The sight had his bollocks drawing tight.
"I love you,"
he told her, sinking deep again. He concentrated, fighting off his impending orgasm, determined to make her spend again first. Benedict withdrew from her entirely, lowering her legs. She lay there, her breathing ragged, confusion drawing her sweet brow into a knot. He drank in the sight of her, splayed and flushed, her breasts drawn into tight little buds that begged for his mouth. "Benedict, what are you doing?"
"Patience, Your Grace,"
he teased, circling her pearl with 2 fingers until she was writhing, her excitement bathing him in liquid heat.
"I'm making love to my wife."
"I know that, but why did you— Oh!" Whatever his inquisitive Duchess had been about to say ended on an exclamation as he fitted his cock to her and pumped his hips. They were joined again, his fingers still working her pearl. He dipped his head to suckle her nipple until she made a kittenish sound of need, and then he kissed her lips instead.
"Yes,"
he said against her mouth.
"Oh!"
Damnation, she was tight, constricting on him, stealing his breath, making him even madder for her than he already was. He found a rhythm that had them both breathless. She moved with him, meeting him thrust for thrust, taking him as deeply as she could.
"Come for me, sweetheart,"
he told her before kissing her slowly once more. She did. Her cunny clenched, spasms quivering through her as she reached her pinnacle. Heat licked down his spine. His bollocks tightened again. There was no way to rein himself in now. He was too far gone. On a primal shout, he thrust hard, spilling into his wife at last. He remained where he was for a moment, reveling in this closeness, their bodies and hearts as one. She felt so good, he never wanted to withdraw. He kissed her lingeringly, showing her with his lips and tongue how precious she was to him as words failed. She framed his face and kissed him back, rocking beneath him in hungry, shallow thrusts that had his cock hardening again. He focused on the sensation of her beneath him, the softness of her breasts, the hard pebbles of her nipples brushing against his chest. She tightened on him, drawing him deeper, and the need to take her again was undeniable. She was a marvel, a goddess, and if she wanted more, he would give her that. Hell, he would give her anything she wanted, everything she wanted. He pumped into her slowly at first, grinding her body into the mattress as he worked to bring them both to the heights of bliss once more. She became frenzied as he flicked his thumb over her engorged pearl, stroking her as he kissed her and thrust deep. This time would not last as long as the first, but there was no help for it. Heaviness built within him, the need for release returning, thundering in his blood. His cock ached, rigid inside her velvet heat. His bollocks tightened again. He was mindless now, almost boneless as they moved frantically together. She came on a low, keening cry, gripping his shaft. Delicious pleasure shot through him, his bollocks going tight once more. There was no control left in him as he pinned her to the bed and fucked her again, making his claim upon her. He tore his lips from hers and tipped back his head as he poured himself into her a second time. White-hot pleasure rolled up and down his spine, filling his head with a fog. Drained, he rolled to his back at her side. He felt as if he were fashioned of lead. An invading army could not rouse him from this bed. Isabella curled against him, resting her head on his chest. Their breaths were ragged, and his heart pounded.
"I am sorry,"
he told her when he could catch his breath. She stroked his chest, the night soft and dark and deliciously quiet all around them after a day spent in the presence of so many others. "Why?" He sifted his hand through her beautiful blonde curls, pleased they were not bound in one of her chignons.
"For being beastly to you the first day we met."
She kissed his shoulder. "And what are being so beastly to my lady typewriters?" He could not contain his rueful grin.
"Having witnessed your incredible skill, I am willing to acknowledge they were well trained. It was merely their delivery which was lacking."
"Perhaps you intimidated them." She stroked over his collarbone, her fingertips lightly grazing his scarred flesh. Though Dr. Gilmore had stitched him neatly, his skin would never be the same. But he did not give a damn. If this was the price to pay for having the woman he loved lying upon him right now, his Duchess, he would pay it again, and with nary a hint of regret. After all, she had been willing to do the same for him, and her bravery in the aftermath of his wounding was unimaginable. She had saved his life as well, in more ways than one.
"Why should I intimidate them?"
he asked, lifting one of her curls in his thumb and forefinger, then watching it fall to the ivory smoothness of her back.
"You were not intimidated. I distinctly recall just how unimpressed you were with me."
She had descended upon his study like a raging storm, back stiffened, clad in black. And he had been smitten even then. "I was too furious with you to be intimidated," she said softly, raising her head to look at him. Love shone in her brilliant eyes. "I'm heartily glad I was not. Otherwise I would never have returned, and you would have been without a typewriter."
"I realized quite quickly it was not a typewriter I wanted at all."
He caressed the sleek, satiny skin of her jaw.
"It was the other half of my heart. An intelligent, fierce woman who built a business of her own. A woman who takes my breath every time I look at her. A woman who is brave enough to endure hell and still somehow managed to save my life."
She smiled, then pressed a reverent kiss to his palm. "Do I know this paragon?" He traced her lip with his thumb, loving the freedom to touch her, however he liked. They were man and woman, together joined, forever.
"Her name is the Duchess of Westmoreland."
"I have it on good authority that she is madly in love with the Duke of Westmoreland," she said, nipping his thumb with her sharp little teeth.
"A love match, then?"
He grinned at her like the besotted fool he was, wondering how the devil he had gotten so fortunate. "The lady typewriter and the fearless Duke," she agreed. He drew her to him, unable to resist kissing her again.
"It sounds like a book I would like to read."
Even if it is a book of poems, she teased.
Even then,
he agreed, and then his mouth settled upon hers once more. Epilogue. Boswell Manor, Oxfordshire. It is rather like a gathering of the Special League and the Ladies' Suffrage Society all at once, Isabella told Benedict sotto voce as they made their way to the extensive Boswell Manor gardens for a picnic luncheon. They were guests at the country house party to surpass all country house parties. Hosted by the Duke and Duchess of Bainbridge, those in attendance included Lord and Lady Stanwick, along with the Dukes and Duchesses of Carlisle, Strathmore, Arden and Winchelsea.
All the finest minds, her husband agreed mildly. United for 1 week of revelry, and an infantry brigade's worth of small children. Egad, how many children does the Duke of Carlisle possess?
She swatted his arm with her closed fan, hoping he would not mind small children after all. But that was a discussion that would necessarily have to wait. No more than 4, I believe. 2 sets of twins.
2 sets of whirlwinds is more like,
Benedict grumbled.
The eldest girl child saw fit to use my sleeve as a napkin.
She smiled, because she had witnessed the incident to which her husband referred. The set of friends they had fallen into, fashioning their own coterie of sorts amidst London's lords and ladies, was rather unlike the standard society sets. They included their children in virtually every gathering they could. But Benedict had been quite sweet to little Lady Rose, whose jam-smeared face had wound up all over one of his immaculate jackets the day before. He did have more patience than he pretended. You doted upon the child, she countered without sting. The day was too beautiful for anything but happiness. Flowers in bloom perfumed the air. Birds trilled from the trees, the sun shone high overhead, and all the world seemed more vibrant than it had ever been. Isabella could not be certain if it was because she was wildly in love with her husband, because of the secret she had yet to reveal to him, or because Oxfordshire in summer truly was that much more glorious than London.
I suppose Carlisle is in competition with Stanwick for who has produced the most progeny in the shortest span of time,
Benedict said instead of answering her gentle charge.
To say nothing of Strathmore, who has 1 daughter already and a wife who is enceinte, or Arden with a son, and Winchelsea with his 2 daughters.
My dear husband, she said, tapping him again as they strolled down the gravel path overlooking the lake, passing a statue of Icarus. It seems to me as if you are keeping tally of the offspring of everyone in our set.
I am not, of course, he said stiffly.
She knew him well enough to know what the sudden change in his tone meant. No need to be embarrassed, my love. If you wish to gossip like a dowager with nothing to entertain her aside from the gossip of others' lives, I shall not comment upon it. She bit her lip to suppress her smile as she cast him a surreptitious glance. His handsome profile was lit by the sun beneath the brim of his hat. She could not help the corresponding tug of desire low in her belly, though she did her best to quell it. There was nothing she could do with such longing for hours, or at least until they finished their picnic luncheon. Perhaps she could arrange for a nap, feign a megrim so that her husband would have to accompany her to her chamber. That scenario certainly held possibilities.
I do not gossip like a dowager,
he told her, casting a sulky look in her direction. This, too, was like a dart fired directly into her heart. She swore her love for this man grew every day. Even when he was surly as a bear, he melted her. If you say so, my love.
See here, wife, he grumbled. I most certainly do not.
I agreed with you, she said lightly, enjoying teasing him.
With tongue-in-cheek, he accused without heat.
I always defer to your superior judgment, Your Grace. She battered her lashes at him.
Ha!
He grinned at her, his gaze travelling to her lips.
Ever the saucy minx. If we were not about to descend upon this bloody picnic luncheon, I would kiss you senseless right now for your boldness.
She hummed, grinning right back at him. And perhaps I would like that far too much, husband.
How do you know?
His sensual lips pursed.
I did not tell you where I would kiss you yet.
Oh, you wicked, wonderful man. Of course he would utter such suggestive words when they were all but upon the gathering. Her cheeks went hot. Between her legs, a steady ache thrummed to life. She was wet, all from his words, with a group of distinguished lords and ladies already settled upon the lawn watching their arrival. Her cheeks felt as if they were aflame, and she was certain she turned every shade of crimson in existence.
"You are flushing,"
he taunted her quietly so that only she could hear.
"Could it be you are envisioning where, my love?"
Yes, she was, and he knew it. "My elbow," she suggested primly.
"You do have the most fetching elbows in Christendom," he said with a gallant air.
"Or perhaps the tip of my nose."
"You have the smallest dusting of freckles there. I find mesmerizing."
He gave her a wink.
"There are 4 of them. I counted."
She had never taken note of any spots on her nose. She patted it now. "Do I truly?"
"Yes, but I do not love them nearly as much as I adore the mole on your arse."
He flashed her a rascal's grin. She flushed more furiously, for they were approaching earshot of the gathering. "You are rotten," she whispered without heat.
"To the core, my darling."
His grin widened.
"And you love it."
Yes, she did. And she loved him. "Do tell me all about your ladies' typewriting school," the Duchess of Arden was saying to his wife, excitement in her voice. "Investing in the education and employment of our fellow women is so important." The Duchess was an American and a former Pinkerton agent, whose aid in the work of the Special League both in England and abroad had been tremendous. Something of an enigma, she wore divided skirts, spoke her mind, and seemed to have Arden wrapped around her pinky. Then again, Benedict knew the feeling. Isabella had rather the same effect upon him. "For so many ladies, it is the only way for them to gain their independence and freedom," Isabella agreed. "We have opened 3 new offices in the last year." "We must visit one of your offices," said Lady Stanwick. A striking woman with bold copper hair, she had married Lord Stanwick in the wake of her former husband's political assassination. "And the Duchess of Arden's detective school for ladies as well. I would dearly love to see them both," added the Duchess of Carlisle, the slight lilt in her words marking her as an Irishwoman. "As would my little Lady Rose." The hellion who had used his sleeve as her napkin. Benedict suppressed a grin. In truth, though he acted as if he were appalled by the presence of the broods of all the lords and ladies at the house party, being around so many children and babies at once was making him feel restless. Despite his best efforts to make love to his wife as thoroughly and often as possible, she had yet to conceive a child. He longed to grow his own little brood, perhaps a girl with Isabella's golden curls and stubborn chin, one who would also use his sleeve as her napkin. "What a curious lot we are," said the Duchess of Strathmore then. "Little wonder we have all found each other in friendship." "I am thankful we have," the Duchess of Winchelsea added. "If I did not have the support of you all, I am certain I never would have been accepted in society." A former actress, the Duchess was strikingly lovely, with a heart as pure as gold. Benedict had no doubt she was right about that. Society was notoriously close-minded and prudish. However, times were changing. They were all signs of just how much. "We are stronger together," the Duchess of Bainbridge said.
"Hear, hear,"
he said. For it was the truth, not just about this gathering of friends, but about life and love. He was stronger with Isabella than he had ever been without her. Belatedly, he realized the men of the assemblage had withdrawn to the periphery, and he was the last of them still seated amongst the ladies. What was he doing, sitting here, growing all maudlin over the notion of babies and love? He excused himself and ventured to the husbands. Strathmore grinned at him.
"You have spoiled all our fun, Westmoreland. We were just making bets as to how long it would take you to realise you were the only male left on the picnic blankets."
Benedict raised a brow.
"As the most recently wed of you all, I ought to be allowed to be utterly besotted with my wife to the point where I do not realise I have been abandoned by my brethren." "Believe me, you will only grow more besotted as time goes on," warned Stanwick, casting a glance back at Lady Stanwick that was thoroughly infatuated.
"It is true," agreed Carlyle. "All any of them would have to do is crook a finger, and we would each of us rush to their sides like a panting dog eager to please his master." "An excellent description," the Duke of Bainbridge said, with a long, suffering sigh as he gazed upon his wife. "God's truth," Arden said with a good-natured laugh.
"Winchelsea," called the Duchess. "Come here for a moment, won't you? I need your assistance."
"On my way, darling," Winchelsea returned, hastening to do his wife's bidding. "You see," Carlyle asked. "Witness the evidence before you."
Benedict gazed back at his beautiful wife, heart swelling with love.
"It is a fate I shall happily accept."
"There is something I have been wanting to tell you," Isabella said to her looking-glass later that night, practising her speech as she awaited Benedict in her guest-chamber. No, that sounded frightfully silly. She heaved a sigh. How she wished she had consulted her friends earlier about the proper manner in which to inform one's husband he was going to become a father. But revealing her happy secret to anyone before she told Benedict had seemed inherently wrong. And anyway, why should she be fretting over it? Benedict would be overjoyed, would he not? She hoped he would. She thought he would. She cleared her throat, frowning at her reflection. "I have a surprise." "No, how puerile." "You are going to be a father," she tried. Her inner agitation rose. She wanted this moment to be perfect. Perhaps she ought to have told him in London, before they had left for the country. But he had been so unsettled, worrying over Callie and her new husband, that the timing had seemed poor. They had only just arrived in Oxfordshire the day before, and telling him immediately upon their arrival, when they were both weary from travelling and surrounded by all their friends, had not seemed right either. But if she did not tell him soon, she would burst. "I have some news I hope you will find happy," she tried again.
"Am I interrupting an important conversation with your looking-glass?"
Benedict's voice, echoing through the quiet of the chamber so unexpectedly, gave her such a start that she could not contain her squeal. She spun about to find him watching her from the threshold, clad only in his silk robe, a smile on his lips.
"Do cease wailing your head off, my love, or our friends shall think I am abusing you."
He sounded amused as he sauntered toward her. She took a deep breath. "What if you were to have your own child who mistook your sleeve for a napkin?" He paused, his eyes searching hers.
"Isabella!"
Her hands crept to the slight swell in her belly, scarcely visible beneath her own dressing-gown. "We are having a baby."
"We are?"
The awe in his voice touched a part of her heart she had not realized existed. All her worries fell away at the raw expression of love on his handsome face. He held his arms out to her, and she went into them. She tipped back her head. "We are."
"I am going to be a father."
His lips claimed hers before she could respond. She held him to her and kissed him back with all the excited joy for their future that had been pent up within her. He tasted of the sweetness of port and the deliciousness that was solely Benedict. She inhaled deeply of his scent, warmth pooling between her thighs as his tongue traced the seam of her lips and he deepened the kiss. But then a tiny sliver of doubt intruded upon her bliss. She broke the kiss, gazing up at him breathless. "You are happy, my love?"
"I am the happiest I have ever been,"
he reassured her, kissing her swiftly once more.
"You, my darling, are going to be a wonderful mother. And if our babe should grow up to have the effrontery of confusing my sleeve with a napkin, I shan't complain. I love you, sweetheart."
Pleased laughter welled up within her. "And I love you, Benedict Manning." She attempted to stifle the tears that seemed to flow with alarming ease these days, as he kissed her again hungrily. She was every bit as ravenous for him. He withdrew to run kisses down her throat while he worked on the fastening of her dressing-gown. She tore at his belt with equal abandon. They laughed and kissed as they shed their garments and found their way to the bed. She was on her back, his big body settled between her thighs where she wanted him. He rained reverent kisses on her brow, her shoulder, her sensitive nipples.
"Thank you for the most precious gifts you could have ever given me, Isabella. Yourself, your love, and our child. I am a fortunate man indeed."
She caressed the slash of his jaw. "And I am a fortunate woman." Their lips united once more as his fingers teased her pearl. She was so slick for him, so ready. A needy sound tore from her as he slid 2 fingers deep inside, finding the extra sensitive place that never failed to make her wild. She pumped against his hand, seeking relief, but it was not enough. She needed him. He understood her body, as always, withdrawing from her as their tongues tangled. In one delicious thrust, he was inside her. Exquisite sensation began in her core and blossomed. She was full, stretched, complete. Without breaking their kiss, he made love to her slowly, in long, tantalizing strokes, as if he savored each motion. And though they had made love many times since becoming husband and wife, something about this time felt different, heightened. She knew she would not last long. Another thrust, a graze of his knowing thumb over her pearl, and she splintered, reaching her pinnacle in a blaze of delirious pleasure. She tightened on him, and he sank into her once more. He tensed beneath her questing fingers, and then he buried his face in her throat as he spilled inside her. She clutched him to her, their hearts pounding together in sweet time as she relished the heavy, beloved weight of his body atop hers. "I shall forever be grateful for the day I stormed into your study, determined to give you an earful," she said,